want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
See, their morals, their code. It's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
5 to 50 be advised, County Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Publicists, when you talk to your publicists, you know the first thing they tell you?
What?
Stay away from religion, stay away from politics.
Okay.
You know why?
Why?
No matter what the you say, somebody passionately disagrees with you.
Absolutely.
No matter what religion, you believe in Allah, and you're saying that's not the right way. You believe in every Christianity, that's not it, because they're choosing something different. Your political party, the Democrat, Republican, the disagreement completely.
Yep.
So I stay away from it. When I get pulled into politics, I go,
Yeah.
and I have nothing to say. I'm just
That's the same way we are. Well, no politics, none of
I'll
this.
with that. I don't stay there because I'm still entertainment. If it's not music, then it's film and television, but it's still entertainment. So why would you turn someone off by saying that?
Right.
I want everybody to enjoy what I'm doing.
Right.
Not just a selective few amount of people. I focus on diversity because it's needed.
Right.
The boxing scholar is a lover, not a fighter, but he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. If he pats you on the back, you'll put it in your resume. His enemy. Have him listed as an emergency contact. The scholar has an inside joke with complete strangers. If he punched you in the face, you'd have to fight the urge not to thank him. Sharks have a week dedicated to him. He's the only man alive to is parallel park. A train is count to infinity twice. In Genesis, when God said, "Let there be light," the scholars said, "Say pretty please." He is the genius of all genius and master of all masters.
And that's the trick to life. You have to be wise enough to know when you were living in your dream. And you have to be humble enough to accept when you're in someone else's.
Yo, the Boxing Scholar's on. What's good, everybody? Let me get my theme music on. You know, we can't do it without theme music. Boom, there we go. All right, man, we got a good one today for you. Shout out to Angie. Angie, you on thin ice. I might have to snatch your badge like I'm finna do Vase, because Vase don't live up to her word. And that's all you got in this world, sister, is your word. You know, whenever I was caught up and summoned to the panel, it was because me and Ben had to have this important conversation for the betterment of Black people, sister. You just joined in for free, but we're not gonna talk about that. We're not gonna do that. We got a good one today, and we're gonna do some boxing. So here we go. So if you don't know, and you've been living under a rock, you know, or you just only subscribe to my channel for the boxing news, Jermell Charlo has recently called Errol Spence out, right? And I don't like it. Like I was saying this. So when I put the question in the poll in the chat, and I was saying, are there friends in the boxing? I didn't only mean from a competitive point of view. I also meant from a YouTubian point of view. Like, is there friends in the industry? Because you see YouTube people be really, really cool, and then the next minute you see them fighting, you know what I mean, or whatever the case may be. And it's never, to me, in my personal opinion, it's sadder to see that. To me, and at the age I am now, it's sadder to see that, where you see people cool one day, and you log into YouTube, and then you see them fighting, and you be like, for what? And you know what the source of it is money and ego. Same thing with these two. So that's why I posed the question that I posed in the poll, right? Is there friends in the industry? And the majority of people said no. But I think they might have misinterpreted the question that I asked. They may probably meant more along the lines of boxers competing against each other versus the sport as a whole. Because we are now media. YouTube media is really, really boxing media at this point. So, I mean, as far as this, because I see it all the time. You listen, no such thing as YouTube etiquette, but it is a such thing, right? Like, if somebody in the boxing industry hits your panel, you owe them a panel. A panel appearance. It's just simple as that. Unofficial rules. But I feel like, the same way is strictly just industry with the fighters. It's like that with the YouTubers. Like, look, I don't know how old y'all is, but I want y'all to do me a favor. If you wasn't blessed with the privilege to watch Martin as a kid, right? If you was not blessed with that privilege to watch Martin as a kid, I want you to go on Netflix, right? I think Martin is on Netflix. Go to the episode where Varnell Hill was there and look at how Varnell Hill treated Martin. And that is how the YouTubers behave. They won't make an appearance. They treat you just like a common man, or like you just networking, or like an object, like you're not a real person. It's just so weird to me. And it's always the same people that be hollering loyalty, and they would not sell out for the dollar. Like, bro, you selling out for 50 cent monetization ads on YouTube. So yeah, that booty definitely for sale. No diddy. But yes, I watch it all the time. I watch friends fall out. I watch people give their word. I watch people do a whole bunch of stuff and then go completely back on everything that they said. So with that being said, I'm going to address the fallout between Errol Spence and Jamel Charlo. And I think it's really, really weird to me, because I like them not as a duo. That's the wrong word. I like them training together, I like them pushing each other, and I felt like they were around the same weight, so there was always that rivalry, and they would give each other good competitive sparring, right? And I felt like, and I've always said this. I said that they are correct in calling themselves lions. It's just that they're the lion from the Wiz. And when I said that, everybody took my talking point, because I'm witty with it, right? Everybody took my talking point. Everybody started running with that, calling him the lion from the Wiz, right? But one thing you have to know about lions, right? Lions don't go after healthy gazelles. They don't. They just don't. They go after the kid gazelle. You know what I mean? The one that look hungry, malnourished, the one that ain't drunk water in days, and that's always almost on death's door, getting right for Jesus. They go after those, right? And I feel like his name is befitting, calling himself a lion. I feel like him calling himself a lion, he goes after weak prey, and he feels like Errol Spence is weak. And I feel like he's weak for that, right? Only because I know the genesis of the history, right? And for those who don't know, we about to go down memory lane. So here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So Errol Spence at one time was training with Charlo, right? Charlo left Ronnie Shields to go over to train with Errol Spence and his trainer, and they were stablemates, right? And when they were stablemates, he had a ton of respect for him, right? And the respect came because Errol Spence, in my opinion, was putting the beats on Charlo in sparring. That's where he gained his respect, in my personal opinion. I think he gained his respect by putting beats on him, right? Because you ever notice fighters always disrespecting each other? They talking about each other's mama. They talking about, what's up, Most Hated? They talking about each other's mama. They talking about, everybody, right? But the moment the fight is over, they hugging and kissing. No diddy, right? Like they develop a new respect because, they understand. Well, first off, the overcoming is there. They experience stuff together, and they just respect them for putting beats on them. It's just a natural thing that occurs with adults, right? Men, especially that go through combat, not actual war, but physical combat. But this is them when they were training. So I want a couple things I'm gonna point out. So here we go.
The Southpaw Edislani Lada back at the other gym. You score another great Southpaw. What are the differences you've noticed with both Southpaws?
Don't say this. Don't get mad.
So they asked him a question. He turned to Errol Spence and he said, "I'm gonna ask you a question. Don't get mad." And this remind me of like somebody with their somebody with their mom and dad. You know how like you wanted your friend to stay over, but like they were like, hey man, no, you ask. If you ask, you're gonna say yeah. That's the kind of vibes I got from this interaction right here. I got that Errol Spence was the big dog, even though he weighed less. That he was the big dog out of the two, and he was even asking permission. He didn't want to get nothing misconstrued. Like don't get mad, please don't get mad. I gotta you gotta hear this.
I'm a Southpaw killer. Why? Because I'm getting better. Daily, yearly, weekly, monthly, I'm getting better.
And I don't know if you noticed when he said that, Errol Spence got like a little uncomfortable smile, right?
Different styles. Got a Southpaw that moved all my life. Now I got a Southpaw that stopped all my life. I mean, damn, what can I ask for in my career? Southpaw should be nothing. I think I knocked them all out, to be honest with you. Knocked every Southpaw out.
Now, when he said this, it didn't sit right with Errol Spence in his spirit and his soul, so he addresses it.
Thank you. See, they think, I'm gonna tell you. I'm glad we together right now. No. We talking about during the fights. Look.
Yeah. You knocked out Southpaw. You ain't knocked me out. Let's correct that.
Not every Southpaw. Come on, they know what I'm talking about. Look,
No, they don't.
I got it. Yeah.
Jarrell said,
Now let's get nitty and gritty into the shit because we gotta go. This man never knocked me out in sparring. That's a fucking lie. All right, this motherfucker work hard.
Man, who is that dude, man?
We gotta kick him out the gym.
I never seen him before.
He shouldn't come back. He know he wrong. He shouldn't even come back.
Call me the weight bully and stuff, man.
Yeah, like all that crazy shit. But look, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with the lies because I have to agree with them already. But we really work hard, and I'm a man enough to know that I can say that this is like my brother in boxing because I go to Dallas to train, not in Houston.
You heard that? This is my brother in boxing. This is what I mean by it's sad that it come to this. Like first off, you're announcing it by tweet, you tweeting it. It's just I don't know. It's a bunch of things. I'm just like. It's like cringy. You know what I mean? If this is your brother, I mean, I don't know. Would you ever fight your real brother? Like nobody, I don't know. I can't speak for the rest of the boxing community, but when he actually had beef with his actual twin and their wives was fighting, that was cringy to me as well. It's like, what are y'all doing? But hey, I mean, like I said, man, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
And when I'm in Houston, I'm actually with my brother. When I'm in Dallas, I'm with my brother. So it's always a good feeling. And I'm going to continue to knock him out.
I am kind of weight bully, though.
Nah, nigga, I'm big, nigga. I was that big, but you ain't.
Oh, what's up, Mel? Hey, if I miss y'all in the chat, I'm gonna get y'all later. I promise. I got the other screen pulled up. So hold on, give me a second. Let me go back.
Ain't that much bigger than me.
I knew last camp I had to get in shape. I had to get in shape. I had to get in shape last.
Errol Spence said, "I am a weight bully, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. He look in this picture right here. He do look bigger than Charlo. Just saying.
Look.
You do look a little more, yeah.
Look, is it different though?
Look, see, Errol Spence, he trying to let you know. I'm not gonna lie to you. This whole video, it gave me that Errol Spence was big bro vibes. That's what it just gave me. It gave me that he was getting the better out of him in sparring. It gave me that he was checking him. Like every time he say something, he look over to Errol Spence like, "Is that good, big bro? You okay with that?" Like that's the vibes that I'm getting from this interaction right here. And Errol Spence is basically saying, "Nah, he ain't that much bigger than me." And now I don't be telling people that you knocked out every Southpaw, but you ain't knocked me out.
Nigga, I'm 2 inches taller than you, nigga. Right. And then, I'm sorry about that word. I don't care about them people. Look, I'm bigger than you, bro.
Nah, bro.
We in this thing, though. My competition is with me every day.
You heard him? His competition is with him every day. And you seem like I don't know y'all watch Dragon Ball Z, but I got like Goku and Vegeta vibes. Like, you know what I mean? Like he was complimenting him, but he really didn't want no smoke. But when Errol Spence was dishing it back, he kind of let Errol Spence, no, I'm bigger than you. Errol Spence, I mean, he done put hands on you. He already done felt. You you can't talk him out of thinking that he could beat you because he's already been in the ring with you. It's the vibes I'm getting.
A week apart anyway, so y'all in camp together actually.
Yeah.
When you start camp?
Supposed to be next week.
Me too. Monday, Tuesday?
I don't know. Keep getting pushed back.
Sorry, guys, about the pushback shit. They BSing. But look, let's go hard.
Yeah,
we're gonna let y'all know this year, 2018, we taking over. It's the Charlos. It's the Texas edition.
Yo, 2018. That is so crazy how time has like changed. You know what I mean? Like, I guess we look at these fighters and we think like, you know, because they come in as a class, we'll be like, oh, this is the, and then like, you know, just fast forward a couple years, like all of them be gone. Like this whole class is gone. I think Bud might have alluded to it with Canelo and them. Like that whole class is just it's gone.
I don't know what else to get y'all. The champion edition. If they want it, they know to stay out the way. They know, and if they don't stay out the way, they gonna get ran over like a bus. We out there. You dig?
What bus y'all know make the sound? But yo, shout out to Spence. He found that funny too, man. That's crazy work. Ain't no bus making no. What, did you hit him twice? Would you back up whenever you hit him? What kind of bus you driving? A mini bus, a little short bus?
18 Charlo lines only. Hey, you heard what that man said. Man, down. You dig?
That way.
What was really interesting about that interaction is they both were looking for like mic drop moments. So, you know, I've seen somebody say this in an interview, with a Fat Joe interview. They said Fat Joe was fighting for offensive story positioning, and that's what they was doing. They was fighting for offensive mic drop positioning. That was crazy. What's up, Gone Later? What's gone later, Bob? What's up, Marky Dad? What's good, bro? So yeah, so that was kind of the 2018, like you said, that was kind of the vibe. So they've been training. They trained all the way from 2018 to what Errol Spence fought in 2023, but so they trained together all that time and was spending time with each other and was basically going out there bigging each other up, you know. So when they fell out, it was not hard to watch, or they just fell out. But when they fell off, right now, it's cringe to me. I don't want to see them fight. I think that Jermell knows that he has more left in the tank than Spence, and I feel like he's taking advantage of that. You know what I mean? If anything, he should be trying to help Spence bounce back. He should be a part of the road to recovery, not trying to fight him. This is just my personal opinion. I don't think this is like a solid move for a person that be claiming they so real. When they threaten to do something to harm Deontay Wilder, because if you really like that, if you really about that, and all this other stuff that he was saying, he made it seem like he was just a solid individual, and I don't think this is solid behavior. Especially seeing as how Al Heyman allows those guys like to not pick and choose their opponent, but he give them a list and options. Why would Errol Spence be an option for you? I know why. Y'all know why. It's because he thinks it's gonna be an easy fight. But it's like, even if you beat Errol Spence, let's say you demolish him and steamroll him and beat him in 1 or 2 rounds, what do you gain by it? What do you get by beating Errol Spence at this point? Everybody thinks Errol Spence is done. I know he's done. Errol Spence is that he well past, he well past done. I don't know how people like their steak, but at this point, man, he turned it into beef jerky at this point. Like, he's well past done. It's no point of even, fighting him for anybody. I would be really surprised if Errol Spence gets a credible win from now until whenever, because I feel like all the things that I listed before about Errol Spence's mental state, physical state, and all that stuff it still stands. The man was thrown out of a car at 100 miles per hour. There's no way he's normal. Absolutely no way, right? So I'm just in my eyes, I think he's done. I don't think anything. The man is done. The man was supposed to fight for Enduro a while back. That fight never came to fruition. He's at this point, he's done. He's done in the sport. He's posting little pictures to let people know he might come back. I know Errol Spence is being plagued with injuries at this point. Just looking at what he said about his earlier fights, and when he was younger, And like I said, that dude's gonna have arthritis. There's no way he's not gonna have arthritis. So being thrown out of a Lamborghini at 100 miles per hour, it's no way he's gonna have arthritis and all that other stuff. So, with that being said, the injuries plaguing him and his mindset, it's just none of this stuff is lining up. So he's done in the sport of boxing. But like I said, I don't want to see the fight, but I wanted to show y'all this. So here we go. First, let's watch this. So watch this, right? That's why I say I know Jamel is picking on him. He didn't want no parts when they were side by side or training or any of that. When people would try to entertain the idea, he would always shoot it down, right? But this is why I say, man, like people be kind of iffy and crazy. But here we go.
I want him to fight me. I'm telling you, I'm trying to become undisputed right now. How are we talking about somebody that ain't even fought in the division? How do he just jump from there to there? Like what connection do he got to this world? What that tall, lanky motherfucker at? Maybe I'll be the shot caller and make the decisions on who I want to fight next. And Pandora, go fight somebody else. I don't know. Crawford, go fight. Y'all fight each other. I'm busy. Motherfucker, I'm busy. When he fight me?
I'm busy. Motherfucker, I'm busy. He turned it to the Rick Ross of boxing.
Y'all fight each other. I'm busy. Motherfucker, I'm busy. When he fight me?
He turned it to the Rick Ross of boxing, right? So that was what he said whenever he wanted. Because they used to always bring up him versus Bud, right? And he would always say, how does Bud get to skip the line? And that Bud is a bad businessman, and that he was a knockout artist, and that Bud didn't want no parts of him. He would always go on that angle, right? So it's like he would go on the angle of Bud don't deserve a title shot and he need to go to Spence. So he would try to throw Spence in front of him. But then when Spence was dismantled, it kind of like to me, it personally made him afraid of Crawford and not so much afraid of Spence anymore, in my personal opinion. I think he kind of lost respect for Spence. And I think seeing Spence dismantled like that, and never recovered, because they're friends. They definitely probably talked after that. That's why I feel like he think this is going to be an easy win. But I want y'all to notice something, right? So whenever Spence was fighting Bud, right, and Spence was almost knocked out in the second round, and then he eventually get knocked down, and he goes to the ropes, right? He goes to the ropes and he calls out Charlo. I want you to notice something right here. So check this out.
I'm fighting Canelo next. I don't know what that nigga talking about. I'm undisputed at 154. I already did that. Them niggas can't fuck with me, nigga.
So at the end, that was the most important part to me, right? So he's there ringside to watch Spence fight. And when Spence gets knocked down, and I said this in 2023, right? So we gotta start listening to the scholar when it comes to this boxing stuff. Everything else is just an opinion, you know what I mean? But when I say this stuff with boxing, tell you a duck could pull a truck to shut up and hiss the duck up, right? I told everybody that he was hating on Errol Spence then, right? They were like, what? I'm like, bro, if I go to the fight to go watch one of my homeboys fight, right, and he get knocked down and the dude in the ring called me out, there is no way possible I'm not getting in the ring after the fight to talk shit to him. That's just me. I like the person I came with is the person I'm leaving with. You know what I mean? Like loyalty type stuff. You and this man that trained all this time, it was a takeover, it was Lions Only and Man Down Promotions, and y'all was so close when he was undefeated and putting the paws on you. But the moment he get knocked down, them niggas can't fuck with me. He turned to Rick Ross. These niggas won't hold me back.
Y'all fight each other. I'm busy. Motherfucker, I'm busy.
I'm busy. You know what I mean? Turn it to Rick Ross on him. But yeah, he ringside saying them niggas can't fuck with me. Why he didn't say that nigga can't fuck with me? He talking about both of them. So I said it in 2023, I was like, bro, this dude, that's some shady stuff to say, bro. Because I always pay attention to people, when somebody up and when somebody down. You know what I mean? And I feel like that was a down moment. And I paid attention to how his friend was going to be a support system, or was he only supportive when everybody was winning? You know, on some big meat stuff. Everybody driving Lamborghinis, everything cool. You know what I mean? But when a police officer get involved, you know, everybody telling on everybody is snitch and all this other good stuff, right? But it's easy to be down with somebody when they up, right? So I'm looking at stuff like this, you know, and I said it then. I said, this dude don't got good character. Look at how he behaved with his brother. Look at him and his brother fight. You know what I mean? And he proved me right. He proved exactly what I believed about him, 100%. Say, I can't wait till tomorrow's stream. There's so much I want to talk about, bro. Oh yeah, you talking about the Rampage stuff? Yeah. I had to, because I was so, bro. It was a lot going on that day. I was gonna do the Rampage stream. You know what I mean? Earlier today, this morning, but you know, a lot of stuff happened. I pushed it back. That's why I popped up with a boxing line. Felt like I had to give y'all a bonus line just because I missed all that. But yeah, that's crazy, man. He said the only friends in boxing are say incompatible weight class. No. That's not what I meant. Frank, I was talking about like, that's why I said earlier. I didn't mean just in boxing as far as competition is concerned. Because you know, back in the day, Ali and all those guys they knew each other. They came up in the amateurs. Shit, Ali even had his cousin, what's his name? Jimmy Ellis. Jimmy Ellis was Ali's cousin. They used to, and Ali's mom used to cut. Jimmy Ellis's mom used to cut Muhammad Ali's hair. So they had that like connection. But Muhammad Ali fought him. You know what I mean? I didn't mean in terms of that. Like, because I want Shakur to fight Keyshawn. But Keyshawn and them just like, oh, we trained together before and we're never going to fight. And I feel like they have more loyalty to them than Errol Spence and Charlo have. And they were like locked in. They both from Texas. You know what I mean? They trained together, party together. Man down forever promote. They was really, really locked in. And then now they fighting. And both of them are like, you know, they on some crab in the bucket stuff. Because both of them's careers were derailed, right? Spence's was derailed by Bud. And his was derailed by, obviously, Canelo, right? And I feel like he wants to make a statement out of his friend. That's what I don't like about it. I feel like, you know, he knows his friend is finished. It would be different if he was still at the top of his game, but he's not. And he still wants to fight him. So that's why I'm like, man, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Oh, that's hilarious. So I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, he said it's true. Give a snake vibes. I agree, bro. He said Ben Israel, so did Errol Spence. Ben Israel in the chat? Nah, Ben ain't here. No way Ben is here. No way Ben is here. But yeah, I just thought that was snake behavior, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just didn't like it. You know, it is what it is. Hold on, my bad.
Jamal, what was being?
I just didn't like it, you know, and him tweeting about it, I felt like is also distasteful. Like, bro, are you trying to get people excited? Did you and Errol Spence have an argument on the phone? I don't know. Last time I checked, Errol Spence tweeted that he's not even fully back. He let the world know that, you know, that he might be back, he might not. Just like leave him alone. If he decide to come back, he do. But then you may, I don't know, just disloyal all the way around through and through. I just don't like it. It just is what it is, you know. But yeah, may God be with you, like Deontay Wilder say. May God be with you, Jamel. It is what it is, man. I just think it's distasteful. I think you're showing exactly who you've been this entire time. I think you're a guy that don't like to really challenge yourself, you know, and you showed that in the fight with Canelo, where you took the knee. That man turned you into Colin Kaepernick in the middle of the fight, made you take a knee. That's crazy work, bro. You know, after you told everybody that you wouldn't get in there and you wasn't just in it for the money and you would not just take a knee. And then you get in there and just take a knee. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I just, you know, I just had to come out here and, you know, tell everybody about that character flaw, man. And tell everybody, y'all don't go out there and look up to the kids out there listening. Don't look up to them Charlo twins, even if y'all twin fighters. Matter of fact, there is a little bitty boy who be training his brother, and they are twins. I hope that they are a whole lot better than this group of twins. I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know if they daddy used a condom. This was like the leftover sperm that accidentally snuck its way into the egg or whatever the case, man. But these guys are like they are scum. They are a complete scum, and it is what it is. But his brother gave a breakdown of how he thought the fight with with Bud and Canelo would go, right? And I thought it was pretty interesting. So here we go.
All right. I like Crawford. All right. My brother fought Canelo, not me. I like Crawford in this fight, and he get to stay big.
So I want y'all to notice a couple things, right? So whenever he's given the breakdown, his eyes are red, which will lead me to believe the man that did shrooms online is probably high, probably high as hell during this interview. But some key things to take away, because he did make some really, really good points, right? If you haven't noticed, we're transitioning and moving on. 30 minutes of the Charlo versus Spence fight. You don't even need a breakdown. You don't need the scholar to tell you Spence is finished, that he only wants this fight to showcase his ability to Spence. Like, it's so funny because 154 is the most competitive division in boxing, right? And out of all the opponents at 54, he picks on the guy that's his friend and has no fights at that division. And that was thrown out of a car at 100 miles per hour and then beat by a Bud and hasn't been in the ring since. So inactivity. That is the guy that he chose as his next opponent at 154. You can't make this up, right? Even though after the fight, when he went in there and quit against Canelo, I'll fight anybody. I'll fight Bud. Just don't give up on me. All that stuff. Rick Rhodes, just don't give up on the boss. I'll fight anybody. All that energy, you know what I mean? And then the next announcement he makes years later after that is, hey guys, you remember that my friend that was thrown out of a car at 100 miles per hour and beat by Bud, that I said, them niggas can't fuck with me? Yeah, it's going to be my next opponent. And then he posts a picture with the shark getting captured by, like, just a corny dude, man. That dude is so corny, bro. It's unbelievable. Like I said, I don't want to see the fight. Spence is finishing the sport, and he's finished too as well, as far as character goes, because he don't have the character to beat any of those top level guys. He already showed that with Canelo. He's showing that in the next fight after Canelo by fighting his friend. And then it just is what it is, He's done at the division to me. I would like to see him with Fedor. I would like the same fight that he said Bud should go fight before he fight him. Fedor now has a belt. He has one of your belts that they stripped you of. I want to see you go fight him. In my personal opinion, that's the fight I would like to see for you. So hopefully you can make that fight happen instead of picking on your friend. But you don't need a breakdown for me for y'all to tell you how that fight goes with him and Errol Spence. It is what it is. But like I said, moving on. So as far as the situation goes with Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Bud Crawford, I can't lie. This is the only fight where I have not went back and forth on my opinion. I don't know if it's because of recent events or whatever the case may be, but this is what happens. This is why they push fights off so far, promoters. They try to give you time to doubt yourself and second guess yourself and give the other guy a chance to win. This is why they push fights off. I'm letting y'all in a little secret, right? I'll give you a prime example. David Benavidez, right? David Benavidez versus Anthony Yard. Who in the hell in their right mind believes that Anthony Yard has a chance against David Benavidez? If you believe he has a chance, get out of boxing. That is a no-hoper fight. He is definitely going to get destroyed in that fight. The only hope he has is if David Benavidez catches COVID before the fight, on the way to the ring, he slips on the banana peel, breaks his neck in 3 different places, and even then, he loses by decision. And the asteroid has to come out the sky in the middle of the fight and hit David Benavidez square in the middle of his goddamn head. Even then, he wins the fight. That is the odds that's how lopsided this fight is. But because they pushed it so far back, people started to make a argument for Anthony Yard winning. They're doing the same thing with Bud. That's why they pushed that fight off. You know what I mean? And you notice this. You notice that, ever since the last press conference where Terrence Bud Crawford, was talking about, everybody said I'm scared. I ain't scared of shit. You know, I'm gonna walk you down the fight like I walked you down the stage. We're like, what? Walked you down on the stage? What is Bud talking about? We've never seen Bud behave like this. But you notice that they have not did another press conference since that press conference. Why do you think that is? I'll tell you why. Because they don't want to hurt the fight because they know that it's a mismatch. They don't want to hurt people. They don't want to hurt the imagery of it. They want people's imaginations to just flourish and do it by themselves, because that's what happens when you push a fight off. You don't have to do. There's not a ton of promotion for David Benavidez versus Anthony Yard, right? But they're giving you dumbass YouTubers times to make points. They're giving dumbass fans times to convince themselves why this guy is going to beat this guy. And if they keep giving the optical reality of the situation when the Terrence Bud Crawford was pushed easily by Canelo, like, get back, like, you little fly. Like, when you give that illusion, you hurt the fight. That's why they have not been doing promotion, because Mayweather and McGregor was going on a world tour, right? Whenever they was about to fight, and they were promoting that fight nonstop. Oh, this is the best fight ever. Oh, Conor McGregor might have a chance. Does it sound familiar? Oh, Conor McGregor has a boxing background. Conor McGregor can do it. You remember that? I remember being at a sports bar and everybody was singing "Ole, ole, ole, ole," and this, as soon as Floyd won, they were like, "USA, nah. Let's not do that USA shit now." But yeah, people were really legitimately giving Conor McGregor a chance against Floyd Mayweather, right? And that's because of promotion. Promotion works the same 100% of the time, and it exists in the imagination of the fans. Long as you give the fans hope, long as you give the fans mythical stuff, make these human boxers, give them characteristics that make them seem unhuman, they'll start to just do what the imagination naturally does. And that's what's happening with Terrence Bud Crawford versus Canelo. The fight is being pushed off. People are talking about, well, push back. People are talking about, making reasons why that fight is going to be close. Same thing with Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney. Brian Norman Jr. is going to beat the hell out of Devin Haney. Make no mistake about it. People will even try to do confirmation bias. Well, they'll tune into somebody that they respect or like. Well, they said it. It must be true. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. You know what I mean? Trust your logic. Don't convince yourself out of what the reality of the situation. Don't lie to yourself. If you pick Bud to win, that's cool. Pick Bud to win. But don't try to make it seem like it's from a logical place. Because logically speaking, Bud doesn't have a chance. Logically speaking, we're talking about the judges. We're talking about the referee who doesn't allow holding. The judges, Tim Cheatham, who cheats in every match and fills out the scorecards before they even get in the ring. We're talking about a bigger guy in there. You know what I mean? We're talking about a stronger guy in there. I don't care how many videos you send me of Bud, doing deadlifts and stuff like that. Canelo has lifted up like 3 of his opponents, and all of them have been bigger than him. Like, lifted him up in the match, like have been in the headlock, lift him up, and basically like threw him. And you want to talk about strength? That's crazy. But then it doesn't even matter because you got a referee doesn't allow a ton of clinching in there, so that takes out the factor. But besides all that, right? I just had to give y'all the lowdown on boxing promotion and how that stuff works. A couple things I want y'all to recognize with Jermell Charlo whenever he was talking about Terrence Bud Crawford versus Terrence Bud Crawford versus Canelo, and he used all the stuff that went wrong for his brother. So couple points to make. So here we go.
You're on Crawford's team. You just said it before.
All right. I like Crawford. All right. My brother fought Canelo, not me. I like Crawford in this fight, and he get to stay big. But my brother even told me that was his mistake that he made. He thought going up in weight, I got to get massive, I got to get big to beat Canelo. It made him slower. It made his reflexes slower. He'll tell you himself. He didn't feel like the Jermell Charlo that y'all seen him fight Tony Harrison. Crawford, I feel like that's the same thing as that. You want to get big to try to absorb Canelo punches and artists, but that's not technically, that's not the Crawford that we're going to see. And then Crawford going up there to fight Canelo at 68, when he's not a 68 pounder, where's the motivation? Y'all got to think about it like that. The money is good, but I don't expect Terrence Crawford to be the Terrence Crawford that was knocking out Gamboa, doing all.
Y'all listen to him. I listen. I know I said this man is probably more than likely on shroom. He telling y'all something here. Like Bud Crawford made it on everybody's radar about beating Gamboa in Fight of the Year. Like all these Terrence Bud Crawford fans that come out of nowhere, y'all the ones said Bud couldn't take a punch. Y'all the ones said Bud didn't know how to tie his shoe. Y'all the ones said Bud couldn't do his ABC. All the people that are coming out now, right, with these talking points, because they come tell me this when my stuff is documented. All my stuff is documented where I said Terrence Bud Crawford could beat Spence. You know, I didn't think it would be so easy, but it's documented that I picked him, and I picked him by knockout, you know, and he ended up winning by knockout. But they got, like I said, all these people didn't even know who he was before the Gamboa fight. Now all of a sudden he can do no wrong. You know, another thing that I think is pretty weird to me, right? This is the funniest part about boxing fans, right? If you ask them out loud, you say, who's better? You know, Floyd Mayweather or Terrence Bud Crawford? I say 100% of them are going to say, well, 99% of them going to say Floyd Mayweather, right? And you say, okay, well, if Floyd Mayweather is better than Terrence Bud Crawford, you know, then why are you picking Terrence Bud Crawford to beat Canelo? If you think Floyd is the greatest fighter to ever live and he was able to beat Canelo, why do you think Bud's going to be able to duplicate that, right? Now, stay with me, right? Because I'm gonna make this come full circle. So I had a show over here, right? And we talked about Roy Jones Jr. versus Floyd Mayweather. And they said Roy Jones Jr., right, as great as he is, can't even come comparable to Floyd Mayweather, right? And you're like, okay, Floyd Mayweather is the greatest fighter ever lived, right? So if Floyd Mayweather is the greatest fighter ever lived, and you can't pick any point in his career where he can move up and beat the 168 version of Canelo, then why are you giving Terrence Bud Crawford a chance for doing it later in his career, past his prime? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So you're telling me Terrence Bud Crawford's the greatest fighter of all time. If he could do something that Floyd couldn't do. Floyd made Canelo come down at a catchweight, and he caught Canelo young. If Floyd would have fought at Bud's age, 168-pound Canelo, he would not have beat him. Period. Right? And you ask yourself, is their logic meter broken? Because if I asked you, if I put Bud and Floyd head to head, and I say who's better, you undoubtedly say Floyd Mayweather's better, and he's the best fighter to ever live. But when you give your breakdown, you say, well, Terrence Crawford could beat Canelo. How? Well, Floyd did it. What you just told me, Floyd was the greatest fighter to ever live, and that in a head-to-head competition, he's greater than Bud. Then why do you think Bud could go and do something that duplicates something he did, and he didn't even do it at 68 at an advanced age? That doesn't make any sense to me. Even when he fought Canelo, a younger Canelo, he was younger than Bud is fighting him now. Shit, Canelo's younger than Bud. He's younger than Floyd when Floyd beat him at this point in his career. That's why I say, man, their logic meter just be all over the place. I can't follow their train of thought. Like, I don't know if it's, well, I know exactly what it is. I think it's a combination of boxing promoters, them not understanding the game, but I also think it's they want to be the guy to say, I told you so. Right? I see this a lot of time in boxing, right? They'll pick a guy who's younger, right? And say, this guy is going to be the next guy coming up, right? And they pick that guy. And they pick that guy to say, man, I was a fan before you. They try to out-fan you. A lot of that stuff be egotistical, right? Like, I be hearing people say, well, you don't even buy fights. You know, what Floyd said. Bill, congratulations for buying fights and being a dummy and paying for fights from boxing promoters that we didn't ask for. Congratulations for spending $1,000 a year for fights that nobody asked for. And you think that the people that stream are the problem. No, dummy, you're the problem. Because the people that stream force them to give us free boxing on TV. But you want to out-fan people because you don't understand what you're watching and just, well, you don't even pay for fights. Like, that's crazy. People are so dumb, man. Oh my God. Sometimes I just wonder, like how they even tie their shoe with chew bubble gum. You know that, like, I listen, I guarantee though, if we ever did like a chew bubble gum and talk and tie your shoe at the same time challenge, a lot of these people would definitely be mute on the stream, and you got to talk on the stream and be active in the topic. They couldn't do all three. That's too many things. They'll overload. They'll start buffering. You know, these people are stupid, like incredibly stupid. I'd like never underestimate the stupidity of boxing fans, right? Like even when I did the video on Terrence Bud Crawford versus Terrence Bud Crawford versus uh, Canelo, and I talked about the sparring. The point that I made up, they all missed the forest for the trees. All of the Bud fans came out and said it's the most stupidest stuff you ever heard of. They start talking about Mayweather. They start talking about all the stuff that doesn't mean anything whatsoever. Oh, my bad. I forgot to send you the link. Give me a second. Y'all give me a second. Okay, there we go. So to the people that want to pull up, I posted the StreamYard link on my community tab, and all positive, I just texted to you. I forgot. My bad. Said there's been too much emotional crap around boxing lately. Tell them, Angie. Let me leave that on the screen for a little bit. That is definitely it. Like it's like, and you know, I say this. I don't ever want to make it seem like, you know, human beings shouldn't experience emotions, but you shouldn't make a decision out of it. That's how you know that you're making the wrong decision, in my personal opinion. You make a decision out of emotion, 9 times out of 10, it's the wrong one, right? Especially if you're going against your logic. I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna tell them what it is. They after I do what they said I couldn't do, you know, like it's like, come on, bro. Look, listen, and look, it makes me mad. I'm gonna just look. I always keep it real, right? This made me mad because I like Terrence Bud Crawford, one of my favorite fighters out there right now. Him Inouye and Matias are my favorite fighters active right now, right? And Benavidez too. My favorite fighters it's probably more. I don't know. Just off the top of my head. But those are my favorite fighters right now, right? And Terrence Bud Crawford, I wanted to see retire undefeated, you know, because there hasn't been a lot of people to do it. Andre Ward is even talking about coming back now. It's really, really hard, you know. The undefeatedness don't get locked in until they pass away, unfortunately, because look at Mayweather. He's still coming back in the ring. Like, they never leave a sport. It's addicting. They call you champ. Everybody kissing your butt. You know what I mean? You getting in the restaurants. You getting Chick-fil-A on Sunday. All those good things, right? And it's hard for people to give up. So I get it. They always come back. But it's just, even Rocky Marciano, the dude at 49-0 that everybody tries to chase, he was contemplating the comeback when Floyd Patterson was champion. He went and secretly trained. He said the reason he didn't come back because he didn't have the hunger. But who would have known if he would never passed away, if he would have came back or not? They always come back. You know, Jim Jeffries was brought up retirement to fight Jack Johnson. They always are able to pull them back with ego and money. Same thing that same reasons why Jamel Charlo want to fight Errol Spence. Same reason why YouTubers fall out. That ego and money thing, people can never get past that. Got to control your emotions. You got to be stoic, you know. But yeah,
Pick that type of contest. I'm not picking either one of their ass. To be honest with you, I don't think Terrence Crawford should be jumping up that far and wait to fight him. But opportunity presents itself. Yeah, exactly. I didn't understand why, but
so a couple things that he said that you know I agree with. He talked about the money. He talked about He talked about Bud's motivation for the fight. He touched on a bunch of things that you can't let go over your head, you know, on top of the things that I'm telling you, you know. If you think, and look, bottom line is this, right? This is the bottom line. If you want to think Bud's going to win, then, you know, think that. You think that, you know, hope it. Don't think it, hope it. But if you're using your logical side of your brain, you know that everything is leaning towards Canelo, from the weight advantage to the referee to everything. Everything leans towards him. He's the A side in the situation, and it is what it is. It's going to be hard for Bud to beat Canelo, and he might have to do it by knockout. The guy that we've never even seen touch the floor, he has to go, and it just that minimizes and shrinks his chances in every aspect. And I get it. Y'all want to be the person to say, y'all the one said Bud could. Y'all want to do all that whole rant, right? Y'all want to be the one to say, "I told you so." It's gonna feel good. You're gonna be flooded with dopamine and all these other chemicals that just gonna make you feel like a high, like if you the one that knocked out Canelo or beat Canelo. But with all that being said, it's not likely that he wins. Definitely not a decision. To knock Canelo down 5 times even to get a draw. Like I said, you think about it logically. The man was dominated by Floyd Mayweather, right? One of the judges had it a draw. Bivol versus him, to me, Bivol dominated and beat him. He didn't win a round past round 4, right? He just dominated him after 4 rounds, right? And one of the judges, well, excuse me, if 1 point goes the other way, you got a draw in the fight. That fight was definitely not a draw, right? And it wasn't even close in my opinion, but that's the Canelo. That's Canelo Alvarez. Canelo knows it too. Like, you think that he's knocking these guys down like Mugia and not finishing them, and that's not the mindset of Canelo because he knows that he's gonna win on decision. He's aware. He knows all he have to do is make it to decision, and I can beat these guys because I'm Canelo. He knows it. Even in the Bivol fight, after the fight, he raised his hand as if he won because he was trying to trick the judge. That's an old boxing thing. They tell you after you finish the fight, don't ever hang your head or look like you lost because you making a lasting impression on the judges. So act like you won. And he really raised his hand like he won in victory and everything, So some things to keep in mind. Some things to keep in mind whenever, you're out there talking about Canelo and Bud. What's up, Mr. Positive?
I'm living.
Hey, man, look, I just wanted to say, I'm positive. The promotion got me, brother. I think I'm picking Bud.
Man, don't do that, man. Look, I told you I'm picking Canelo, man. But the thing is, I actually would like to see history made. I want to see Bud win. I want to see him win because it's a cherry pick. Well, even though Bud called Canelo out, it's still a cherry pick. Like, even though that little man called you out, you ain't got to take that fight.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So,
and I'm not gonna lie, positive. I know exactly what you say. I feel the same way. You want to see the bully get beat up? Like, come on, bro. We know what you're trying to do. Like, we come on. We know. We hip to this. We true to this. We ain't new to this. We know what's going on. We know you chose this man. Because you could market it as pound for pound versus pound for pound, undisputed versus undisputed. Same thing you did with Charlo. It's the exact same thing, and we know that fight was a mismatch when it was announced. It is what it is. Yo, all positive. What's the dude that beat up Berlanga? What's his name again?
Shiraz.
You think that Canelo gonna fight him after he beat Bud?
Never. No.
You don't think so?
No.
If he fights him and beats him, would you give Canelo credit? Make him pound for pound?
I'll give him credit. Well, Canelo's already lifting the pound for pound, but
man, that dude ain't been pound for pound in years. But go ahead.
They still got him. They still got him there in the top 10. They still got him there. But yeah, I'll give him credit for beating him, but no, it ain't gonna happen. You get that. I think Canelo's gonna fight. He's gonna fight Benavidez though. Look, I'm telling you what he's doing. What Sugar Ray Leonard did to Roberto Duran, but he's stretching it out. I think he's gonna fight Benavidez, but he's gonna announce it late, where Benavidez only got maybe a month and a half to get down to 168.
I disagree. All positive.
He's gonna fight him, man. I think he's gonna do
no. He will never fight him. I used to say that, and I would be like, man, look, if Canelo, if you're listening, you and Eddie Renault, I used to say this. I'll positive. He don't want no parts. He don't want no parts. I'll positive. Let me tell you what he gonna do. You know how Floyd Mayweather be like, you got two versions of Floyd Mayweather. You got Pretty Boy Floyd, and you got Money Mayweather. This is Money Canelo right here. And Money Canelo gonna take the least amount of risk for the most amount of reward. Okay. And what he gonna do? All positive. He gonna fight bigger guys that we never heard of, and he got a loyal, dumb fan base that's gonna justify everything he does. He gonna get in there, knock them down, and intimidate them in the fight because they're fighting Canelo. It's a big moment. They know they're down on the scorecards, and then they feel the power, and they be like, "Oh my God, he hit just as hard as I read." And they just coast for a decision. That is going to be a majority of his fights from now on. I wouldn't be surprised if his next fight was Tank or Jake Paul. I'm gonna be 100% honest. If Canelo signed to fight Jake Paul, that would not surprise me. His name was on the contract before this fight. You think that guy is gonna fight Benavidez? All positive.
I'm telling you, man. Look, Benavidez has been at 175 for a little while now. If he offers him that fight next year, being that he hadn't been at 168 going on 2 years, and put a rehydration clause on it, you don't think Benavidez is going to take that fight for like 10, 15 million?
Nope. Oh, no. Oh, hold on. Let me say this. Benavidez will take any amount of, he'll take half of what he's supposed to get to fight Canelo, because what that means as far as the career, you sacrifice, even if it's going to be the biggest payday no matter what, because it's Canelo. But when you beat Canelo, the fan base that you will gain will be worse the Canelo fight. So I know that he will take the fight, but Canelo would never offer it to him. You got to look
down to 168. Like if Canelo, I'm like, if he offers him a fight, I think he's going to offer it to him with a rehydration clause. I don't think Benavidez next year can come back down to 168 and not rehydrate and beat Canelo. I don't think he can do it, but that's what I think Canelo would do to him.
Yeah, he's not gonna fight him, all positive. He's not gonna. There's nothing about Canelo that show. And look, I told one of his diehard fans, I ain't gonna say his name because he's not here to defend himself.
Oh no, don't do that.
I told one of his diehard fans the other day that Canelo at this point is not gonna fight anybody. He should just go ahead and retire because he's gonna do what everybody's complaining about Tank is doing. And here's the kicker, right? Tank fighting Canelo has outraged boxing fans more than. Tank fighting Jake Paul has outraged boxing fans more than Canelo with his name on the contract to fight Jake Paul, right? And I want to pose. You see, I always look for logical answers and responses. Who has a better chance of losing to Jake Paul, Canelo or Tank Davis?
Tank.
Then why the hell are they so? Listen, one of the people was calling Gervonta Tank Davis a pussy and all that. Well, is Canelo a pussy? His name was on the contract next to Jake Paul's. It's crazy. Like you can't make sense of the craziness that you witness throughout boxing. Like it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's absurd. Jake Paul is called a non-boxer. I completely 100% disagree with that. I think that you have to respect the man for getting in the ring and taking punches, especially from the couch. A couch fighter can never, ever tell me anything about a real fighter, especially when they don't get in the ring themselves. Calling them pussy, would y'all if we started a YouTube boxing league today and fans were able to get in there and compete voluntarily or even get paid for it, how many people would compete? How many of people call these boxers pussies would actually get in the ring? I say probably 1% out of 99. Even if you match them age and all that other stuff, 1% out of 99. But they be talking so tough online. But I say all that to say, Jake Paul is taking real punches. Jake Paul's amateur career is his professional career because he doesn't have an amateur career. So him fighting the likes of a Mike Tyson and the likes of the MMA people that he fought, it makes perfect sense because those people have a name and he has to move himself accordingly. Who do you want him to fight? Anthony Joshua? Somebody said he's fighting AJ. He definitely ain't fighting AJ. They already got the Tank fight as official because Tank is already, telling fans shut up and be a fan that he finna fight Jake. So that fight is official. Let me tell you the smart thing about Jake Paul also. Jake Paul does what Floyd Mayweather does. He calls out the best fighters because he knows people want to see him lose. So he'll entertain the idea of him fighting a fighter that could potentially beat him just to keep his name in the algorithm for promotion for his fight with whoever he picks. That's genius. So he called out AJ. Oh, yeah, I'm going to fight AJ because Turkey said he wants him to fight AJ so that he can get knocked out. Oh, yeah, I'm going to fight AJ. Oh, you know what? I'm going to fight Wilder. And then he let these YouTubers run with the stories. And then why his name is an algorithm, bam. Me and Tank about to fight. We got the date. That's genius to me. And you want to be all the way honest to the people who try to out-fan people and diehard fans. Those people are the most confusing boxing fans to me because they complain about boxing the way it is, but don't want it to change also. How do you complain about the state of boxing, but then complain about Turkey trying to change it? then complain about Jake Paul doing the WWE thing that brings eyes to our sport. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Let me ask you this, all positive. Which is a more boxing friendly fight? Marvin Hagler versus Thomas Hearns, or Mayweather versus Conor McGregor?
Oh my God, man! We talking about fan friendly?
I'm talking about boxing, like purists, boxing purists. Which fight would they appreciate most?
Hagler Hearns, but
which one did more money? Which one made more money?
That's what I'm saying. Mayweather and McGregor, they're more popular, and you have two different federations. You got an MMA guy versus a boxing guy, and they're two well-known guys. Of course, they're gonna do more than the boxing, two all-time boxing greats. Of course.
But that's the point that I'm making. All positive. They use the term like casual as an insult. Like a lot of people ain't even from these spaces. They don't understand that calling somebody a boxing casual is a derogatory term that was made up by Dante's Boxing Nation. They don't understand that. He used to call them casuals and decafs, I believe. So they don't understand.
He's out of control right now, man. He's out of control, man.
Oh, Dante.
Him and Boxing Ego, these guys are out of control. That basically turned this into like, yo, if you're picking Canelo, you're hating on Bud. I'm like, man, these guys out of
Yo, I see somebody call Boots Ennis a coon. A coon for working with Canelo.
I don't even
that
like
is crazy.
I don't even like Boots. You know that. We don't like Boots over here. We don't like his constant dagger. But how you calling a man a coon for getting money? Like we went over this, how much sparring partners make. Like the lower level sparring partners getting like $3 to $4 grand a week. The lower level guy. Boots is a champion himself. He's a top fighter in his division. And Canelo's one, he is the face of boxing, the top guy. You think Boots is only getting $3-4 grand for this sparring session? He probably got about 20, 25, I don't know. Probably 10 to 20,000. I don't know. But like I said, Boots probably in it for the money. And then he gets to work out too. He gets to work too and gets the extra experience himself. Because what I'm saying, he might be a future opponent for Canelo. You never know. Canelo probably was sparring Boots. He's like, you know what? I think I can beat this guy. He'll offer him a contract. He'll come up and take it.
Yeah, Canelo will never fight Boots. Yeah, if Boots give him work in camp, now if he beating up on Boots, that'll be a potential opponent.
Nah, but he was just, but I seen people, Tim Bradley talking about Boots should come back and report to us what. I'm like, man, who would do some junk like that? That's messing up his money. I don't even like Boots. That's just silly.
It's funny that you said that. Let me throw Tim Sabella right here. So the sparring partner that was sparring Ryan Garcia was the most idiotic sparring partner of all time. And I haven't even heard about nobody working with him since, because he broke the cardinal rule. Because he hurt Ryan Garcia, then reported to Tank that he hurt him to the body, then came out and made a public apology video about hitting Ryan Garcia in the ribs. And it's like, wow, bro, that's like O.J. Simpson saying the buddy glove don't fit because it shrunk because it rained. But now this is my glove. This is my glove right here. Like, bro, that is the stupid. And he broke a cardinal rule. It would be idiotic for Boots to do this. It would mess up his integrity as a sparring partner. People would go into camp and try to do the same thing to him because they would feel like he was unloyal. So they don't owe him any loyalty. It just would be bad business all the way around. And let me tell you how I know that it's not. See, Tim is compromised. And he says it. He says all the time that, he's picking my guy. He says it. That's my guy. He's compromised. He don't see this for what it is. If y'all don't know over here, we tell the truth about Boots. I did a whole presentation about how Boots ducked Terrence Bud Crawford, how he didn't want any smoke with him. I talked about how he was on the Gillian Wallow show and he was like, man, I'm trying to fight you in 2017. Nobody even knew who Boots was in 2017. Then he got out of the sanctioning body to force the mandatory for him to fight Bud. He doesn't want any parts of Bud. But this is the kicker right here, right? He stands to win if Canelo beats Bud.
Yeah.
Because people who get beat, exactly. He's doing the heavy lifting for Boots, and nobody will talk about Boots versus Terrence Bud Crawford again, because Terrence Bud Crawford was even entertaining the idea of going back down in weight and fighting at 54, the weight that Boots said he needed tune-up for. Terrence Bud Crawford moved up to 54 and fought a champion. He didn't need no tune-ups. So we already know where the mentality, who's the real fighter or who ain't. You know, just look at how well Bud was 10 years as a pro and look where Boots is 10 years as a pro. But Boots stands to gain a lot by Canelo beating Terrence Bud Crawford. Because now he has an L on his record. Depending on how he beats him, knocks him out, or knocks him down, it makes him look a whole lot vulnerable. And people will stop mentioning Bud in the lights of Boots, because a lot of people mention him and always make Boots a second tier to Bud, which he is. And he wins. He wins by Canelo coming out on top in this fight. And he knows that. You always talk about the art of war and 48 laws of power. This would be along the lines of that. Let me go help the guy that I want to beat, who the guy who I feel is the biggest rivalry to me. You know, I can't say it out loud that I think this guy will beat me if we got in the ring. So let me just help somebody better prepare so that they could beat his ass so I don't have to do it. Smart.
It is. It's genius. It's genius. Like you letting him do the heavy work, and we've seen this before in boxing, where guys are like, okay, they'll cheer on a fighter fighting someone else because they don't want to fight him. They want to get beat. This has happened a lot. This is nothing new. This has happened a lot.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Deontay Wilder used to do it with AJ. Everybody that AJ felt he cheered against. Everybody that AJ fought, Deontay Wilder would show up and be like, I think he got a good chance to beat him. You know, I think he could beat AJ. You'd be like, what? So you like what? He what's the dude? Prevekin. He thought Prevekin was gonna be AJ.
Man, he picked a 4-year-old punching bag, man.
But you got to remember, Deontay Wilder was supposed to fight Prevekin at that. Like this is before he was 40. Yeah. He was on steroids. He had been popped for positive, and he was brutal at this point. And Deontay Wilder picked what you call it to beat him, Anthony Joshua. But he always showed up and picked against AJ.
That is crazy.
But yeah, so it's smart. It's smart. I get it. I mean, I get it. I get it all positive. I think it's a good move for Boots, you know, because Boots is out there. Look, Boots is the shadow government. You know what I mean? We got to call Boots the deep state boxing, because he always trying to pull strings and let people eliminate each other. Like even at 54, he want to go get a big payday from Turkey, fight nobody. Since 154 to both competitive division in boxing, and he's grown out of 147. He'll let them guys beat each other up while he gets a tune-up. And then go to Canelo's camp and help Canelo beat Bud. So you don't got to fight Bud. It's smart all the way around. Listen, say what you want about Boots. You know, Boots is, I don't know if y'all watch Game of Thrones, Boots would be like Littlefinger. You know, he always behind in the shadows, pulling the strings.
Yeah.
What's up, KP? That dude is smart, man. That dude is smart as far as, you know, letting his enemies eliminate each other. He may not be smart as far as a warrior, but y'all got to remember this. Boxing is a sport that the lions compete, but is ran by the mice. The people who make the millions of dollars and last years upon years and have careers are the people that don't take any punches and ain't athletic at all. So Boots has combined himself with that type of mindset, all while being a fighter. And you got to give that man credit, man. I got to give him credit. Listen, I don't give Boots credit for nothing over here. The one thing I will give him credit for is this chess move that he made. You know, like I said, I think Timothy Bradley is compromised. You know, well, I don't think. I know Timothy Bradley is compromised, so he's not seeing it for what it is. He just throwing stuff out there. Like he's an insider. He could have easily got some inside information on if he reporting back to Terrence Bud Crawford, but he said that he is, but then said that he ain't. Like he said that he could report back, and that Terrence Bud Crawford team need to check in to see if they can get information. It was like, wait. Do you know for a fact that this is what it is? But are you guessing? Because it seemed like you're guessing to me.
There have been a lot of Boots Ennis type fighters in the history of boxing. You know, but we got to give credit not only to Boots, but whoever he kept signing to. Like his promoters were protecting him. Now he's with Eddie Hearn, so you know Eddie Hearn's gonna protect him. Like I said, we might not see Boots face competition maybe until the year 2030. if that. I mean, maybe he's not Eddie Hearn.
You being generous. I feel like in 2030 he gonna be like, I want to take a couple tune-ups, but I'm almost ready for a championship, title fight. No, not a championship title fight. I'm almost ready to become undisputed. That's what he gonna say because he already been champ. He got emailed that belt a long time ago. Got airdropped it. But he gonna be like, 2030, baby, this is my year. I think I might become undisputed. At what weight class? 118. He finna go down to 118 and bully those guys. But yeah, you're right. You're right about that.
There's been a lot of those guys in the history of boxing, man. And the only way these guys are able to do that is when it's multiple champions per weight. Like the 3-belt era was bad enough. I mean, boxing writers always complain about the 3-belt era when the IBF became a real title. This is during the 80s. 80s and 90s, they were always complaining. So now that it's 5 belts, the WBO and the WBA got 2 belts. It's even worse now because anybody can be. Look, I've said this before. There are 5 belts per weight class and 17 weight classes. If you are a fighter and you can't win 1 belt, then that says a lot about you in this era. If you can't win 1 belt, 17 weight classes and 5 belts per weight class, that says a lot about you as a fighter.
Yo, that's crazy work. All positive. Do you think they're gonna add another belt? Yo, Vic? What's good, bro? Man, I ain't seen you in a long time. Long time no see, brother. What's good? But yeah, man, you think all positive? You think there'll ever be another belt?
Yeah,
5 belt.
The IBO will eventually become a title probably next 10 years. Probably so. I see it. Because we never thought that WBO would become a real title. Like I said, I can show you boxing magazine from 30 plus years ago. When I was a teenager, I was getting boxing. Like I said, they wouldn't even list the WBO champions. Like I said, the only magazine that listed WBO champion was International Boxing Digest. That's the only one because they talked about all the fights around the world. And if you had a WBO champion, you had to vacate that title to fight for one of the big 3. They wouldn't let you unify with the only person I saw they let unify with the one of the big 3 was Prince Nassim, but every time he would unify, he would give up that belt and keep the WBO. He did it twice. But other sanctioned by the WBC, IBF, WBA, they would not let you be a unified champ with the WBO. They didn't allow it.
You're all positive. Oh, you was right, bro, about Roy Jones.
What?
When you said Roy Jones and Floyd been beefing for a while. Matter of fact, let me throw the rest of this so I can get into the Roy Jones. I want to break that down because Andre Ward talked about fighting Anthony Joshua. I want to get into all that. So let me get through with what he said about Bud getting beat up by. You heard what he said, right? He talked about the weight. He talked about he basically said the same thing I was telling everybody. When people give a breakdown of this, they talk about Gamboa. Bud is so far removed from the Gamboa, but the Gamboa fight was like 2010. Like what? Like that was like that's almost like 20 years ago. We round up, everybody round up, right? If you 38, they say you're 40. If we round up, that's almost 20 years ago. So like I don't know, man. It is what it is, man. But
I mean, I wasn't a fan of it, but
You didn't like it?
I didn't like it. I'm inside.
excuse me, not 20, 10. My bad. Got to be factual over here. Because they'll take that. Oh, I can't believe Bud is going to lose the fight because he didn't say the year's right.
I'm Canelo size. I'm his age. I'm in this weight division.
So
it's a difference.
People that quote unquote duck Canelo, quote unquote duck Benavidez, would you be the fighter that's willing to get in there?
I would fight Benavidez at 68 years. I would fight Canelo at 68 years. Fight him at 75? No.
60.
I would fight him at 68.
Was it hard?
That's Canelo's next matchup. I just caught that. Did you catch that?
Oh yeah, I mean
that's gonna be Canelo next fight.
Canelo is the king of fighting brothers. Like you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying, not saying brothers in the sense of black people. I'm talking about brothers. If he fights you and you got a brother, he's gonna fight your brother.
Canelo is the brother slayer.
I called it that before, the brother slayer. From the Smiths to the Cottos and the Charlos. He's a brother slayer. That's what he does. If he
Yeah, that's a good thing. I ain't never caught that on my person. Damn, that's a good catch right there. I ain't never caught that. The brother slayer. That's interesting.
Yeah. I said it before on the channel. I was like, he's a brother slayer. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And that's what he does. He fights.
That's a good one, man. That's a good one. You know, all positive. We don't have to start trademarking stuff over here because people be stealing, man. You know, one time on my show, I said that that he's the lion, but he's the lion from the Wiz. When I tell you, everybody thumbnail had Jamel Charlo as the Wiz, I'm like, dang, bro, I gotta start
Yeah,
trademarking it.
I've seen that on a lot of people's channels, man. They had him in the Wiz costume.
Yo, Vic, you know the problem with that, bro, is that he's gonna be heavier.
Yeah, Vic, he can't rely on his speed if he's going up 3 weight classes. That's not how that works, you know. Because and look, it probably could work if let's say he comes in at 150, 152, maybe. But still, Bud's 38 years old, man, and Bud's never fought. Everybody like to use Mayweather. Bud and Mayweather fight nothing alike. But Mayweather was a hit and not get hit. Bud Crawford was a hit. I'm gonna get hit, and I'm gonna. Matter of fact, I got a quote from Sean Porter in the new on the Ring Magazine site. That they always ask the best you ever fought, and they break down their best fights. Sean Porter himself said they asked him who was the hardest to hit. Sean Porter's like nobody. He's like, I was able to hit all, and this is true. He's like, I was able to hit all my opponents. He started talking about Terrence Crawford. He's like, Terrence Crawford is not a hard guy to hit, but he's just so smart in the ring, like he figures you out later. But he's easy to hit. So he said that in the Ring Magazine, but he's on his podcast selling that Terrence Crawford is this defensive wizard. I'm like, come on, man, stop it, man. We've seen Bud his whole career. Bud does not fight like Mayweather. And that's what if the fight would take place at 160 and Bud had a hit and not get hit style, I would favor him. But I can't see a guy jumping up 3 weight classes and he ain't got no defense. I don't understand people's logic in picking him.
That's the only way that you could beat. See, people don't understand styles, man. You got to remember this. Canelo is a fighter that fights in spots and he takes rounds off, even in his prime, right? And then you have a guy who's arguably, one of the greatest defenders of all time, right? Well, not arguably to the people that know boxing, but people try to argue it. That's what I mean. But you have a guy who does that and likes to fight in spots too. So all he did was be defensive in the spots where Canelo was trying to be offensive, and then outpoint him when he's trying to rest. Styles make fights. He had a style that offset anything that he was trying to do, that Canelo was trying to do, because he fights in spots, right? And it's like, Bud does not have that. He's a great fighter with an exceptional offense. People say Bud can't box. He can box, but his boxing is geared towards setting up his offense. Mayweather's offense is geared toward, Mayweather's boxing is geared towards his defense and making you miss and eventually making you pay. There's a lot of times where Floyd just made you miss, to make you miss. He would just get too defensive, fall in love with his defense, because he wanted to take the win out of your cells and get you in the late rounds. But Bud and Floyd are completely two different fighters. I don't even know how people are using one as the barometer as the other, but it is what it is. We'll see. We shall see.
Yeah, but even
Yo,
Mayweather,
we got a comment that said this during the panel.
What you just say, nigga?
See that? He come in dropping M-bombs.
I didn't hear you.
He come right in dropping M-bombs. We got a socialist that joined, a socialist and a commie that just joined the panel.
Well, firstly, I'm not a communist. I'm a democratic socialist / part.
He got that from Bernie Sanders.
Well, yeah, Bernie
stealing from the white man. When your people gonna get enough from stealing from the white man?
Well, Bernie has definitely been a huge part of the movement, but no, democratic socialism goes all the way back to Fred Hampton and his 10-point plan. So, speak the facts, Boxer Scholar. This didn't start with no white man. I mean, you could say socialism itself started with Karl Marx when he came up with Marxism.
Man, what's your boxing take? We didn't ask for no political history.
You started it, nigga. I'm gonna
Bro,
check
this
you,
dude,
but
hey, this dude just read 30 political facts that he want to say a day, so he try to show out. Man, if you don't get to the
I
part,
mean, I mean, respectfully, boxer scholar. I just came up to talk boxing. I mean, you're the one calling me out on my beliefs. Respectfully, I got to defend
you're
myself.
right, brother. I apologize, bro. What boxing takes do you have today, sir?
I mean, I heard you talking about Tomato Canelo and Budrick Crawford. Um, I think Bud Crawford is gonna beat him half to death, like what I was saying earlier about what Jermell Charlo would have done to Earl Spence. I think it's gonna be something vicious. I'm not gonna lie. Like a year ago when they were talking about this fight, I thought this was some bullshit. I said, man, hell no, I don't want to see it. I don't want to talk about it. I think Bud is too little. But now, you know what I'm saying? They letting Bud Crawford use some of the Conti secret sauce. You know what I'm saying, Boxer Scholar? That cream and clear. You know what I'm saying? That 2025 cream and clear. That shit that they can't detect. I don't know. You see the weight that Bud Crawford put on? Not only that, I think Bud Crawford is just he got more cojones than what's your boy name? Jermell Charlo. So on top of the drugs, on top of the weight he's probably gained as a result of the drugs, and on top of his character and mentality, I see Bud Crawford going in there and just sticking his whole leg up Canelo Alvarez's ass.
Bro, you getting a
And it's
little
gonna be
graphic
something
over there, bro.
vicious.
This a family show now. Don't be talking about asses and foots and shit.
And
Hey,
how
my
is he gonna do
apologies,
it?
brother.
I'm
But
clouded,
it's the
bro.
real world.
I'm clouded,
And
man.
what's
But you know what I was gonna say to that, Marky Dan? Let me ask you a question. Who did Mikey Garcia work for when he moved up to fight Errol Spence? Excuse me, who did he work with?
Robert Garcia,
No. Keep going. You're right, but keep going.
Victor Conti.
Victor Conte. And um he got the candy piata beat out of his ass, right? And you remember before the fight, he kept saying, "I see something." You know what he saw? His retirement. You remember on That's So Raven when she would see the future? That's what Mikey Garcia did and seen his retirement.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, yeah. I remember
after
that
that, bro, it
bullshit.
was a wrap. We seen him struggling with Sandor Martin and it was over for him, right? Let me ask you another question. Who did Boo Boo Andre work with for the Benavidez fight?
Victor Conti, obviously.
Bro, Victor Conte is not no guru. He's not any of that
I
stuff.
mean, but did they have drug testing in those fights?
Yes.
Well,
no,
there ain't no drug testing in this fight, Boxer
it's
Scholar.
drug
That's
testing.
my
Well,
point.
then you making my argument for me then, though.
It's drug testing, man. It's drug testing in the fight. Maybe
So,
not a lot of it. It's
so,
drug
but
testing.
no,
Man, it's not no drug testing in this fight.
Turkey
They
said
pulled out.
that for all of his fights they use Vada. That's what he said.
Well, I don't believe that bullshit.
It's
Anything that
drug
comes
testing.
out of a
It's in Las
sand digging
Vegas.
Arab's mouth, I don't believe it.
No, it's in
They're
Las Vegas,
swayed
man.
by money.
No, it might not be 24. It might be not be like the random drug testing where they show up at your camp, but now they're gonna have drug testing at the after the fight. They're gonna have drug testing. There's no way if they didn't have drug testing, man. If they didn't, Canelo gets them out of there in 1 or 2 rounds.
Man, they watched
I know this
Floyd.
for a fact.
An agent, or excuse me, a commissioner from the Nevada State Athletic Commission literally walked into Floyd's house and saw this man with an IV in his arm, and they continued on and let him fight. And they knew, and Floyd and them knew they did something wrong, and the commission knew they did something wrong because like weeks after the fight, they tried to apply for what you call it, a TUE, like
Yeah, an
a
exemption.
therapeutic, yeah, therapeutic exemption, whatever they call it. So no, like money talks, absolutely. This is Canelo versus Bud. These are probably 2 of the top 3 biggest sellers in the American market.
I'm gonna be honest
If
with
you
you.
take
I'm gonna
Tank
be honest
Davis
with
out
you.
of there,
Well, you know what you're missing, Marky Dan? The fact that Turkey Al-Rashid may not say it, but he want Canelo to win the fight. He want Canelo to win the fight because it's good for business. Bud not gonna make the money back. He might lose money with
I
Bud.
don't agree. I don't agree.
So, all right, okay, let's
But ain't no
go down there.
household name, man. But ain't no
Can
household name, dog.
Canelo, first off, Canelo would never hold Turkey's hand. That's number one. He'll never
What they
walk
got
and
to do
hold
with
this
making
man's
money?
hand.
Hey, this is the money
No, no,
making
no. That
business.
got a lot to do with it. Diddy told them boys, "Hey, you do this, I'll make you producer of the year." Turkey got his investments in Bud. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Go ahead.
Yo, so this dude is hilarious, man. So his investment was holding his hand. What kind of investment you talking
I'm
about?
gonna
It
just
sounds like
leave
you
it at
talking
that,
about
Boxer
a
Scholar.
Diddy investment. We don't do them.
Hey,
You can't cash them
do your
checks.
research.
You
Do
can't
your
cash them
research.
checks. You know what I
Do
mean? It
your
took Cassie, what,
research.
20 years to cash that check?
Them Saudis are wild. Just do your research. That's all I'm
Oh
gonna say.
man, damn. So he said, what I'm gathering from your opinion is this. He said a lot of it depends on Buzz Chin, which isn't a good bet at 168. Yes, Vic, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, Vic, ultimately. That Bud Crawford is definitely a better fighter. You don't need me to tell you. You don't need anybody to tell you. If they were the same weight, I think Bud stretches Canelo.
Yeah, I do too.
But even though he's never been
Whoa.
knocked out, I think he stretches him, right? But the weight
Whoa.
jump is too much. Like, so if Floyd Mayweather at any point in his career, they say Floyd Mayweather is the greatest fighter of all time, right? You take Floyd Mayweather at any point in his career and just take him up there to fight the 168 pounder champion, like locally, whoever it may be, even Triple G. Okay, let's just take Triple G, not even 168 pounder. A lot of people thought that was a mismatch, him and Triple G. And when they entertained the fight, a lot of people said, well, Triple G has to come down to make it fair, right? And this is the guy that they're saying is the greatest fighter of all time, right? So why do they think that Bud could do it if they think that Floyd is greater than Bud without a catch weight or making him come down and concede on everything? The referee, the judge, like concede on everything. It's hard for me to see. Now, if he does it, like I said, we're going to do a fight live that day, right? And if he does it, I promise you, I will be hoarse the next day from so much screaming that I will do, because I'm going to just be honest with you. I want to see Canelo lose. See, I talk about my logic and what my, hopes and all that stuff. My hope is that he lose, right? Because I don't like him cherry picking. I feel like he bullying, you know what I mean? And I feel like he only taking his fight because he knows that he'll win the fight. But he won't fight Benavidez, which is the fight everybody wants to see. So I don't like what Canelo is doing at this point in his career. But will that happen? It's highly unlikely. But I mean, there's always a small possibility. You never know. Canelo might age 100 years overnight. That's the only way Bud wins, in my opinion. Canelo got to age so much between now and the fight that Bud just goes in there and just dominates him, gets everything lined up for him. That's the only way I see Bud winning, but it's just too much. Now, to get back on Marky Dan, right? Turkey Al-Rashid did an interview on the Boxing Voice, Marky Dan, right? And in the interview, he talked about how, like, this ain't no charity, and he didn't get into boxing to lose money, right? Which is the opposite of what he said before. He said
full of shit.
So you think they're a charity, and you think he wants to lose money?
I don't think he's a charity, but they are set up to burn money. They're set up.
That's cap.
They get bit.
That's cap.
No, that's not cap. They have a 60. Hold on. Excuse me, sir. They have a $63 billion budget that they could pull from the Saudi social development sector. They do not give a fuck about burning this money.
Hold on.
Not
Marky Dan, are you serious? Marky Dan, let me ask you this.
Pay-per-views. They're not selling these $20 pay-per-views in hopes of getting their money back.
Marky Dan, this is what they're doing. They're doing what a person does during the internship, bro. Where you don't worry about the amount of money, you look down the road, how much you can make later. They're trying to monopolize the sport if it's not obvious to you. They already got golf.
Absolutely. So
But
right
you
now,
act like boxing is the only sport they have. They're already involved in other sports. They're involved in golf.
Yup.
They're in soccer. So that budget ain't solely
That's a lot
for
of money
boxing.
burning, right?
Yes. So they don't have a lot to burn on boxing. Thank you for making my point.
They got 63. Firstly, the sports budget for the Saudi Super League, their what you call it, Live Golf, all of that shit. That doesn't come from the social development sector. That comes from the entertainment sector. That's its own separate budget. Bro, these niggas are buried in money. They don't give a fuck about burning. They did not listen. Turkey would not have been upset about burning $400 million in one weekend on Canelo and Skull, and then the bullshit in the Big Apple.
Then why they talking about Tom and Jerry then? Why that Tom and Jerry shit coming?
Because it was bored as hell, and he had to sit there and watch it.
Marky Dan, this is what I want you to realize, bro. Warren Buffett make a lot of money, right? A lot of money, right? If Warren Buffett came across a briefcase with $1 million, is he gonna pick it up or not?
Hell no.
You have lost your mind,
What?
Marky Dan. You have lost your mind, bro.
Why would I pick up $1 million just off the street? That shit could
You're
have
talking, but it's because you're thinking like a
tracker in
person
it.
who don't
That
have
shit
it.
could have been robbed from
Yo,
a
yo,
bank, and they could be
Marky
tracking
Dan,
the
Marky Dan,
numbers
hold
on the
up. I got
notes.
something for you, Mr. Socialist. You know who Dave Ramsey is? I know you know Dave Ramsey, right?
Dave Ramsey. I believe I do.
Financial, he's supposed to be like a financial
What's his
guru.
profession?
He gives a bunch of advice online about like getting out of debt and paying off your credit cards and stuff like that.
Nah, I got no clue who the fuck he is.
Okay, well, he's a popular dude. He's popular amongst the millennials and Generation Z because he came right during a good time, and a good time where like people was broke, and he gave some good advice about paying off credit. So he's like a credible guy, was a credible guy. So he started saying crazy stuff. But check this out, right? So he always railing against the government and government handouts, right? This is hilarious, right? Government and government handouts. But then whenever we were getting the money during COVID, he said if they sent him that money, he would keep it. And this is a millionaire. Talk about keeping $200, $600, $1,000 payments and stuff like that, bro. This is a multi-millionaire. He ain't just 1 million. He multi-million. Talk about keeping it, bro. These guys will pick up a quarter up off the ground, bro. They're greedy. They're like viruses, bro.
Nah,
Viruses don't
that's
understand that.
entirely different.
No, viruses don't understand that if they kill the host, they kill themselves. Their job is just to replicate and do more and more and more. You know what they're like? They're like Agent Smith from The Matrix. You remember how he was fighting Neo and he kept saying more? That's what millionaires and billionaires be thinking, bro. They are not finna Marky Dan. I guarantee if I dropped $100, they ain't giving it back to me. They're gonna pick it up and say, well, God made it this way.
Man,
facts.
Care.
Marky Dan, everybody say you tripping, bro.
Do you know why people?
Miss Bitch said that I'm going in.
That's I think he might be behind. She might be behind.
Hey, do you know why millionaires are millionaires though?
What you say, brother?
You know why millionaires and billionaires are billionaires and millionaires? Because they don't like paying bills. Like I said, I knew.
No, they don't pay taxes.
Not only that, they don't like paying their bills. Period. Like I said, I knew. I worked with a millionaire. The lady was actually basically a millionaire. Like the groups they had, like the organization they ran, these were millionaires, and they didn't even want to pay out simple like their payrolls, like the people, like $250, $300 a week. They didn't even want to pay that. They'll find ways to cut costs to keep from paying that. These people got millions of dollars. They don't even want to pay $250 a week to their workers.
I mean, that shit add up as
millionaires don't like paying money. I know it adds up, but still, millionaires don't like paying their bills. That's why when you see
no. Listen. I agree totally with you and Scholar. I agree. Millionaires are greedy, and they make an effort to try and hold on to their money and spend other people's money. But listen, I just didn't agree with his analogy about if you find $1 million on the street, is Warren Buffett gonna pick up and go? No, I don't agree with that. No, because the stuff we talking about is actually legitimate business. Like they can actually do that shit legitimately, and they have control and eyes to monitor that money. They don't know who the fuck this $1 million is from.
So, Marky Dan, what you telling me is not only would they not pick the money up off the ground, is they don't mind blowing $400 million because the budget is so good.
Let me ask you a question. If Warren Buffett just woke up one day and $2 billion and $1 trillion was transferred to his account, is he gonna take that and transfer it out to another account, or is he gonna call his fucking bank and say, "Yo, what the fuck is going on here"?
Are you serious? He's not gonna say anything. He's gonna try to keep the $1 trillion. Why are you at? Do you not understand the mentality of
to him? You dumb fuck.
Bro, you have lost. First, hold on, Marky Dan. Hold on.
It belongs to somebody.
Hold on, Marky Dan. Hold on. Let's break it down. Let's woosah. Let's stop the name calling. Let's have civilized discourse.
Okay, I apologize. You're not calling.
Okay, now go ahead and elaborate. Go ahead and elaborate.
I apologize.
Go ahead and elaborate why you think that would happen. I'll tell you why I think it wouldn't happen.
What, that the bank would come looking for their money?
No. That Warren Buffett would send it back or ask what's going on.
For the reasons I just stated. Firstly, he can get charged with fraud if he does anything with that money. Secondly, $1 million on the fucking street. There's a lot, like, that's just question mark.
Now maybe, maybe I'm a bitch, and Warren Buffett is a different type of animal, and he got them people around him that he could just grab $1 million off the street and not give a fuck and not watch over his shoulder. I don't know, but yeah, I wouldn't touch that shit. Let me just put it that way.
But
Maybe
you
you're
talking
right,
about
Marky
you,
Dell.
Marky Dan. There's a difference between you, us, and them, bro. Like, bro. I mean, I don't want to get political, but Trump with his campaign, with his campaign fraud that he did, right? You and I couldn't do that. We would be under the jail,
Those are facts.
right?
Those are facts.
Different set of laws. Warren Buffett, I think he would keep the money because, like, a lot of times what corporations will do is they'll look at the system, try to game the system, and look at what the penalty would be, and normally the penalty is just a fine. Perfect example of that, cigarettes. They knew cigarettes were bad. They got doctors to say they were good. They did a whole bunch of stuff because they knew that the money that they were making that time would be worth the little bit of fines they would pay out later. So they always do stuff based on that. I think Warren Buffett would, because his brain is geared towards that and he's been getting by so long, it would automatically go towards that. But I'd say all that to say this. So with the Saudi money, bro, I think that Canelo Alvarez, bro, is the cash cow out of the two. I don't think you would disagree with that, right? Canelo brings in more money than Bud, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when Turkey Al-Rashid was talking about losing money in boxing, I think he got mad because people are starting to look at him like a welfare case, kind of. You know, like same way you said, 400 million ain't nothing to him. You know, pay me. Like everybody's looking at him like, give me money, whether it be the fighters or the boxing promoters. And I think he kind of getting irritated with that. We're like, well, you're going to earn your money. You're going to be in tough fights. That's the reputation that he wants. And I think Dana White has a lot to do with that. But not because he's a good person, because he don't want boxing to flourish.
It's like I was talking about earlier. Turkey Al-Rashid, boxing needs a strong man. And that's what you're talking about with Turkey Al-Rashid. He wants that reputation of Dana White. Dana White don't play that shit. He's an old-fashioned Boston, Massachusetts union buster. He does not give one fuck about his fighters and robbing the fuck out of them and then taking home $1 billion worth of revenue. While them niggas, they gotta fight 3 times a year to make $500,000. Which, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, that's really good money. Just be honest. I mean, to work 3 times a year,
no.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me try this way. Let me try this way, Marky.
Job. I mean, you're making a lot of income. But
let me try it this way.
Dana White. Okay, go ahead.
I think you'll get it more this way. Let me try this way. What fight do you think will do better numbers? You think Spence versus Bud or Bud versus Canelo?
Bud versus Canelo. That's not even a question.
Okay, let's try this. Which fight do you think will make more money or made more money? Jaime Munguia versus Canelo or Chance Bud Crawford versus Errol Spence?
I think Terrence Crawford and Spence.
You're right, but it was barely. That's the point I'm making. That was fight of the century between Bud, the biggest fight on his resume, and that could even compare to a Canelo versus Munguia. So to me, it's obvious who the cash cow is out of the two, who the A side is. I think Canelo being a younger fighter, Turkey knows that he can make more matches and make more money out of Canelo in the sport of boxing and get a return on his investment than he could with Bud, who's aging, who's going to take damage in this fight no matter what the outcome is. So it's not conducive for business for Bud to win, in my personal opinion.
Man, Turkey just want to see great events. I think he
That's
wants
what you
to
think
put
you
on
want to
great
do?
fights. And
then why are we having this one? If that's the case, why are we having this one?
Because it's an event. This is the event of the year.
Can I tell you something, Marky?
They're gonna do a 3-day festival before the fight.
No, they stopped doing them festivals ever since Bud talked about walking Canelo down on the stage.
Nah, they're gonna do a whole festival, 3 days worth of fights before even the main fight card.
Oh, no, I thought you meant it. I thought when you say festival, I'm thinking you talking about a Diddy part. No, I'm just playing. When you say festival, I'm thinking you talking about I think you talk about like how Floyd and Conor McGregor did. You remember they did like a tour around the world where they was
talking about a media tour.
Yes, but you noticed that they stopped doing that, right, Marky Dan?
Yeah, which is crazy. I mean, those shits.
Marky
those
Dan,
shits were legendary.
No, it was hurting the fight, bro, because Canelo.
Not.
Man, what? Canelo pushed Bud back like a little bitty kid, bro, in one of those events.
Man, get the man. Let me tell you something. when Conor McGregor was up there talking his shit, I mean, Conor McGregor sold that whole Floyd Mayweather build up. I'm gonna be really honest with you. Floyd just stayed there and said, "I'm the champ." He's a chump. This what happens when you get when you microwave something. I mean, like Floyd wasn't really there for most of that build. I'm gonna be really honest with you. Like Floyd really let me down, but Conor, he was talking this shit. What the fuck do you think is gonna happen here?
Who the
Talking that shit to a
1,
security
2,
guard.
3? Fuck the Mayweathers. You little slaphead. Yeah, he did sell
You
that, bro.
fucking cunt. And look at
You,
this
who
little
the
weasel,
The little
Espinoza.
Weezers. You little Weezer. Who the fuck is he? Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Conor McGregor did have some quotables for them.
And then Steven Espinoza started moving around in his chair, and Conor said, "What the fuck you gonna do about it?" Hey, that whole build up was classic, bro. I swear to God, they ain't gonna never make another nigga like Conor McGregor. I swear to God, on my life, that shit was once in a century. They ain't gonna never make entertainers like that again. Like, this whole shit is just cooked, Boxing Scholar. We ain't gonna never have it like that again. We ain't gonna never have the Frasers and the Alis.
But
we ain't gonna
even
never
you
have
knew
build ups like that.
you knew that fight was bogus, right? You knew that McGregor Mayweather fight was garbage. You knew that though, right? Going into it.
I mean, I knew the matchup was gonna be bullshit, but I'm gonna be honest, it was more entertaining than I expected it to be.
Well, that was entertaining, but going into it, you knew Mayweather was gonna win by knockout. Right?
No, obviously, yeah, of course.
Okay, all right, that's all. but
No, Marky Dan had money on Conor McGregor. He lied.
The thing is, you knew that.
15.
The moment he heard Conor McGregor say, "You little fucking slabhead," he was like, "I'm gonna put $100 on Conor. $100 on the white man."
I was 15 years old at the time. I didn't have money. I was broke as a joke.
Bro, this dude was 15. Marky Dan, you gotta change your name from the historian, bro.
That was 8 years ago, right?
Man, you gonna be all right, Boxing Scholar.
Bro, you Marky Dan. No Diddy, bro. I got like a mole somewhere that's older than you, bro.
I didn't need to know that.
I didn't say where you get your mind out the gutter, young man. You get your mind out the gutter, young man.
I mean, I don't need to know about any of the geography of your body, respectfully.
Hey,
my dear
yo,
brother.
Marky Dan, I gotta tell you this respectfully, bro. You better be careful putting historian by your name because you got some people out there like all positive, bro. They might come for that name, bro. They might test your knowledge, bro.
I mean, test my knowledge whenever you want, my nigga.
Go ahead, all positive. Give him some trivia real quick. Let's see what he know, all positive.
Dun, 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 dun.
You know what's funny is we had a game night, and when I tell you this little cheap motherfucker right here,
No, I was not. This
cheap
motherfucker right here.
This
No,
cheap
let me tell you something. That
bro,
shit was so
this
unfair.
dude is fucking a cheater, man.
No, I could not contemplate my answer. He let other niggas change their answers. That was so
after the first
unfair.
5 questions, he kept going to repeat the question. I'm like, hold on, man.
This dude was cheating like a motherfucker.
I don't get to be, man. That was some bullshit. And so many other people were asking to repeat the question. All them niggas on the panel.
Marky Dan, you know how I know you was cheating? You know how I know you was cheating, Marky Dan?
I wasn't
because
cheating,
your picture is still the picture of the guy that was on fire, which means you Googled it.
No, because we were literally saying, how is a guy on fire? I got that one wrong, as a matter of fact. Nigga.
Marky is hilarious with his cheating ass.
We literally sat up there.
Marky Dan, I wish he was a boxer.
How is a guy on fire on the water?
Marky Dan, I wish he was a boxer because I know you would get mad if you ever had a positive test. You would get mad at the people that caught you.
Man, get the fuck up out of here, nigga.
That's what you would tell him. You'd be like, man, that ain't my piss. What are you talking about?
I want a rematch.
We were pulling Hannah Gabriel. He just said he was feeding his dog something and he got in the system.
Man, get up out of here.
Right.
You let this Dominican, who I love to death, Angie, baby, you let her cheat? How many times did she have to ask to replay the question?
How you know she was cheating? Uh-oh. How you know she was cheating?
If you're going to say I'm cheating, she for sure cheating.
But you said you wasn't cheating when you asked repeat the question, but you assumed she was. Fast and repeat the question.
I'm assuming based off of how you treating me, brother.
Now you know what you just did, Marky Dan? You did the Shaq and Kobe stuff. Shaq was doing it too.
Man, yo.
Hey. Nah, but for real, I want a rematch. I'm gonna be up here cammed up, nigga. I'm not playing with you niggas. I'm smarter than a fifth grader.
Marky Dan, you ain't
That's
camming up, bro.
facts. Nigga, I cammed up yesterday off a BBO show, nigga. I got no problem camming up for you niggas. Fuck is you talking about? I'm smarter than a fifth grader. Boxing fascist. Respectfully. You my good brother. I love you to death. But what you did last game show was not right. It was not right.
Marky Dan is fucking hilarious. He hilarious. Yo, Markademics. That's what I gotta call you from now on, Marky Dan. Even when you turn up just like DJ Academics. I'm surprised you don't call yourself Big Marky.
Man, fuck all that bullshit. I'm the historian. Put the respect on that name.
All positive. Give him some trivia real quick. All positive. Don't be nice either.
I don't know everything about boxing either, and people could stump me too.
No, hold up. We're not finna do that. All positive. I love what you're trying to do, but give him something. All positive.
Scholar. Test my knowledge. You're the boxing scholar.
Nah, man, I can't mess. I don't want to mess with this dude, man. Because somebody can do the same to me, man. I don't know everything.
You're the boxing scholar. Test my knowledge.
Okay,
boy.
let me. What's good? Okay, let me get some. What? I don't want to give you nothing too hard. Name the difficulty you want the question.
Moderate.
Moderate. This man said moderate. That's how you know you're fucking cheating. Call yourself a historian. You want to moderate. Okay.
All right. Well.
Okay, I got one for you. Who's the youngest champion ever in the sport of boxing?
That's easy.
Oh, that shit is easy. Wilfredo Gomez.
Who? Okay.
Wilfredo who?
Wilfredo Gomez.
It ain't Gomez. It's Benitez.
Oh, Benitez. My bad. I'm thinking of the. Yeah. Okay. My bad.
I'll give you an A for effort. Who's the oldest?
The oldest, Bernard Hopkins, I believe.
Okay.
You're right.
All right.
You're right.
Who is White Jesus in the sport right now?
I mean, that's tough to say. I mean, it depends on the context. It could be Usyk. It could be Ryan Garcia.
Think about it. Think outside the box. White Jesus.
Jake Paul.
That's
Tank
it.
Davis.
No, that's it. White Jesus and Jake Paul.
Oh, okay. I mean, not really. I mean, people hate Jake Paul. Like, they fucking hate him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, people hated Jesus at the end, or at least they were manipulated into hating him. But still, I just think it's different. Like, they fucking hate Jake Paul. But then again, I could also see, I could see your point. I mean, he is coming back to save the boxing game. You know what I'm saying? He come to do away with the old boxing scholar.
I'll be honest with you, Marky Deb. People hate Jake Paul. Jake Paul don't get no hate from me because I'm real. I call it like I see it, right? And Jake Paul is bringing that WWE element that Mike Tyson had in the second half of his career to boxing. That's what boxing needs.
I agree.
Like, did you see his promo for the Tank fight?
I did not.
Bro, when I tell you, look, I would show it, but when my channel got blackballed, it's because I showed a Jake Paul clip. So I'll never show Jake Paul any again. Like nothing regarding that. I didn't like the way, even when I reached out to him, they blocked me from the email and everything, bro. It's crazy. So, but he's basically in a lineup and he's talking to fighters and he's going through and he got like a KSI lookalike there. And he got like a Tank Davis lookalike, and then it's like a little midget, and then he's like, "Oh, you want to fight?" Like it's pretty hilarious, bro. But I'm not gonna lie, Jake Paul's numbers ain't good as far as social media goes.
I mean, he's not really invested in being a content creator anymore. That's not his thing.
It's
he's
suffering
fully
too.
invested in boxing now.
I agree. So don't you think that person deserves credit?
No, absolutely. I say it all the time. I don't agree with these niggas like Jadion And I heard Tank years ago talking about, oh no, I don't like them niggas. They cutting the line and all this bullshit. No, I don't agree with that. And saying Jake Paul's a cancer and he don't give nothing back. This man has done a lot for boxing. He's given a lot to the game, particularly the women. So I can't do nothing but salute Jake Paul. But I don't like it when he kind of comes in and again, I'm not putting all the onus on him. I think Tank Davis deserves a lot of accountability when it comes to this fight situation. But my only issue is when a gimmick act like Jake Paul, because let's be honest, he's not a serious fighter. He's never going to be really competing for a cruiserweight or a heavyweight or a light heavyweight championship. That's never going to happen inside.
You never know.
Bullshit.
No. I'm
Nah,
gonna
he
say
gonna
that.
get him a
I'm gonna
title
say.
shot.
Okay, no. Okay, fine. They'll get him a title shot, but he'll never win it. He might compete for it one day. I don't think they'll ever win it. That's my
I disagree with that too.
unless in a robbery, it could happen. It could.
Hey,
I've
did you
seen
know-
What
weirder
if
shit
so?
happen in boxing.
So you got to remember this. That's the weakest division besides the lower weights, 118 and stuff like that.
It is.
So a lot of people that are there transition to heavyweight. So all Jake Paul, because he's younger, all you got to do is wait for everybody to age out and lead a division, and then when the belts are up for grab, fight
You think You think he
huh?
could get a vacant WBA belt
Yes,
against like some
'cause
fat Asian?
WBC. I guarantee you, WBC is gonna be the belt Jake Paul get.
WBA got
hell
two
no.
belts,
I
so he
don't think
might
so.
get one of those. You forgot that.
Who just the WBA? They just try to rank Jake Paul, didn't they?
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. And they also got
So
two
there
belts
you go. They're already trying, Marky Dan.
Man, but look here. My point is, I think if he ever gets matched up with like a serious fighter, like I'll say at the level of a what's the name of that? Zerto. If he ever get matched up with a dude like that, he will get the pockets beat off of him.
Oh yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
We know.
but I say I just don't like it when a gimmick act like Jake Paul comes in and interrupts, the regular flow of boxing. I wanted to see Tank and Lamont rematch. I wanted to see Tank and Shakur. Now I'm not putting all of that on Jake Paul. I think
Yo,
Tank is a
thank you
hoe.
for
I
saying
think
that.
Tank is a
Thank you
hoe
for saying that.
No,
I just thought
absolutely. I
about
believe
something.
in accountability, and Tank made the decision to take the fight, so he got to be accountable for that himself.
You just
But
made me think
other than
about
that,
something.
I got no problem with Jake Paul.
Lamont Roach
He's good for the
responded
sport.
to people saying he was taking step aside money. He said it was
Yeah, which
false.
was bullshit.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense. How a dude taking step aside money and he not even like the
No,
mandatory.
that's just Tank's booty boys trying to rationalize the cowardice that they have been trying to say he does not possess in him. That's just all that is.
You know it.
You think that's what it is?
Yeah, you know what I call them, the grease boys. They're the grease boys. Absolutely.
The Grease Boys.
Yo, boxing Scott. But I mean, think about it. We talk about politics all the time. Do you know some of the wildest shit we hear people make up to rationalize Donald Trump? Like this is regular. This is regular.
And you know what's the saddest part about it, Marky Dan? It's other men. It's other
Exactly.
men. They wouldn't
It's
even
other
make
men.
this level of excuses for their wife.
And they got
At some
fucking
point, they're
kids.
like, "Yeah, my wife is wrong." But with these other men, they're like, "No, no, because you got to understand. He been through a lot, and you got to understand that. Tank at this point, he doing what anybody else would do, bro. Nobody cares about any of that stuff, bro. Nobody cares, bro. That is the silliest stuff I ever heard, bro. No one cares, bro. And if that's the case, and that's what it is, well, then don't be mad at people for criticizing him. It's the same thing with Mayweather, bro. When Mayweather told everybody it's not about, I can't feed my kids with legacy, and it's not about legacy, and I don't care about legacy, then when he left the sport, you can't argue his legacy because he said he don't care about it. How are you arguing something that he said he didn't care about?
Nah, facts. I mean, the nigga tell you right in your face. I mean, what he told the dude the other day, one of his fans, one of the Grease boys was on Instagram, and he commented under a Jake Paul Tank post, and he said, "Yo, Tank, we love you, we respect you, but we got to see that Lamont Roach rematch." You know what Tank told him? He said, "Shut up and be a fan."
I seen it.
I mean,
That's how
come
he
on,
treating the people that
the
support
nigga
him.
do not. give one
I
fuck
saw.
about y'all or your feelings. Like y'all are
Yep.
pathetic.
For sale, bro. That's kind of embarrassing, bro. Like you go out there riding that hard for Tank, a person that don't know you exist, and the moment you make your presence or existence known, he tells you shut up and be a fan.
I mean, he might as well have called you a bitch at that point.
He might as well have said, that's what your knees is made for. Bowing to me, bowing to me, and getting on your knees and taking care of this itch. Like bro, there
I
was
mean,
no
but we
way.
gotta really be honest. He learned that shit from Leonard Ellaby. Like the crazy shit Leonard Ellaby will be saying to rationalize why Tank is fighting this person and that person. I remember he sat up there and said, and this is back when Rolly Romero was a gimmick. He was a retard. He was fighting Bullet. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody took Rolly serious. But I remember he sat up there and said, these is two hard punches, and we really don't know what's gonna happen in this fight. This remind me of Hagler and Hearns. This is two heavy punches and guys that's gonna come for each other. I remember once they sat up there and asked, when we gonna get to see Tank versus Devin Haney? Why Tank gotta fight Devin Haney? Why and which fans is asking for this? Cause Tank fans don't ask for this. Okay? Y'all gonna sit. He literally talked like a pimp. Like y'all niggas gonna shut the fuck up. Y'all gonna pay for this fucking pay-per-view and you gonna be happy about it, bitch. That's how
He's
Tank
supposed to.
talk to his fans now.
That's how you're supposed to talk. That's how you're supposed to talk, Marky Dan, when the fans won't say, they don't have anything to rest their ego on, so they rested on their wallet and their money. You got to remember, people didn't even start talking about purses and pay-per-view until Floyd Mayweather started talking about money and calling himself Money Mayweather. That's when everybody became the best managers, the best everything, right? And it's like, these same people will try to outfan you and say, look, I pay for fights. You don't even pay for fights. Look at me, I'm super fan. And then they wonder why Leonard and them is talking to them like they stupid and like they got a tail. You know what I mean? Like they a dog that need to be trained or potty trained or something. Like they created that climate. Do you think that that if Howard Cosell was still around in boxing, and who else wouldn't go for that all positive? Howard Cosell. Who else? I don't want to say Jim Lampley. I'm trying to think of somebody else that was kind of like a what do you call it? Like a truth teller. But if those guys, we can stop at Howard
What do
Cosell.
you consider to be a truth teller? Are you saying somebody that's opposing Floyd Mayweather's opinion is a truth teller? Because I mean, Jim
No,
Lampley,
somebody,
Barry
some.
Merchant,
No, hold on.
Emmanuel Stewart, all them niggas
Hold on.
was on
Oh,
Floyd's ass.
whoa. Don't do that. Don't do that. That dude was definitely a truth teller. But no, this is what I was
No,
gonna
no,
say.
no, no. I'm not saying he wasn't, because he himself said out his own mouth that Floyd was the greatest talent he'd ever seen in his entire life. He said that. He's quoted as
I
saying
ain't
that.
never heard that. I don't
That's a
think he said.
quote. I can find you. Well, you're not a
Man, you're gonna have
historian
to
like me,
send.
so
You're gonna
that'll
have to send
surprise me.
that shit. You're gonna have to send that shit. I don't think he
I'm
said
gonna
that.
find it right now.
There's no way a guy that's seen Sugar Ray Leonard, Thomas Hearns, Marvin Hagler, and seen all those guys front row and center.
Bro, Emmanuel Stewart was in love with Floyd. Floyd was fighting
No,
on
he
the
wasn't.
Michigan. Yes,
Are
he
you
was.
serious?
He was fighting
Listen,
on the Michigan.
no, absolutely
Hold on,
not.
Scholar. Hold on. He was fighting on the Michigan team. He was the number one fighter in the country at that time, and Floyd was the first was the first U.S. athlete to beat a Cuban in 20
Uh,
years in the Olympics.
uh,
Emmanuel Stewart was in love with Floyd. I don't know
uh,
what happened. I think HBO, you know what I'm saying? I think them niggas slid some money in his pocket
Man, he just told
to
the truth about Floyd. He
man, no, he didn't.
he does listen. What Emmanuel Stewart get accused of, I get accused of too as well. They say you're a hater for telling the truth about Floyd. You know what it's like? I don't know. You know who What the Dirt is? What the Dirt would give breakdowns on Kendrick versus Drake, right? And whenever he was in favor of Kendrick Lamar, everybody, all the Kendrick fans was with him. The moment he started criticizing Kendrick Lamar and saying to Drake, they started accusing him of being a colonizer, a culture appropriator, all that other stuff. Is no different in boxing. Whenever Emmanuel Stewart was praising Floyd, everything was good. When he started criticizing Floyd Mayweather, that's whenever he became a hater and everything became bad. There's no difference in boxing today. Like if you tell the truth about a fighter, they'll call you a hater. people will say I'm a hater of Bud because I tell the truth about this fight. That's the thing. If you're gonna be a truth teller in the sport, you got to be used to being called a hater because that's how they dismiss your opinion. And then when you're right, they won't show back up and say you were right. They'll act like nothing happened. Whether it be Boots, I was right about Boots. I was right about Shakur. I was right about a bunch of stuff that nobody's seen coming. Right? They never show back up to say, Scholar, you was right and I was wrong. But they definitely gonna argue with me at the moment and call me all kind of haters. But it is what it is. The reason why I say we need the truth tellers, bro.
Go ahead, Box Scott. My bad.
The reason why I say we need the truth tellers, bro, is because Howard Cosell, if he was around during this time and he seen this fight be announced between Bud and Canelo, he would talk about it being a mismatch, how it's bad for the sport of boxing, how boxing needs to stop doing this, making these mismatches. Howard Cosell definitely would.
That's bullshit. Howard Cosell called Bob Foster versus Joe Frazier, and he called Bob Foster versus Muhammad Ali. Okay, Howard Cosell, he didn't call this fight, but he was there ringside for Jose Napoli's versus Carlos Monzon, where Napoli's was like 5'7", 150 pounds in that fight, and Monzon was 6'1" to 6'3", like in between there. Okay, and he was a full 160 pounder. Beat him after death. Like, I mean, this is normal, Boxer Scholar. You go all the way back to the 10s. Yes. Excuse me.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Is Bob Foster not one of the greatest light heavyweights of all time?
Yes, he is.
They didn't have a cruiserweight division then. It was only hold up, Marky Dan, hold up.
Okay, my bad.
They didn't have a cruiserweight division then, so it was only one weight class to move up. So he moved up from light heavyweight to heavyweight, and he gave Bob Foster a chance because of his height, and because Bob Foster was a bad MF for that, you hadn't seen dominating in the ring. He's the only man to this day to ever cut Muhammad Ali. So this situation is completely different in my opinion. Bud had to move up to get to 147.
Okay, what about the Napoli situation? A 147 pounder moving up to 160.
What did Howard Cosell say before the fight?
He loved the fight. These are two greats.
But listen,
champions.
But hold on. What I'm trying to ask you is, what did he say to the build up to the fight? Because what Max Kellerman right now is saying that Terrence Bud Crawford will not only win, he's saying that this is a battle of two champions, undisputed versus undisputed, and that he's leaning more towards Terrence Bud Crawford. Did Howard Cosell show that level of biasness?
Did he? No. Well, actually, yes. Because Howard Cosell hated Carlos Monzon. And you can actually go back and listen to him just straight up hating on this nigga. Monzon would be knocking niggas the fuck out. And the entire time he'd be saying shit like back in Argentina when Carlos Monzon fought Benny Briscoe, there was many complaints about the referee being bought off, seeing as the referee was caught on camera after Carlos Monzon won the title against Ben Venucci. That you could see the referee was carrying his. He would just be
hold on.
He was very biased.
Hold on, Marky Dan. Hold on. Let me put it this way, because I think you can understand what I'm trying to say. Howard Cosell and Muhammad Ali were definitely
Howard Cosell is a man. He was a man.
Hold up.
He was a paid man.
Listen to me.
Biased.
Listen to me. We're not talking about bias.
In the middle of the Cold War. Come on.
Hold up, Marky Dan. We're not talking about biasness. I want you to listen for a second. So, when we're talking about Howard Cosell, we know that Muhammad Ali was in fact his favorite fighter. Correct?
Absolutely.
If you look up the build-up between Muhammad Ali and George Foreman, you see Howard Cosell talking with Muhammad Ali and having fun with him, but then looking into the camera and talk about how he thinks Muhammad Ali is going to get this story, basically. Correct?
That was the prevailing opinion.
But he didn't go against it because Muhammad Ali was his guy, even though he had a reason to be biased in that fight. Right? Not that commentators aren't going to 100% lean one way or the other, or whatever the case. What I'm saying is, for more than likely, Howard Cosell would call a fight out, you know what I mean, for being a mismatch, like Randall Tex Cobbs and Larry Holmes, which is why he didn't want to be in the sport. We talked about this before, why he didn't want to be in the sport anymore, because that was a mismatch. And like, listen, you can give me samples of fights where he might have leaned one way, might have had a problem with the promoter or not like the fighter personally, like you said, which is a human thing. But they brought Max Kellerman in solely to give Bud
Bro, that
to
shit was
legitimize Bud solely.
bro,
That's it.
that shit was crazy. That shit was crazy about Scott. Max Kellerman has been like radio silent since he left ESPN. Like we have not seen him at
Yep.
all. Like not a morsel. And they just pull him out of nowhere.
Yep. And tell us what you think about Bud. He comes back. Bud is the great because they know Max Kellerman knows how to articulate himself, and that he could make people believe that Bud has a better chance. Yeah, like I said, Mark, just pay attention to the promotion of it, bro. They were doing a tour around the world, and they was giving dates and stuff. They stopped doing that, and it's like, why they stop doing that? It wasn't like the teams or the camps had a Keyshawn Davis situation, but they stopped doing it because they felt like it was hurting the fight. And the reason why I know that to be true is when Turkey Al-Rashid did an interview and he was talking about this fight, he talked about one fight in particular that let me know that his brain and his wheels is turning as far as long-term thinking, right? But he talked about how he did not want the fight between Canelo and Jake Paul to happen. And he said if that fight would have happened, that it would have hurt this fight, right? And I was like, he's right. He's right. If that fight would have happened, Marky Dan, everybody wouldn't even want to see this fight, right? They would have been like, even if Canelo knocks out Jake Paul, they would have delegitimized Canelo, right? Because even Canelo, after his name was on the contract, tried to say, I only fight real boxers. No. Your name was on that contract, bro. You were definitely about to fight Jake Paul. Make no mistake about it. But he understands that if that fight would have happened, it would have delegitimized his Canelo and made him look like a gimmick. So they couldn't sell this fight as a legitimate fight. And he understood that. That's what let me know that they know that this is a gimmick, right? Because they're like, no, let me hold this gimmick up so that we can sell our gimmick to the fans. But they have not did any more press. And it's like, what did you bring Max Kellerman out of retirement? Max Kellerman was all but like you said, off the face of the earth at that point, bro. They brought this man, they went low and behold.
This man's not posted on his Twitter. Like we haven't heard, like there's been no reports. You can't find like no online articles where people like Max Kellerman, sources say could be in for a job at CBS Sports, or Max Kellerman might be starting his own pot. Nothing. Like he took his money and went home. Which I
Hey,
respect.
them
He's a
ESPN
Jew.
checks must be different, bro. I'm trying to get over ESPN, bro. Them ESPN checks must be excellent, bro. Max Kellerman, he been making money his entire life. That dude, like you say, he went up under a rock. He went to Magic City, bro, and just brought a mobile home in there, bro, and just stayed. You know what I mean? That's crazy work.
I'm telling you.
My boy Vic said, he said, people are too emotional. And he said, so am I. He said, that's why I come here to become adjusted. He said, because most people are not logical like that. Appreciate you, bro. But no, yeah, I agree. I ain't gonna lie to you, Vic.
I'm very I can be very emotional, but I try to be emotional based on facts and my own logic.
You know what's crazy, Marky Dan? I'm gonna be honest with you. Yo, Vic, I was having a conversation the other day with one of the guys who I say is I call him the Mexican defender. You know what I mean? Not that he just defends the Mexican, but he like superhero with it. You know, and I can't even lie to you. I couldn't even Vic. I said, you know what? I'm finna change my pick just to be on code, bro. Because I felt like he wouldn't admit that Ryan Garcia took steroids. He wouldn't even admit to Ryan Garcia's best punch being a left hook. He wouldn't admit to anything that painted Ryan Garcia in a bad light or any other Mexican fighter. He said Canelo's carrying the sport. And I was like, bro, then why he ain't fighting Benavidez then? You know, and you know, but he was just
is a coward.
You think that was his answer?
that's why I
You were
dumped
kind
his
of
ass
close. You were kind of close. This is what he said. He said Benavidez is like Boo Boo Andre. He's done nothing in the sport, and he don't deserve a fight with Canelo. So kind of similar to what you said, you know. But nah, bro, come on, bro. Like, you know what's really crazy about that? Them trying to not to legitimize Benavidez because they want to legitimize Canelo. That is hilarious to me. If Benavidez is not anything, then why wouldn't you want him to fight him? He's fighting Bud.
Man, Benavidez would beat Canelo half to death.
I agree.
I know that. You know that. And a lot of them know that. That's why they don't want to fight.
Shit, Canelo know that. all he bring is 20 pounds. He bring 20 pounds and an ass
Yo,
kicking.
yo, yo, you know what's funny? You know what's funny, Marky? Then how come he wanted so much for a 20-pound difference, but he was willing to take less to fight Bottle Jack?
Oh, there
You
was
get what I'm saying?
actually a rehydration
tomato.
clause about the Jack fight. About Jack's like I think he said he had to weigh in at 190, and it was a rehydration clause.
Man, he's tomato Canelo. This is what he does.
That was crazy, man. He is crazy.
That's what he does. All positive. That's what he does. This is tomato Canelo.
We go 190. You know what I'm saying? Rehydration. Well, you know that.
I remember he brought a corpse of a Sergey Kovalev into the goddamn ring. Like 10 weeks after he had just been in a war with Anthony Yard, almost got put to bed. Then he put a rehydration clause on this man.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you, Marky.
Fight. He almost lost.
No, he did. He beat the shit out of Kovalev. I ain't gonna lie to you, Marky.
Kovalev was outboxing that man.
Marky Dan, that's crap. That's crap, bro. But Marky Dan, check this out.
That's the facts.
But that's cap. That's cap, bro. That's cap.
Lucky he put that man to bed.
Man, so get out of here. How you put a man to bed that's outboxing? But anyway, check this out, Marky Dan. Check this out. I won't fault Canelo for that fight because I felt like it was smart moving up in weight and then taking somebody's belt. It was a good chess move. And then Kovalev took the fight. And this is why I will not fault Canelo for it, bro. After the fight, Kovalev tried to insinuate that he threw the fight, bro. That's why I was like, I lose all respect for him, bro.
I think he did too.
Bro, come on, Marky Dan. Marky Dan. Why throw a fight?
It was set up.
Why did he throw the yard fight then?
This one
because it was setting up for the Canelo fight.
You remember on the talk that Kovalev didn't get paid for the Canelo fight because he was in a contract dispute with the Duvas and all that. I think you got to look it up, but I don't think he got paid anything for that fight. I think he fought that for free. He like owed money and stuff. Like the
so he threw a fight. He threw a fight all positive, the biggest payday in his world, and he didn't get paid for it.
I don't think he threw it, but I heard that he didn't really make anything because
let's be honest.
He was in contract.
Let's be honest. He only made I think $2 million total for those two Ward fights. You know what I'm saying? He was going through a divorce back home because he was beating up on his wife. I think they said his mother needed a surgery. This is the perfect candidate for taking a dive. Let's be honest, Boxing Scholar.
Man, no, I don't see it. I don't let Mikey.
Do you think Sergey Kovalev has honor? Is that what this is?
No. I think it's more of a chance of him throwing the Andre Ward rematch than throwing this fight.
No, he got hurt.
Canelo fight.
Nah, hell no. Andre Ward was his nemesis. It was hatred in there.
Man, he didn't hate that dude. How you gonna hate a dude, Mikey Dan? You the historian, bro. There's something I want you to write down in your notes. How you gonna hate a dude that remember Deontay Wilder? I brought you to big time boxing. Sergey Kovalev never had one pay-per-view before Andre Ward. That was his first pay-per-view. You know that?
Of course.
It was.
That was
how you gonna hate a man that brought you to pay-per-view?
Andre Ward's first pay-per-view too.
Andre Ward was making money before that though.
No, I think Andre Ward. I think Chad Dawson didn't fight him on. Was that HBO pay-per-view?
I don't know. I know.
That was HBO boxing.
I don't think that was his first. I'll look it up. I don't think that was his first pay-per-view, but
that wasn't pay-per-view.
It wasn't?
No. That was on HBO boxing, but it wasn't a pay-per-view.
Because he entered a tournament. You sure that those fights wasn't pay-per-view?
No, none of those fights were pay-per-view. Absolutely not.
Let me look it up. Let's see if the YN know what he's talking about.
He fought. No, I remember. And this is my era, nigga. So I should know.
Bro, you was 10.
You a can. He fought Mikhail Kessler.
No, I said you was 10.
I mean, even if I was, still. I'm like an encyclopedia, Boxing Scholar.
Go ahead, I'm listening. Go ahead, young encyclopedia. Talk your stuff, man. Go ahead with your cheating ass.
No, he fought Mikhail Kessler. Then he fought some German nigga. I can't remember his name. He might have been Romanian or some shit. Then he fought Carl Froch. Beat him half to death. And Carl Froch was a bitch about that moment for the rest of his career. Well, you know, he went on to have his own Hall of Fame great. No. I said he went on to have a Hall of Fame career, but you know.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. His first pay-per-view was 2016 against Kovalev.
I told you, man. I do this shit. I'm a historian. Stop playing with
me. But you know what, Marky Dan? You know what's funny, bro? I remember in 2016, Kathy Duva, I think she was managing Bivol and Kovalev, and they were entertaining that fight because What you call it couldn't sell, bro. Kovalev couldn't sell, bro. They couldn't find a legitimate guy for him. I remember when he fought. What's that dude name, bro? I always forget his name. He's a big muscular dude. He fought Bernard Hopkins. Is it Butte? No, it ain't Butte. Is it Luke? No, it ain't Butte. What's that dude's name?
No, you talking about Pascal.
Pascal. I always forget Pascal's name. But Pascal was fighting Kovalev, bro. And I remember he left for the rematch. He left and when he got Freddie Roach, bro, and he got blown out in the second round, I believe. The first, I remember like, bro, what the hell, bro? I was like, Kovalev is a beast, bro. They were trying to make the fight between him and Stevenson. Remember Adonis Stevenson? That was supposed to be the big fight to unify the division, but Stevenson was scared of Kovalev. It just is what it is.
I remember when Adonis Stevenson almost unalived Chad Dodson. Like that was crazy. Because
You know what's crazy is it happened to him, bro.
What'd you say?
The same thing would happen to him years later with what's that dude Teddy Atlas trained the white dude that he just fought Benavidez. First fight at light heavyweight.
Oh yeah, Gothic, yep.
Yeah, that dude did the same thing to him. That's crazy work how that worked.
What? What'd he do?
He put him in a coma. He almost killed him.
Oh yeah. Crazy work.
But yeah, bro, I remember Kovalev being it's those Eastern Europeans that they say is the running boxing, they always have a tough time selling. And they definitely can't sell no pay-per-views.
It's a damn shame.
But I want to get y'all opinion about this. Let me know what y'all think about this right here. Oh, snap. All right, this right here. So let me know if y'all seen this.
Do you miss boxing? And if you came back, who would you fight? It's a lot of names out there, but it's not a lot of names that make sense. But it's one name that I've brought up before that when you say that name, I can see myself fighting him. Present day, today. If the business was right and if everything was right on that front, me and Anthony Joshua. I started a fire.
How y'all feel about that?
Man, Anthony Joshua, man, he will put Andre Ward in the hospital, man. Come on, man, stop it.
I agree.
Then and now.
I think it would be something nasty.
I don't Andre Ward ain't hurting for money like that, man. Like, come on, dog.
I mean, he's a pastor, so I highly doubt that. But I think Andre Ward would get knocked out by a body shot or an uppercut.
Anthony Joshua walks around probably about 250, 245, 250. Man, what in the world, Andre? We know Anthony Joshua ain't got no chin, but what does Andre Ward have for him?
I'm gonna be honest with you. That was the fight that he said. So the same way he jumped up to fight Kovalev, which was a tough fight where he got knocked down there, right? He said that Virgil had a plan for him to fight Anthony Joshua. That was always going to be his heavyweight fight. And his tune-up fight was going to be Tony Bellew, which would have been a good fight at cruiserweight. And then if he won that, he was going to go up and fight Anthony Joshua. Stylistically, he just always felt like Anthony Joshua was a good style for him to beat. In the same way that Roy moved up and fought Ruiz to get the belt, he felt like Anthony Joshua was that for him. I agree. I think Kovalev. I think Andre Ward gets stretched.
Yeah,
I think he gets stretched. Kovalev knocked him down.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I don't know where this is coming from.
Yeah, he ain't gonna be able to do those 1,000 nut shots of death to Anthony Joshua. They ain't gonna let him do that.
That
The
wasn't
same
no
way they
low
did
blows.
that to Sergey Kovalev.
Man, that wasn't no low blows.
I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, if you say so, bro. I mean, he was straight up uppercutting this man in the cock. Like that
You
shit was
want
crazy.
you want to go over it? See, his story. You got to get it right, bro. You got to get it right.
I mean,
think
listen, the referee made a and then again, it's Tony Weeks again. It was Tony Weeks once again,
an experienced referee.
making his judgment calls. But hey, whatever you think, Boxer Scholar, I respect you, my brother.
No, we got to get it right, bro. Because look, I don't want you out there misinformed. I want you misinformed, young brother. You know you're a YN. You got the history part. I want you to get the actuality. Because when somebody bring this up, when you know, he said, "What's your opinion about?" So to the people that's pulling up talking about Raja Jackson, we're gonna talk about that later on tonight. That's gonna be on tonight's episode. So We'll address that tonight. I'll give a whole rundown and breakdown of that.
That
But I
was
just
crazy.
it definitely was. But I wanted to show this. So here we go. This is Kovalev getting beat and hit with body shots. So let me put it
After
in
death?
slow. Yeah. So you got to remember the first fight was a little controversial. You remember?
Absolutely.
And a lot of people were saying that Andre Ward really lost, and they thought he might get stopped and do worse in the rematch. So the rematch came, and Kovalev, Andre Ward was like, anybody who follow my career know I'm not the guy to get the nod. You remember he said that? And then, a lot of people thought he was going to do worse in this match because they felt like he robbed Kovalev the first time. Now, this is one thing I want you to remember, take into account, Marky Dan. Those Eastern European fighters, there's two things they don't do. They don't take body shots well, right? They act like it's illegal to throw body shots, and they don't pivot well. They don't fight and pivot. Like, they don't do those two things. They like to bounce a lot, bounce in and bounce out and all that type of stuff. But I want you to notice something. So you notice his trunks are really high. That's one thing that they do. They put their trunks high so you can't throw body punches. And he's bending down on Andre Ward's head. He did that the entire fight. When you bend down on a person's head, if they throw a punch, you've caused that punch to become low, which is why the referee don't call every shot a low blow, even if it is, right? Because context matters. So you got to keep those things in mind.
But Tony Weeks supposed to say stop, 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 stop. And when he say stop, Andre Ward not allowed to throw an uppercut to the cock. Right or wrong?
All right, let's go through it because I think you remember it wrong. Let's go through it.
All right, fine.
Okay, so bending him down. You know what I mean? Right. Andre Ward is pulling his hands out in the clinch, not allowing him to clinch, right? Yep, putting the hands on the control. Bam. Bam. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. That was perfect. That is how you. Oh, man, that was a perfect shot, bro. Perfect. How he angled off. You got to remember, Kovalev's bending down, bro. So Marky Dan, if I'm fighting you, bro, and I cause a punch to go to the back of the head, the referee's not gonna call it. He's gonna stop and tell me stop turning my back to you or whatever the case may be. So when Kovalev's backing up. Kovalev throws a punch at him, and Andre Ward comes forward and starts backing him up just by his presence right there. So you already know who the dominant fighter is, right? Mentally, anyway. But like I said, Andre Ward and Kovalev did a lot of clinching. Kovalev tried to do a lot of resting. That's why he kept switching from southpaw to orthodox. But I want you to check this out, right? Bam, look at that right hand. Woo! That's what did it right there.
He had him hurt.
That's the same right hand that Canelo knocked him out with. But look, he ready to quit there. Besides the low blows, you know what I mean? Or the shots that appeared to be low. But Andre Ward started knocking on the door. He became the Undertaker, bro. Throwing the right hand, coming back with the left hook.
I would like to see another low blow, respectfully, if we could see another one of those.
I went back too far.
Hooks to the body.
I went. So here we are. I went back too far. So this is where I was. What's up, T Hill? So this is where I was. So he bending his head down. I want you to show you why this is beautiful, right? This is beautiful to me.
This is scummy.
First off, looking for a break, right? You see where the hands are, right? And you see where Andre Ward's hands are. You don't have to give somebody your hands. He has his hands on his shoulders to control him, and he has his hands close to his body so that they can't be clinched and tied up. It's the correct way to clinch.
Andre Ward is an all-time great grappler. I'm not saying that to
oh
be
my God, this dude turned into a negative.
I'm not saying that to be derogatory because Floyd, Roberto Duran, Sugar Ray Robinson, all those guys were great grapplers. Carmen Basilio, all of them. They knew how to manipulate guys' arms. They knew how to use the clinch to rest and to use their own offense. So no, I got
Marky Dan. This see YNs, y'all missed the forest for the trees. When your guy is looking for a break and he presents you with his arms, you don't have to accept the clinch. You don't have to make the silent agreement to say, okay, yeah, let's both take a break. I'm tired too. You don't have to do that. Now look at this. Pull him forward, snatch the arms out.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
Get his arm, get him to fall forward, and now you're about to change the angle and help him go that way. So he changed the angle on him and put the arm on him to push him off and get an even bigger angle. And then look, here go the body shot. Bam. Now, bro, that ain't low, bro. Look how high his trunks is.
Okay, fine.
He's bending over. Like, I want to see somebody throw a body shot to somebody bent over and get it perfectly placed where it's supposed to be. You cause the shot by going low by bending over, in my personal opinion.
All right, fine. That one was fair.
What about that headshot right there? What about that right hook that followed that? See, that's why Kovalev quit. Right hook. See, look, and then he trying to clinch again, holding Andre Ward, trying to bend him down. Does he stop in the clinch? Absolutely not. Give me back my arms. Look at it, man. Come on, man.
Nah, you
what Boosie say? Come on, man.
You could have Andre Ward wrapped up with both arms, and that nigga could still hit you.
Look, that man said
really talented at infighting.
He said, no. And this ain't no place to rest. You rest after the referee raised my hand. Pull his arms
like
out.
Bernard Hopkins in that.
Pull that arm out. And look, Kovalev bending over still. He bending over. He don't want the body shot. So Andre Ward has to drop even lower to throw the shot. And bam, he throws it to the head. People talk about the body shots, but missed 1,000 head punches that Andre Ward threw. Another hook to the head. Now to the body. And that was a clean shot. That was a clean body shot.
Sergey Kovalev might go to bed.
And look at him. I already want to quit. You remember on Mortal Kombat, get over here. That's what he got to do to him. Look, he want to quit. He bouncing like he's just looking for a break. He can't find one. Duck up under the jab.
Oh, golly.
He blocked that body shot. But not that one. Bam.
Oh, golly.
Uppercut to the body. Try to tackle him.
Oh, my God.
Get your ass off me. He try to tackle. Get your ass. Take a step back. Bam. Short left hook. Take his head to the side.
Oh, come on, ref. Stop the fight. Stop the fight. This is terrible.
See, look at him. Look how scared he is. He looked fearful. You would think Andre Ward was the puncher. Another headshot. See what I'm saying? He threw 50 headshots and 10 body shots. Everybody think it's the body shots, all the low blows. Okay. What about them blows to the head? Look at him. He want to quit there. Look at his body language. Look, hands down. He want to give up right there. Look, defeated. And look, this punch is right on the belt line, and his trunks are high, right? Look, he wants to quit. Tony Weeks move so we can get a view. Look, he wants to quit. There go another headshot.
Another right hand upside his head.
Duck up under his shot. Now hit him with a body shot. No, to the head. Bam. To his head.
Man, beating him half to
Look,
death.
just falling into the ropes, just ready to quit. Back to the body. Back to the head. Andre Ward he just got beat by the better man. Look, he tried to clinch him. See him try to grab right there? He tried to grab and pull him close. He looking for a break.
Oh, man, I wish Ward could have found a way to do a right uppercut in there and take his head off. It would have been beautiful.
That's where Andre Ward finally took a break and waited for the referee to break him up. But he can hear him breathe him in his ear. He can hear him breathe him in his ear deep, duck up under it.
Whoa,
he always countered the jab with an uppercut to the body. Another uppercut. See, and this is where everybody said it was a low blow. But I want see the question that I posed to the other person is, how can you throw an effective body shot when you change the angle and the person is bending over and you're throwing an uppercut to the body, right? How can you throw an effective body shot on a person like that? You can't do it.
Wait, so
because of the angle that he's bent over.
So when Floyd was bending over at his center part, are you saying that it would have been legal to hit him in the groin?
I don't know what you're talking. I'm talking about.
Floyd used to always do.
Hold on, I'm talking about the fight in front of me, Marky Dan. I want you to think about.
Fine.
Let's stay right here. Let's stay in the moment, Marky Dan. So Andre Ward has changed the angle. He's went to Sergey Kovalev left side of his body, right, which leaves him. Since he's changed the angle, Sergey Kovalev can hit him, but he can hit him, correct? But also, Andre Ward is limited on what he could do because he has to hit him with the left hand, right? Now, Sergey Kovalev has bent his body over, right? And the angle, he can't hit him with the left hand because of to the head because of the way he's bent over, right? So he takes the shot that he has, which is the body shot. and it's an uppercut to the body. Where's the uppercut gonna land if he's bending over? Where?
It's gonna land in his groin.
It has no choice. It's even if it lands somewhere. This is the only area where it can land right here because he's bent over. Like the chest area and all that stuff has been taken out of play because of the angle that he's changed. What's up? What's up, Ben? So there's no other place. And look, he trying to complain to the referee right there that is low. And then look, he bends over even further.
Why Andre Ward ain't take a step back and just beat up on his head?
Because he already got a superior angle. It's like, why would you give up positioning and you already have a superior? You get what I'm trying to say? Like,
But
why?
didn't you tell me he was limited to the fact that he could?
No, but you got to remember, he's out of ring.
Hand?
He's out of ring. Where's he gonna go, Barky Dan, to get a headshot?
He's gonna step back.
They're gonna cover their head anyway, so it would be beneficial to go to that body because no one's worried about that body once they get hurt at the head. Nobody's gonna worry about that.
But it looked like Kovalev is hurt to the body and his hands are down. If Ward would have put his back towards the center of the ring, he could have let go of combinations of the head.
Okay, well check this out. Check this out, Marky Dan. Look.
To the dick.
So he definitely has a superior position, right? Kovalev can't hit him. He's in a compromised position.
Absolutely, I don't disagree with that.
So in order to throw the headshot, he would have to take this hand and throw it right here to the back of his head. So they would have been saying it was a rabbit punch over behind him. So in order for him to land this hand, he would have to give up the superior positioning and go back to in front of Kovalev where he could be countered.
I mean, let's be honest. Kovalev was done at this point. He ain't countering nothing. He's done. So I think Andre Ward was playing it safe, going for the cock punches. Excuse me. They just look like cock punches to me. I apologize. They could be fair blows. The referee
definitely
called it
was.
that way.
You got to remember this. You were saying stop the fight. What? 20 or 30 seconds earlier when Kovalev was getting beat around the ring with headshots. So at this point, the referee had seen enough, and he seen the fighter wanted to quit. He stopped throwing punches and just setting the ropes, like a fighter that had been knocked out to the head.
I mean,
like what was he looking for? A DQ?
I mean, listen. Kovalev is despite the fact I think he's a scummy piece of shit human being, he has a mother. He has some kids, I think. I don't know.
What does that mean?
Yeah, he's got a son. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Probably hates him. But
bro, what you trying? Hold on, what point you trying to make? That's somebody's father. Is that what you trying to say?
That Tony Weeks did not want to see this young man go out. He wanted to see him make it home to his family.
Oh, okay.
That's my only point.
I got you. I thought you were going to say that's somebody's father. You don't punch that man in the nuts like that.
I mean, I agree with that point as well, Boxer Scholar. But if we just talking about the Tony Weeks side of this, I think Tony Weeks, saw what he saw. He saw a man that was defeated.
Agreed. So I wanted to show y'all this before we get up out of here. Like I said, to the people that want to see the Rajah Jackson stuff, we're gonna do an episode on that later on tonight. I had to go get the timestamps, and there was a lot going on, so we're probably gonna cover that later on or tomorrow morning, late night, early morning. Y'all know how we do, but that'll probably be the episode. But I wanted to give y'all some boxing because I feel like you gotta keep the boxing fans happy. But so I think we all agree that.
Raj almost beat that kid half to death.
I think after I do that episode, I think you might have a different viewpoint on that. Just with all the facts. Well, hopefully with new information, you change your opinion. I'm gonna just list the facts. I'm gonna list the facts. You might not. Let's just go with an open mind.
It sounds like you getting ready to be, and respectfully, I love you to death, Boxer Scholar.
Man, come on, bro.
But I'm not for no buck dancing. The man was wrong.
How was that buck dancing by saying?
Excuse me. Not buck dancing. I'm not up for the Black Pantherism. The man was wrong. I'm not up for the Black Lives Matterism, where black is always right.
Yeah.
The man
I'm betting on
almost
black.
beat that kid
I'm betting on black
to death. Point blanket. Period.
So what I'm gonna try to say, the point I'm gonna try to make, on that episode, is I'm gonna list the facts, and I'm pretty sure you don't know everything about the situation. I looked up every angle under every rock, what everybody had to say, the people that were involved, and everything. And hopefully with new information, you might have a little bit more understanding. Maybe you change your opinion, maybe you don't. But we're an information station, so that's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna try to provide more information. But I think we all in agreement that Anthony Joshua would finish what Kovalev started. I think we all in agreement on that. But Roy Jones started talking with him about the Mayweather stuff, and I'm glad he brought that up. And he also addressed the Anthony Joshua stuff. So let's go into the Anthony Joshua stuff first.
Yesterday, I started a little bit of a fire. I started a fire yesterday. Put a video out answering questions from a fan, just basically saying, if I were to come back, who would I be willing? Because a lot of names been thrown out over the last 8 years. We fight this dude, fight that dude. Anybody has a belt or that look good, people say, "Oh, you should fight him." You get on the other side of boxing, like I'm not just fighting a guy because he's good or because he can punch or because you think he's dangerous and he can beat me. It's got to be the right matchup. And I name dropped Anthony Joshua. Been doing this thing for a long time. It's actually a guy I got a lot of respect for. I know he probably took it disrespectfully, like, bro, why you say my name? But it wasn't intended like that. Right. It was just, me answering a question about that. But I kind of blame you for that because you the one that start making us believe that smaller guys can beat big guys.
Okay. I gotta address that. Everybody know Roy Jones is one of my favorite fighters. Make no mistake about it. But Andre Ward, because he has this great respect for Roy, ignore the fact that Roy Jones took steroids. And that's a big thing, right? That's why he was able to jump up in weight classes like that. Steroids played a big factor. And yeah, he might have made people believe that little guys can beat big guys, but he did it with steroids. He did it with skills too, because he definitely had skills, right? But he did it also with steroids.
Man, he got lucky. He got in there against a weak Johnny Ruiz.
I was about to say he chose his opponent too as well. He didn't go up and beat Lennox Lewis. So, I don't know what Andre Ward is trying to get at by blaming Roy Jones Jr. But at the same time, I don't think Anthony Joshua is the guy that you should pick on. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think he's a guy that you should cherry pick at heavyweight. In my opinion, I think Usyk versus Andre Ward is a closer fight. In my opinion.
Hell no, I think Usyk would stop him inside of 4.
Yeah, but I think that he'll be able to handle his punches better than an Anthony Joshua punch. What do you think? What do you think about that?
I agree with that.
No, I think it's about the same.
Man, get out of here. Did you ask Francis Ngannou?
Usyk is a big.
Wait, you talking about Andre Ward?
Yeah.
Hey, you over there remixing. You over there doing the computer love, Marky Dan.
We can't hear you, Marky Dan. I think that might be God.
That tsunami kicking up, bro. You gotta chill.
Now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Hear you now, yeah.
No, I was just saying, Usyk is a 6'3", 230-pound guy, and he's fast as shit for his size.
Man, look, Marky Dan, that was one of the worst take I ever hear you say, bro.
Are you crazy?
You think that? So let me ask you this: if we ask Francis Ngannou, who punch would he rather take, Anthony Joshua or Usyk? Who you think he'll say?
Usyk.
Bro, you just talking,
but Francis Ngannou, no, that's not the same. Francis Ngannou is a big 240-pound guy I think he's like 6'6". Usyk, or excuse me, Andre Ward is a little, compared to those guys we're talking about, is a little dude. So out of those people, like Usyk, I could realistically see any of those guys knocking him out in the first round if they land the right punch. Respectfully.
You talking about my main man, Andre Ward? Andre Ward getting knocked out?
Yeah, if you get in there with Usyk and Anthony Joshua, absolutely.
Man, I don't know. I'm not a real big believer in Joshua. I think Joshua's main opponent is upstairs in his own head, bro. And if he can't conquer that opponent, anybody that get in the ring has a really good shot of beating him.
Tell him he got quiet. Yo, Tia, when you be talking, that motherfucker be quiet. He don't even let me finish my statement. What's up with racism?
Oh no, he having connection issues. That's all. Marky be talking
okay.
over
I
me
was going
too.
to say, what the hell?
Nah, I get no respect. Marky treat everybody the same. You know what I'm saying? But for him to get in there with Usyk, only because Usyk's on the tail end of his career. But see, the thing to me is the same thing with for me, respectfully, with the situation with Clarissa and Layla Ali. When you've been away for as long as a fighter's been fighting, that's hard hill to climb. Skill set, the mind thing, I'm pretty sure it's still sharp. Just putting it together in one set where your body reacts to what you see, that's not. That timing is not there. You're talking about fighters who are fighting and they got timing issues that's not like your timing issues. And while my man does have timing issues and while he has machismo and bravado, you're right. If he does connect on the punch, it's definitely going to have an effect on my man. I just know that when he was fighting, I don't know how it is now, when he was fighting, with the exception of one punch, he was able to take and withstand to some pretty powerful punchers. And he was able to do that because he rolled with the punches and he was able to parry a couple of them. I wouldn't say that he should go up in the ring against one of them and take their best punch. Hell no. That's stupid. I mean, to the same point, people be talking about other people for not wanting to take why would you want to take somebody's? I've seen fighters go up in there and get cocky and stand there and let somebody tee off on their ass, and that was the last thing they remembered. So I don't think he would do that.
Bed.
Yeah, they get exactly.
Yo, he came back in. He finally came back in, put the bed.
His connection got back. But yeah,
all
that's
he
my
did was
guy,
press
Marky
control
Dan.
out delete. You know them YNs. They think that's something new.
Man, Boxer Scholar, you a fascist.
But I
there you
mean,
go. That's his favorite word.
I ain't mad at it because it can be a spectacle, and those are the people that I want to see in fights with Jake Paul and stuff like that, man. Let him come back and get him a bag and whatnot, but also entertain because he will entertain. I seen that when he did the fake spar against Bud. I seen him when it wasn't fake. I'm talking about Shakur. I seen him when he actually did a little bit of spar work with Bud. He's still mentally sharp. It's just his hands and his bodies don't move as fast as his mind does. He can think it through. It's just he got to get the body to catch up to it. And that's timing. So it would be tough, but I mean, hell, if he gets in there, knowing him and his work ethic, you got to remember he overcame injuries that would have put most people's career over and done with. He just got that chip on his shoulder. He got that dog in him. Like my man said, yeah, I got that dog in me. And I don't know. I would like to see him in the ring with somebody like Anthony Joshua. Because I think Anthony Joshua got within it, like Daniel Dubois. I think the Daniel Dubois within his mind is his greatest battle.
I done seen a lot of dogs get euthanized, Tommy Hill.
I'm pretty sure. Just tell me
that is hilarious. Say that one more time. I gotta clip that up. Say that one more time, bro.
I mean, I said I done seen a lot of dogs get euthanized, Tommy Hill. So I don't know how much that's gonna really matter in a fight with Anthony Joshua.
I ain't even got to come back for that, man. That was a good one. I had to put a dog down just recently, dog. So hey,
R.I.P.
Hey, what I'm saying? Sometimes we got a Will Smith or Mickey Fricky. That's all. Sometimes you gotta take the dog out. It's not gonna go well for them. They never gonna be the same. And if that's the case, he want to come back and hop in the ring. Sometimes you got to put the dog down if the dog ain't got the bark here and the fight in him. So we gonna find out.
Police is up.
Hey, Joe Rudy, man, you up there cupcaking assists? You up there cupcaking assists?
What'd you say?
Oh no! I was just messing with Joe Rudy.
Check this out. This is what I think about anytime somebody say I got that dog in me. Check this out. I
I
don't know
know
if you
that's.
ever seen it.
I seen it.
Got that dog in me.
And he got
You know what I'm
slapped.
talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's what I was laughing when I said it, dog. I didn't know if anybody else caught it.
Straight to bed.
That boy got that slap, and it was a wrap.
Yep. Here we go. Here we go.
That's your measure.
Man, police.
1,
Thanks.
2. Legal slap. Okay. You have time. You have time to recover something.
Bro, I wish I would let somebody sit there and slap me, bro.
I got that dog in me. You got to show the one where he get when he get nighted, dog.
Oh, he got knocked out.
Yeah, he got put up bad.
But not in the same one. He said he got that dog in him, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Nah, I didn't see some good editing.
I got that dog in me.
Nah, it's this one right here, I think. I think it's this one right here. Oh, snap. He did get put to sleep. Bro, that's crazy. Euthanized? So
Hey,
you telling me
you
this dog
dog
got
like-
euthanized?
Hey.
Yo, I swear to God, if Bud lose or get stretched, bro, I'm gonna have to put this clip up for that night. He basically told him be here when I get back. He won still, bro. Nah, bro, he won still.
Oh, did he?
He got back.
Well, man, gonna continue.
He got back up. They disqualified him for clubbing. Yeah, that was a slap, bro. That's crazy that they got ruled. Ain't fair to the black man. That's what that was about, bro.
That's what it was about, bro. I was over there believing that is. Look at me, dog. I ain't no better than they.
He don't even know. I got a homeboy who white dude, blonde hair, blue eyes, and people used to always look at him like a scrub, right? And one day this dude was trying to play him, bro. When I tell you, like he put a combination on a cold combination, bro. Slept him. Bro, we was sitting there playing basketball later on in the day, and that dude came back walking up like, where's he at? Where's he at? Bro, he was like right in front of him, but he wanted to show him everybody that he was still willing to fight type stuff. That's what this dude is doing, bro. I got that dog. You about to find out. Yeah, he had a dog, but it was just so that whenever I go live, we could all be there. And if you miss it, it's gonna be up there. You know what I mean? I'm gonna clip it up too as well. But they definitely set old dude up. But it was something particular in this interview I wanted to get through. Because they talked about Roy Jones and Floyd Mayweather. Let me get through that, and then we'll get up out of here. So here we go.
Okay, for sure. Before you push the button, can I say one more thing?
Oh, my bad. Hold on.
Yo, for those in the playback and those in the audience right now, my man said pull up like some Pampers or some Depends, but one way or another, pull your ass up, though.
Facts, brother. Facts.
But I kind of blame you. But I kind of blame you for the Floyd Mayweather situation because you asked me a question about him.
That's hilarious. Andre Ward blamed Roy Jones Jr. for believing that little man could beat him, and he said, "I blame you for the Floyd Mayweather situation." That is hilarious. He almost talked you to the exhibition. You can't be mad at that.
At the same time, man, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. I really applaud you for making that statement because the way I felt like I was supposed to be blessed in this game and the way I was supposed to bless this game back was to make people believe that they can do what people think they couldn't do. That's what Ali did for me. You understand me? When he beat George Foreman, everybody in the world said George was gonna kill him. You understand me? He snatched.
He's not lying. Even Howard Cosell thought he was going to a funeral.
Victory out of the jaws of defeat. When people thought he couldn't, he did.
They said the same thing when you fought Ruiz. They were scared for your health.
You understand?
All that stuff.
So I love that. And now people would say the same thing about you fighting AJ because AJ is a formidable, good opponent.
What, he's 6'6",
You feel me?
82 inch reach. I'm 6'1" on a good day.
Here's the good thing for you though. Turk will pay you great to come back and go out there and look great, which we know you're going to do if you come back because you got that dog and you just like, I will.
Hold up.
You think I'm tripping out? It's been 8 years.
Hold up. We just seen where that dog get you.
You gonna find out.
we just seen where that dog can get you. So you better be careful with all that dog talk. So sometimes that ain't got nothing to do with the X's and O's of boxing. You could take a guy with a ton of heart and no brains, Joe Frazier, against George Foreman, Brandon Rios, in every fight that he's been in. You know, sometimes dog ain't enough. So sometimes dog will get your ass whipping, get you euthanized, like Marky Dan said.
You're not tripping at all, bro. Listen, for boxers, this is what people don't realize. And I used to use Evander Holyfield as my example. People always say, well, he got a hole in his heart, or you got this, or he got that. I said, man, listen, when Evander was doing all these things that we thought he couldn't do, y'all wasn't complaining, y'all was cheering and paying to see it, right? Well, how y'all all of a sudden going to get to tell him what he should or shouldn't do now? He was the person that did that and made believers out of y'all. How is he going to not turn around and listen to y'all and say what he can't do? So Andre could been out 10 years. If Andre say there's something that'll light his fire and make him go back in there, guess what my money gonna be at? My money gonna be with Andre, because I ain't just like Bud. I ain't seen nobody solve that riddle yet. I ain't seen nobody solve that riddle yet either. I mean, it's a great fight. And like I say, don't get it wrong. And I understand what you're saying. It's no disrespect to AJ at all.
No.
Because AJ can fight. AJ is a formidable opponent.
Yeah.
But,
And I don't believe nothing about, like people say, oh, he's done this and that. Like, that's relative. What you mean done? How done is he? You 50% done, 80% done? Like, what is it? Because, and can nobody say it's clout chasing?
Yo, to add to Andre Ward's point, that is a very good point, right? Because Mike Tyson was probably done in what as far as skill set, I say 95, 96, where he wasn't even explosive no more. You know what I mean? He was still a little bit explosive, but not as much. He didn't have a lot of fast twitch left, in my opinion. And that Mike Tyson still could knock out, 70, 80% of boxers, because he still was, explosive. It's like Randy Moss. Randy Moss was so far ahead of his competition that even when he slowed down, he still had a lead over them. So I look at it like that. Andre Ward has made a very, very good point, a very great point that if he buys into the AJ is finished hype, where does that leave him? Because how much is he finished? Is he still 50% of AJ? Because 50% of AJ could probably knock out what's that dude that gave Tyson Fury trouble? The one that cut him. Damn, man, I'm having a brain fart.
You talking about Joyce?
Otto Waller.
Oh yeah.
He still beats
That's
Otto
right.
Waller. You know what I mean? So it's like 50% is still dangerous to Andre Ward, who's been sitting around and not doing anything, while Anthony Joshua's been active, even if he's getting knocked out or whatever
No,
the
that's
case
a
may
fact.
be.
No, that's a hell of a fact.
So I agree with him, and that's why Andre Ward has a great mindset to me. He don't underestimate anybody. Same thing with Floyd. They don't underestimate anybody. They look at everybody as a potential opponent to beat them. That's why when Floyd Mayweather had a chance against Victor Ortiz to take a headshot, he took it. If you go back and look at Floyd Mayweather in his first fight with Gotti, he took the same shot. And that's because they want to get it over, because they don't underestimate anybody. Protect yourself at all times. They look for every advantage, and they gonna win. What Denzel said, and remember to tell you, I will win. That's what I do. I win. So they had that mindset, but that was a good
Hall of
point.
Famer in my book, Jake. Hey, I'm gonna tell you what, bro. On top of that, because he respects the ring and the opponent, he will definitely prepare his ass off. That's the one thing I will say about him. He will come in that ring prepared. He won't get in there unless he is prepared. And that's one thing I will say about Ward. Floyd too. They not stepping into that ring unprepared and ready for whatever's coming their way.
Agreed. So here we go. Let's get some more of this.
On my part, because I've been mentioning Anthony Joshua. I mentioned Anthony Joshua. Go look at my post-fight press conference, Kovalev 2. Verge mentioned. They said, what's next? He mentioned Anthony Joshua. And at that time, we hadn't talked about it. I looked at him like, come on, man. Like, we ain't talking about that yet. And then even after retirement, people said, man, what would you have done if you wouldn't have retired? And I said, look, man, there wasn't no talks being had, but my plan was Tony Bellew, get used to the cruiserweight division. Got a lot of respect for him too. And I was going to AJ. At least I was going to try to make that fight. That was my plan before I retired. So this ain't no like, I know he was like, bro, why you name dropping me? But that didn't come out of left field. We've been kind of talking about that.
Well, I'm going to say it like this. I think, and I know actually, because I know you as a person, Dre, you don't do clout chasing.
Yeah.
That's not who we are. You know what I'm saying? Like people say, would you and Floyd fight? I'm not chasing Floyd. Well, that's not my thing, but You're not gonna go do things that I think are deemed as disrespectful and thinking I won't fight. If you want to fight, of course I'll fight.
There you go. There you go. There you go, Roy. That's Roy talking like Roy, man. I love it. That's Roy Jones. That's what
Roy
made Roy
talking
Jones the
tough.
fighter that we love.
You must have forgot.
Facts.
That's just who I am. You understand where I'm coming from? But I'm not looking you small. You know what I mean? I'm not looking to fight you. To me, that's not even fair. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I wouldn't feel good if I wanted to beat you up. I'm not gonna feel good about that. You know, because you was lighter weight class. I mean, yeah, I'm old, but you was too light. You know what I mean? So it's like we don't do it necessarily in disrespectful ways, but you can't go think you're gonna spit over here at me and I ain't gonna spit back at you.
Yeah, for sure.
It's
Like
just what it
fighters,
is.
look,
You feel me?
as tough and as resilient as fighters are, fighters sensitive.
Yeah, very.
Don't talk about my work. Don't talk about me. Don't name drop me. I liked you, but now I don't like you because you just said my name. So I get it. But speaking of name dropping, man, and you know, I cannot take the heat for what you and Uncle Floyd went through, man. I'm gonna tell you why. I heard another clip from you in the UK.
So this is where I'll positive. Oh, there you still there, all positive?
Yeah.
That's why I got to give you a ton of credit. You know, you said that. You said that. You know what he about to say? He about to bring up a point, and he gonna talk about him and Mayweather having beef back in the day. Never really was official, but you said it that old magazines that they would be talking about each other.
It was interviewing Floyd. They were talking about hand speed, and Floyd had his way to say, "Well, I got faster hand speed than Roy Jones." Like Roy Jones, something like he pulls back on his punches, whatever. So Floyd in the '90s was saying he had more hand speed than Roy Jones in the magazine,
Which is insane because even old Roy that fought that lost to Kawasaki probably had more speed than Floyd Mayweather. But he talked about Jay Prince calling like a truce between them in a meeting. And that's never been publicly said by any one of the fighters. And Andre Ward also brought up that during the time that they were around each other and that was their rivalry there. So good question. That's why Andre Ward is a dope fighter and a dope interviewer. He asks the questions that will give like good answers and that people might not know that they want to know. You know, that's great.
Okay.
Yes.
And they ask you about, I'm paraphrasing, but basically like, is he the greatest? You say he ain't my greatest.
He ain't.
And Muhammad Ali is. So that might have had a little something to do with it because it ain't just what you said, it's how you said it.
When you disrespect Muhammad Ali, who's to me the godfather of the sport that we love,
you felt the way about that.
I feel a bad way about
Took it personal.
I'm gonna take that personal because that's why I'm here today. If it weren't for Muhammad Ali, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
Mm-hmm.
You understand where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if you're gonna go out and disrespect him, you basically disrespecting me.
But you and Floyd was coming up at the
See, the way he said all positive. He said Ward is garbage. You have lost your mind.
same time. You was ahead of him in terms of stature and all that stuff at a certain time. Did y'all ever take little shots at each other? Was it ever I ain't saying nothing serious, but did y'all ever come together and mesh like, hey man, you know, ever?
Actually, yes, we did. Actually, Jay Prince brought us together. Back one time when he was having problems with his father, I kind of spoke to him, told him, no, be cool, this, that, and the other. I had been through it. I know how it is, but you know, just be cool with it. Don't let it get out of proportion. Try to keep it to yourself. And I gave him what I thought would be big brother advice. So I ain't never had nothing against Floyd. I still don't have nothing against Floyd today. Floyd is a great fighter. Floyd said himself, Floyd chose currency over legacy. He said to himself.
Yo, all positive. I don't know if great minds think alike or they just be watching the show and don't say nothing. Because everything they say, we talked about. You know, about. Huh?
Yeah, we talked about it. Yep.
We talked about how Floyd chose currency over legacy and how, you know, now that he's left with his currency, he keep whining about his legacy. We talked about all these things. So I don't know if it's great minds think alike, you know, or, you know, he just don't, either great minds think alike or they just watch the show and don't speak out, you know, whatever case, or don't shout me out. Which, if y'all are watching, give me a shout out, man. Tim, Tim, I know you watching. Tim, give me an interview. Tim, damn the shout out. Tim Bradley, give me. You can't only do interviews with selective YouTubers who really don't know the sport. Give your boy an interview. Come on, Tim. You said that Boots was scared of the tough question. You scared of the tough question? Don't go where it's safe. Go where it's knowledgeable. You'll get sharpened and you'll grow, man. I promise you're gonna love it. It's gonna be the best interview of your life. Ask anybody that ever did an interview, whether it be boxing or non-boxing. They always say good thing. I treat them good when they're over here. I ain't looking for no gotcha moments. I'm asking questions that I genuinely want to know, and I'm giving credit, and we sharpening each other, iron sharpen iron type of things. So go ahead and give your boy an interview. Stop all that crazy stuff, man.
When I was in Dubai with him one time, and I respect that because that's telling me the truth. But you can't disrespect Muhammad Ali and think I'm okay with that because Muhammad Ali is why I started boxing. You understand me? You can't say if you say something bad about Muhammad Ali, you may as well talk about my mama, my dad, because that's how I see him in his game.
Boxing royalty.
You understand where I'm coming from? That's
that.
like, to me, because of what he went through in and outside of the ring, there will never be another athlete that I put on that level. You understand me? So don't tell me that he ain't the GOAT. You understand? Or he ain't nothing. He lost to 8-0. Come on, bro.
You know, we can't say that about Ali.
You feel comfortable? You can't just gonna rub me the wrong way.
But I'll say this though, the Ali conversation aside, I don't know if I agree with Floyd choosing currency over legacy. You gotta explain that.
I said he said that. I didn't say I said that. I said Floyd said.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, I believe it.
But how though?
Because
when he fought so many.
Andre, listen. Hey, and listen to the points that he made. I was like, was Roy Jones watching the debate that I had with Big Dog Willie and I Know Boxing? And but you was on my side. The debate we was having, because he brought up a lot of points that we said in there.
Great fighters.
He fought like great fighters, but which great fighter did he fight in their prime that was on his level? Besides, and Canelo wasn't even in his prime yet.
That's relative though, because I mentioned Diego Corrales and you said no, and I think
he was going to prison.
So what?
And he wasn't in his prime. Diego Corrales wasn't that kind of fighter.
Dangerous.
No.
Dangerous.
No. Diego wasn't dangerous like that. Diego was dangerous.
I'll pause it. How you feel about that before we move on? You think Diego was dangerous? I agree with that. Well,
no, Diego Corrales was undefeated when Floyd fought him. He was dangerous. Yeah. But like Jay Prince said, he had to beg Floyd to get in the ring with him. He had to beg him to get in the ring.
And Jay Prince was the one that saw the weakness in Diego Corrales, according to Jay Prince in his book.
He was going through that case with his lady. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
His hands on his.
And they even to the lead up, they were saying that they was doing this for all the battered women around the world. Yep. Like they really
those are prison for beating up a woman. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's hilarious, right? He did it for all the battered women around the world just so he could batter women his damn self. What's up, Pittsburgh T? Pittsburgh T said, Reggie. Pittsburgh T is hilarious, man. He said Reggie getting done dirty, done dirtied up Roy Jones' name by losing that easy debate to Jerry. Pittsburgh T is hilarious and petty as hell, man.
What's he talking about?
Jerry had a debate with Reggie about Roy Jones being a great. Jerry said that Roy Jones is not a great. That is hilarious. It's stupid. Stupid. Because he don't know nothing. He don't know much about boxing. But then, Reggie underestimated him, didn't feel like debating. Took him lightly. And I ain't gonna lie, man. Jerry ended up winning that debate, And then Jerry tried to gloat. And Jerry think he's just a bad MF ever since that debate. He run around trying to debate me and try to debate everybody, like he just some, savant when it comes to this boxing stuff. It's like, bro, it's like pipe down, Jerry. Find me a bag to get destroyed with. I want to destroy Jerry for a bag. Not for free, because I don't even feel like he really like black people like that. But that's another thing. That's another subject for another day. But yeah, man, I'll destroy Jerry on any topic. You can get me the losing argument. But that's what Jerry was saying. He told Reggie that they gave him the easy, winnable argument, and he still cooked them. And he was just gloating, man. He was taking victory laps. And ever since then, his head done swole up, and he think he can debate somebody, actually beat somebody in debate now. But that is hilarious that Pittsburgh T said that, though.
With the guy he had 3 fights with, they was evenly matched.
Janelle Hernandez.
Come on, man. Janelle was good for a Mexican fighter, but
what?
Janelle was not on that level.
Hold
you
on,
gotta
man.
Look at guys and see. I know you look at his record, but you gotta look at guys and see. I like Janelle, but Janelle was actually at the end of his day too. Then, so it's like,
but he was the champ.
But he at the end of his day though.
Well, how you feel about that, Alpaz? You think he was at the end of his days?
Yeah, I think that was his last fight. That was his last fight because it was like the end of his career. So that was his last fight. Even though he is a Hall of Famer, he was a champ. But that was Genaro Hernandez. That was his last fight.
So you're right.
I still have that VHS tape when Floyd beat him, because I think his next fight was against Angel Manfredi, and I was actually afraid for Floyd. I like, okay, Floyd can beat Manfredi. I'm like, but Manfredi might be a tough competition, and Floyd sparked him in 2 rounds. so I was actually a little afraid for him. Look, I've been a Mayweather fan since the '96 Olympics, but I kind of stopped, like Money Mayweather. I kind of stopped being a fan of Mayweather, like when it started getting to the 2 fights a year and cherry picking opponents, like stuff like that. But like I said, I can show you now because I got hundreds and hundreds of VHS tapes, but I only keep a handful of them in the house. You know what I'm saying, in the house, in the garage, whatever. I have VHS tapes right now of Floyd Mayweather when he turned pro, and he was on Tuesday Night Fights. You know what I'm saying? When I went away for the military, my mom recorded Tuesday Night Fights every Tuesday until I got out of AIT, like basic training AIT. I still have all those tapes. Stuff that ain't you, like the whole programs that ain't on YouTube, like Floyd Mayweather fights, Bernard, all this stuff, man. Roy Jones fights. I think all Roy Jones stuff is on YouTube, but you know what I'm saying? Like I was a Floyd Mayweather fan. Like all the boxing magazines was on the cover of. So I was a Floyd fan, but I just stopped messing with Floyd when he became the money Mayweather, and so I cherry picking opponents. But yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah, so you agree with Roy Jones in saying that Hernandez was at the end of his career, because also you said he retired in his last fight.
Hernandez was, he was at the end of his career, yeah, definitely.
But is it a case like Errol Spence where he was not at the end of his career, but somebody ended his career? Because Errol Spence wasn't at the end of his career until he ran into Bud.
Hernandez was he was old. He was older back then. Now Hernandez had beat what's his name, the African guy, what's his name, Salvador Sanchez last fight. You remember Salvador Sanchez stopped him, and Sweet Pea beat him. What's the African guy name?
I'll look it up.
Salvador Sanchez last fight.
Let me look it up.
I don't know this guy's name, man. I know his name. He's he's in the Hall of Fame.
You getting like me all positive with the names?
Yeah, I know this guy's name. Pernell Whitaker fought him. He's in the Hall of Fame.
You said it. Oh, I'm tripping. I'm going down to the.
Zuma Nelson. That's it. Yeah, Zuma Nelson.
Okay,
that's
Zuma
who it
Nelson.
was. Yeah, Zuma Nelson. He had beat Zuma Nelson years prior for the belt, like a few years prior for the belt, whatever. But maybe a year or two. I don't know for sure. But yeah, but it was a year. Like I said, my mind is clouded. He maybe beat him in. I know he fought Floyd. In
all positive on BoxRec for Zuma Nelson. It says the WBC. This is crazy because how they'll put stuff like down twice in one round, or you know what I mean, stuff like that. I've never seen this happen before, right? So on BoxRec, this is what it says. It says Zuma Nelson. It happened in Madison Square Garden, right? They don't have the year no more. I don't know why they don't put the years. It just put the dates. 82. Now I got the year. It says July 82. So this is what it says.
When he fought Hernandez, it was 96, 96.
So this is what it says. I'm talking about Salvador Sanchez versus Zuma Nelson. So 82 in July, right? That's what it says. That's what it said. Happened in Madison Square Garden, and it says Nelson was down once in round 1. Round 15 before being stopped standing, so getting a standing count. Then it says Sanchez died in a car crash shortly after this fight. Why are they putting that in the description of the fight? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I've never seen that either. But that was his last fight. That was because after that fight, you know what I'm saying, he was only 23. He was young, man. And then Zuma Nelson went on to have this great career. You know what I'm saying? So that's why everybody likes to say what was Salvador Sanchez would have done against the other greats. He had a lot of fights at 23. He had like 40 some fights at 23 years old.
That is crazy work, man.
But yeah, it's Genaro Hernandez, I think, he got knocked out by De La Hoya too. He was knocked out by De La Hoya as well.
Before he fought Floyd?
Yeah,
Obviously, because Floyd was the last fight. Yeah.
That was years before. You got to think that was back when De La Hoya was at he was at the smaller weight class. You know, like De La Hoya at that time when Floyd fought De La Hoya. No, when Floyd fought Hernandez, De La Hoya was already at 147. But that was back when De La Hoya was like his lightweight days, like when he was beating guys like Morales and all those dudes.
So you don't think Floyd fought nobody good?
He fought some good people. Yeah, I ain't saying he fought nobody good. I'm saying on his level. I said at his level. I'm not saying nobody good. I'm saying on his level. He didn't fight people on his level. Like when Berto fought him, was Berto still in his prime? Was Berto at his best?
Not at that time.
Okay then. Was Shane Moore at his best?
Hold on, I'm about to pull
No,
this
was Shane Moore at his best?
You can't cherry pick though. You can't cherry pick.
Was Oscar De La Hoya?
You can't cherry pick.
Was Oscar De La Hoya at his best?
You can't
Did he
cherry
even
pick.
beat Oscar De La Hoya?
Ricky Hatton.
What we gonna say about Ricky Hatton? Pacquiao did the same thing. What
After.
Yeah, but what
He's 43-0 and it wasn't no blueprint. You can say what you want to say about his style. Ricky Hatton.
It is a blueprint. You look at him, you know what he is. He's simple.
Yeah, but you got to execute that. You can
See, and that's what I don't like about Andre Ward. Andre Ward did a show with well, let them say what I don't like about Andre Ward. Andre Ward, I love everything about Andre Ward. I feel like he's a good, champion outside the ring. Inside the ring, he's a great example of what a boxer should be, and he has confidence about. He's a complete fighter. He's the closest thing to a complete. He hasn't even lost a fight since 11 years old. That right there is an amazing feat. But he's compromised. He loves Floyd Mayweather. He studied him. He was greatly inspired by Floyd Mayweather. And I remember one time he was doing in this corner with Smitty, right? And he was talking about a stab to the body. He was like, one move that I took from Floyd Mayweather that he originated was a stab to the body. It's like, what? Stab to the body? Floyd didn't originate that move. But that's that let me know the admiration that he had for Floyd Mayweather. So he's compromised. He's never gonna see stuff from Roy Jones's point of view. But Mosley was definitely out of his prime, and then him saying like, there's not a blueprint to beat Floyd Mayweather, and Roy Jones being a trainer, it's like, wait a minute, there absolutely is. That's like telling Freddie Roach, just collect the check for Oscar De La Hoya because ain't no way to beat Floyd Mayweather. That's silly.
Now the thing that troubled Floyd Mayweather, and like I said, we're not up here saying Floyd Mayweather is not a great fighter. He hadn't beat some great opponents, but I always noticed that Floyd Mayweather was troubled by fast opponents, like the fast black fighters that were fast like him, quick fighters. That always troubled him, and he didn't, because after he got rocked by now he lost the first 4 rounds against Zab Judah, but Zab Judah gave out of energy. He lost the stamina after the four rounds. He was rocked badly against Mosley in the second round, and then Mosley ran out of energy. But you notice after that, he didn't fight any more quick fighters. That was it. Any more quick black fighters. He just basically focused on, the slow plodding Mexican fighters. That was his thing.
And also, he couldn't get away from the jab. The jab was Floyd's weakness, especially when he was highly challenged, like Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya was doing really, really good with the jab, but then gave up on the jab. Like, you can't make this up, man. That's crazy work.
That's what Brandon Forrest always said. Because I asked Brandon Forrest, I think Shane Mosley was undefeated, and nobody could beat him before Brandon Forrest beat him. Like, Shane Mosley was a heavy favorite going to that fight, Brandon Forrest. And I asked Brandon Forrest, like, how was he able to beat Shane Mosley so easy? He's like, just work off the jab. He's like, to all you young fighters, this is the interview, he's like, to all you young fighters, when you're dealing with a faster fighter, just keep the jab in his face.
Yep. What's good like that? That's a fact.
Say you can do that,
but a great fighter like Floyd, go execute that. I'm not saying that against Ricky Hatton. Ricky Hatton will never be a Floyd Mayweather. Who else?
You got to give him Gennaro Hernandez. He was a young pup.
Did he fight Costa
15, 16 fights.
Did he fight Costa?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All positive. You was there. Break that down. Did he fight Costa Zoo?
Because a lot of guys didn't fight Costa Azul, man. We wanted to see De La Hoya versus Costa Azul as well. And Costa, because De La Hoya was moving up through the ranks, 130, 135, 140. He did a pit stop, but he went on and got up out of 140. He did a pit stop 140 and he left 140. Then Costa Azul lost to Vince Phillips. He lost his belt in the upset on Boxing After Dark. But he gets his belt back. He's champion for many years. And Cassius Uz's last fight was against Ricky Hatton. That was his last fight. But before then, Floyd didn't. There was never any entertainment of him fighting. And I thought he could have beat Cassius Uz, but there was never any entertainment or mention of him fighting Cassius Uz before Ricky Hatton retired. And I don't know why. Just saying. Not only that, there's a lot of fights that didn't happen. Like, remember Floyd's 2.5-year retirement. That's when the welterweight division was starting to heat up. And I thought he would have beat the cheater, Margarito, the cheater. I think Floyd would have beat him, would have outboxed him, but he didn't want to fight him. He didn't want that fight. And then Paul Williams beat Margarito. And everybody's like, Paul Williams, and this is Paul Williams before he moved up. Nobody beat him at 147. He was knocked out on Martinez at a higher weight. But he beat Martinez in the first fight, but he was knocked out in a rematch. But we want to see how would Floyd handle a tall fighter to use the jab. Floyd was retired during that time, and he didn't want no parts of Paul Williams. And he came back and fought Marquez, who he pulled up, who was a smaller guy. He pulled up at a smaller weight. But yeah, go ahead.
It's funny you say that because you ever heard the rugged man arguing with Floyd Mayweather on the radio station?
Mm-mm.
Really? Shit, let's pull it up. So whenever he was arguing with him, it was calling him Floyd kept calling him a pussy, and 50 Cent was there, and it was pretty interesting.
Are you talking about R.A. the Rugged Man, the rapper?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because he's a real big boxing fan. I know R.A. the Rugged, but I never heard that conversation though. Never heard it.
Okay, that's funny. Oh, because you know everybody in hip hop. Ain't he white?
Yeah, he's a white guy. He actually did a song with Biggie back in the day.
I would have never known that dude if it wasn't for this. I'm gonna just be honest with you.
No, he was an underground head. He was a deep R.A. the Rugged Man because he did probably one of the best songs on boxing that I ever heard. It was back like about 20 years ago. But he did a song about he wasn't just talking about the popular fighters. He went through like the whole boxing scene, what was happening. Like he even talked about unknown fighters like the purists. You know, R.A. the Rugged Man he's one of those purists of boxing. Like he's not just
what's good, MAW.
He's a
but check this out. Check this out, Paz. He told Floyd, he was like, bro, I ain't gonna lie. That rubbed me the wrong way when he was like, I'm not black. That don't affect me. I'm not black. I ain't gonna lie, I was cringing off Paz. Like, come on, bro. You make your living off of hip hop. Like, why you doing? I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way.
Right. We got Floyd Mayweather on the phone.
Floyd.
Is Floyd himself? Good. I don't know.
What's up, baby? The one and only. What's up? Talk to me, my man.
What's up, Floyd?
Hey, you know, nothing much, laying back in Vegas, riding in the car, on my way to my lawyer office. Talk a little bit. What's going on?
So, Floyd, when you gonna fight somebody your own size in the top 2?
I mean, that's not up to me. That's up to
Yes, it is. If you want to be great, don't you got to fight the best?
Listen, boxing doesn't work like that.
It did when Sugar Ray Robinson was fighting.
Well, guess what? Boxing has changed in business.
Only because of you. I think the world wants to see you fight the best fighters on the planet.
Listen.
At your own size.
I want to fight Miguel Cotto. But guess what? Miguel Cotto is with Bob M. Bob M doesn't want to do business with Floyd Mayweather. That's just for starters. This is a guy who this is the promoter that I used to be with. So for starters, you got to learn the business. Pacquiao has his promoter is Bob M. So Bob M is putting Miguel Cotto and Pacquiao together to keep money within their circle. If you understand.
So what's been going on in the last 7 eyes in the top?
Okay, Baltimore was the undisputed welterweight champion. What are you talking about?
Come on, man. Baltimore with 11 losses and.
You just said it wasn't about losses. Now it's about losses. Which one? Is it about losses or is it not about losses?
Okay. How about this? Why didn't you fight Margarito when you were offered $8 million to fight him?
Why would I fight Margarito for $8 million when I got $12 million and I was fighting for the title?
Who were you fighting? Who were you fighting for $12 million?
That's what I fought.
Who did you really fight for $12 million? I don't believe that. That's a lie.
They asked me to fight Margarito, but then they brought Baltimore to the table. Once again, Bob M said he give me $8 million. They brought Baltimore to the table and offered me $12 million. So what are you talking about?
You didn't get $12 million. You fought Sean Bay Mitchell for $4.5.
No, I did not fight Sean Bay Mitchell. I fought Sean Bay Mitchell back in the day, and I didn't get $4.5. I got $8 million for fighting Sean Bay Mitchell. So what are you talking about?
So why don't you want to fight? Why wouldn't?
So what are you talking? I'm not ducking it down to nobody.
Yes, you are.
You don't hear Miguel Cotto calling me out. You don't hear Pacquiao calling me out.
Oh, they'd all love to fight.
Sugar Shane calling you out.
Paul Williams would spank your ass, Floyd. Paul Williams would spank your ass.
Oh, wait, you guess what? It's play on my downfall.
I'm not praying. No, brother, let me tell you, Floyd,
That sound familiar,
That's
all
crazy.
positive?
That's just like Tank. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's
Yep.
crazy when you ask somebody to fight somebody. They're like, "Oh, you prayed on my downfall." Like,
You praying on my downfall. You're a
Like,
fighter.
no, you're a fighter. You're supposed to fight the top guys. That don't make no sense. Like every time somebody asks someone, like, "Why don't you fight this guy?" "Oh, y'all just want to see me lose." Like, come on, man, stop it. So I used to criticize. Andre Ward the same way we're talking about Floyd right now. But when Andre Ward stepped up his comment, I understand it. They brought him along slow his first 4 or 5 years of career, but once he stepped it up and he started fighting the top guys, and he won a Super 6, I said nothing negative about Andre Ward ever again. That's my only thing. I'm a fan of the sport of boxing. I'm not a fan of boxers. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna latch onto a fighter and protect him like his promoter protects him. Like, no, if I'm a fan of a fighter and I see you not fighting anybody, I'm gonna call you out on it, and I'm not gonna be a fan anymore.
Yeah, that's crazy work right there. Positive. That man. Oh, you can hope and pray on my downfall all you want to. Listen, I beat that motherfucker. You know, Floyd, you beat that motherfucker. You box him easy. They just be saying the same stuff over and over and over. Like you said, the idea that a fighter is being set up because people want to see him in a fight is absolutely bombarded. You know what it's like? You know what it's like on positive? You know that new Fantastic Four movie that's out?
Yeah, but I never seen it. But yeah, I think about.
Okay, well let me say this without giving away a spoiler. Galactus is in it, right? And there's a scene where Galactus grabs Mr. Fantastic and starts stretching him. And Mr. Fantastic's like, "Oh my God." And it's like, wait a minute, ain't your superpower stretching? That's like torturing somebody. That's like torturing a Human Torch with fire. Like, how are you getting stretched to death? And that is your superpower in life. That is hilarious. But it's the same thing with Floyd Mayweather. How is somebody praying on your downfall for wanting you to fight somebody who they would consider the best? You notice when he said Paul Williams, there was no response. Did you notice that?
Yeah. I noticed it. But that's what we all were calling for back then. Like, this is around that time when he took his little break and came back. Like, we all wanted to see this because welterweight division really was heating up. And that's when Floyd took his little break. Like, I'm retiring from boxing and all this. And took a little 2.5 year break, let everything clean up. Then he comes back and fights Marquez. I kind of lost respect for him doing that.
Yeah. But look at this all positive. It get worse.
Big fan of yours. But Floyd, I was a big fan of yours, Floyd. I never wanted to see your downfall. When you fought Corrales,
I was off 2 years. There's no difference from listen. I was off 2 years. Y'all were just saying it's not by weight class. Now it's by weight class. Now y'all contradicting yourselves.
where was the contradiction, brother? Where was the contradiction?
Because you just said that fight somebody in your weight class. Why you fighting guys at weight class? Then you said, oh, this guy jumped from this weight class.
What?
This guy jumped from that weight class.
You sound confused, Floyd.
The one thing you're not talking about, Floyd Mayweather came from a small weight class also. Talk about that. I did.
Okay. Here, how about this though? If Marquez has to go up to fight you, how come you won't go up to fight Paul Williams or let Paul Williams? He'd gladly go down to 147 to fight you. Paul Williams, right now, if you call up, Paul Williams will gladly go down to 147 and fight you.
Guess what? All roads lead to Floyd Mayweather. I ain't got to listen. I've been off 2 years and I'll come back. I ain't got to chase nobody. You see what Marquez done to Pacquiao. I ain't got to.
He did it at 3 weight classes smaller. He did it at smaller weight classes.
Now we here go weight classes again.
Hey, look, Floyd, you have so much natural talent and ability. You have so much natural talent and ability. You can be one of the greats, but you have to prove it.
I'm so. What, 6-time world champion, 5 different weight classes in 10 years? Who else done it like that? You tell me.
Hey, let me tell you. Archie Moore had 100. You have 35 fights. Archie Moore has 135 KOs.
Guess what? I ain't got to go through all that.
So what you saying? You did so much that other people ain't.
And guess what? I ain't got to go through all that.
Yeah, and this is what you brought up, and this is what Roy Jones mentioned. You and Roy Jones mentioned, like, yo, he's basically telling you, I don't care about legacy. I don't care about what the older greats did. I'm here to make money and this and that. So when he retires, he's talking, I'm the best ever. I'm the best. I'm like, no, you're telling us, you told us when you was fighting, you didn't care about legacy. You didn't want to be the best. So now when you retire, don't sell us this little 50-0 record about you being the best ever. I'm not trying to hear that.
That's a fact. That is 100% fact. It gets worse.
It did.
It takes 6 months to build a pay-per-view fight. That's what you don't understand.
Fuck building the fight, man. Fight the
I'm
best.
not getting in your lane. Listen, I'm not getting in your lane trying to control the radio. Don't get in my lane trying to control boxing because it's something that I control. That's why
You
I'm
don't
making
control boxing. You just one fighter. You don't control. If you leave, the sport still lives on, brother.
If I leave, the sport is dead.
No, that's wrong.
What's wrong with them all, partner?
I don't think about the sport of boxing. I think Floyd thought a little too highly of himself, like the sport is dead. Like,
Definitely. If he leave the sport of boxing is dead, like, first off, the sport has continued on without you, and Canelo has took your place as far as the pay-per-view star for a smaller guy. The smaller guys, not the outside the heavyweights, and the sport has moved on without you. But not only that, you won't leave the sport. You show up every now and then trying to do an exhibition fight. So I think it's safe to say that maybe your bank account might be dead if you leave boxing. Then boxing is dead if you leave it. That's just me. My synopsis of what's going on. What about you, Alpaz?
Oh, that's what it is. That's what I see. You know what I'm saying? He's never left the sport. Even when he ain't fighting, he tries to interject himself into the fights by going to the corners in the fight with his jewelry on in the crowd, going to the corner, like the corner man ain't got it under control, and like he's giving instructions on how his fight is supposed to fight and stuff like that. Like, nah, man. I'm telling you, man, Floyd's gonna come back in the ring. He's gonna fight a real fight again. I just have a feeling because these exhibitions ain't
never. He would never do that. He would never do that because nobody would. There's not a guy out there that he could make easy money with. And like a up and coming guy that I feel like he could beat at this point in his career, I don't even think he can make 147 anymore. He's fat, he could only at this point fight exhibition, and he's only doing it because his dad has warned him about taking punishment and what happens to fighters that take punishment. And he's seeing his dad, and Roger Mayweather towards the end of his career having memory issues, so he still wants the limelight. He still wants to be number one. But he still is doing the same thing he did towards the end of his career, which take fights that make the most amount of money with the least amount of risk. There is no way Floyd gets back in there with a sanctioned bout for 10 or 12 rounds. There's no way. No way I see that happening. Now he'll fight Conor McGregor again.
No. He can fight. He can pull a guy off the street and have him. It's easy to get a boxing license. He can pull him out the street and then have him turn pro. It's easier to get a boxing license than it is to get a regular license, a driver's license. Trust me, it's very easy. So he can really pull a guy off the street and get him a boxing license.
Yo, this is hilarious. Somebody named TJ Tony said he could could never imagine or do that because y'all weak, no alpha males and can't fight. J Cats. Bro, you can't make this up. Listen, get Floyd Mayweather's dick out your mouth, please. Please. A grown man having this level of admiration for another man, that don't even know he exists, is kind of scary. In my personal opinion, this is why we need fathers. If Floyd Mayweather is your father figure, I can tell you what kind of character you got in real life. You know what I mean? And the fact that you show up on a panel with somebody of this caliber, the boxing scholar, are all positive, and you here to teach, just let me know you don't know shit about boxing. You should definitely show up with your pen and pad. Don't show up trying to teach shit. That ain't how this work over here. You over here, you gonna learn. You gonna get your education. If not, go to one of these Floyd suck sessions, these Floyd orgies, these Floyd knee pad sessions. You go over there, and I guarantee you'll have a blast out of life. Y'all all will be taking face shots from Floyd Mayweather.
There's plenty of them to go around, man. And like I said, Bud fans right now, and like I said, we like Bud over here too. We don't talk negative about Bud. But a lot of the diehard Bud fans are now siding with Mayweather. Like, well, if Mayweather could do that, he could do it. And Mayweather's working with Bud, and he's in his corner. Mayweather is setting Bud up to get hurt, to lose, just so he can say, "Well, I beat him, but Bud couldn't beat him, so he's not better than me." Because everybody was talking about, well, Bud could have beat Mayweather. Remember, everybody was talking about it, like, how would Bud think is Mayweather? And then so Mayweather's up in Bud corner telling him, well, Canelo ain't got no power like that. He doesn't hit hard. That's exactly what he told him. You know what I'm saying? The reports came out like he told Bud that he doesn't hit hard. I'm like, why would you listen to that? You know what I'm saying? Don't listen to this
Yo, I'm
guy,
positive.
man.
That person that was just commenting, that was a woman. I could tell by the way that's a woman with a brain injury. That's weird. But anyway, let's get further through this.
That's silly. That's silly now. Your ego's too big, brother.
Once again, pay-per-view numbers don't lie.
Yeah,
Pay-per-view numbers don't lie.
Oscar De La Hoya was your biggest fight because Oscar De La Hoya was in the fight.
Pay-per-view numbers don't lie.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Every Oscar De La Hoya fight makes money. So when you fought him, it made money.
Pay-per-view numbers don't lie.
Yeah. Okay, what does that mean? You can repeat yourself 50 times. It still don't mean nothing more special.
De La Hoya was my biggest fight. I was De La Hoya's biggest fight. So what are you saying? So what you trying to say? Black fighters can't do numbers now?
Oh, hey, Hopkins is a greater champion than you, and he's black. All out show. Hopkins is the greatest fucking champion of this time because he fights every motherfucking body and you don't. Hopkins is a champion with a heart. Philadelphia.
It's in your blood.
I love Hopkins because that motherfucker will fight anybody. He don't give a fuck about the politics. He'll fight everybody.
Guess what? Floyd Mayweather's a smart businessman.
Floyd, I used to love your skills, your talent, but I want to see you fight the best. If you do that, you should shut me the fuck up.
And fight Sugar Shane.
You should fight Sugar Shane. Sugar Shane's big ass.
You just one person. I ain't got to shut you up. You just one person.
Well, your legacy is going to be doomed.
Guess what? I got to be doing something right, because guess what? You on the radio talking about me nationwide. I'm not worried about you. I don't even know who you are.
It's all good. That's cool. But I'm also talking about Corrales. I'm also talking about Paul Williams. I still talk about other fighters. You're not the only one.
Somebody I beat. I mean, keep on. Whatever.
Yo, you look like magic, Floyd. When you fought Corrales,
and when I beat De La Hoya, they said,
"Oh, come on, De La Hoya, De La Hoya, come on, man! Look what Pacquiao did to him. Pacquiao whooped his ass way better than you did, and Pacquiao whooped Patton's ass way better than you did."
Okay,
but check it out. When you fought Corrales, the undefeated don't mean shit. Marciano's undefeated. Is he better than Ali? Is he better than Larry Holmes?
Don't tell me nothing about
undefeated don't mean shit.
Don't tell me nothing about the Marciano.
Is Ricardo Lopez the greatest fighter of all time? He was undefeated.
He was one of the best. Yes, he was one of the best.
All positive. You see what he tried to do? Floyd Mayweather tried to get him into a Rocky Marciano debate because he heard he was white. He missed the forest for the tree. He missed what he was trying to say. He was trying to say.
He never said Rocky Marciano. But he said, is he better than Ali because he's undefeated? So
yes, but he didn't hear that because he automatically associated whiteness with Rocky Marciano favor.
Okay. So how about that fat Danish guy, Brian Nielsen, when he was 49-0? Was he the best on the planet at that particular moment?
I don't know who he is.
Exactly, he was 49-0. Better record than yours. Who did he fight though?
He won 6-time world champion in 5 different weight classes.
Yo, Brian Nielsen, I'll pause you familiar?
Yeah, because Mike Tyson ended up beating him. I think Mike Tyson beat him. I'm not sure Mike fought him and beat him, but I think Larry Holmes beat him. Mike, I remember Brian Nielsen. He passed.
No. I think Mike Tyson did fight Brian Nielsen.
Yeah,
I think he was part of that 15 fights in 1 year. The Bum a Month club Mike Tyson started. Well, continued. I mean.
Yeah, but yeah, he was undefeated, and he's nothing special, man. Like I said, when you read you read the Ring magazine. This was before YouTube. I used to read the Ring and all these magazines, and I would see these guys' records and listen in the top 10. The Ring always did a top 10. International Boxing Digest did more in the top 10. They would go like top 15, 20, whatever. But and you would see these guys, and you wonder who are these fighters? I haven't seen these guys fight on TV. And they would have these massive records, 20, 23-0, 25-0, and you wouldn't even know them. And then when you finally see them fight, and you be like, okay, this guy's not the another guy, one of Floyd's opponents. What's his name? What's his name? Indu. When Floyd fought him, he was like 30-0. You know what I'm saying? When Floyd fought him, and then Floyd dispatched of him in like 6-7 rounds. So these undefeated records don't. And that was a fight on HBO in 2003, summer 2003. I was like, these undefeated records don't mean nothing. That was the first time I had ever seen this guy fight. He was like 30-0.
Man, Peter McNeely undefeated. Richard Torres undefeated. There's a lot of fighters that they could build up and make undefeated. You could listen. People don't know that this could be done. You could get a guy 100-0 with a high 80% KO ratio. That can happen in boxing.
It is possible because you can bring a guy along just fighting local guys. If let's say he might not even be a top 30 ranked guy in his division, but he can be the best guy in his area. You can just bring guy. You go up to a guy like, yo, I give you $300 if you fight this guy right here. Just go through your thing. But I've seen it. It's easy to get a boxing license. You can bring guys along just so they lose. Like the whole point is to get in the ring and lose to the local star. I've seen it. But yeah, man, that's what it is, man. Like it is easy to build an undefeated record of somebody, and like I said, you will see guys fighting on HBO or guys fighting the mainstream, and the big guy, and you will see them fighting a guy you've never heard of. This guy might be 25 or no 30 and over. Like, who is this dude? I just reckon that's the whole point, man. Like a lot of matchups are built off undefeated records. Like, well, he's fighting another undefeated fighter. And this guy, and you look at his record, who he's fought, he ain't fought nobody. So I don't put value in undefeated record. But yeah, go ahead.
Belts, there's 4 belts in every weight division. That's why you're 6 times. If you was fighting in the Tommy Hearns division, you wouldn't have 6 belts. You have 1 or 2.
The WBC is official belt.
Brother, you ain't no more special than Aaron Pryor. You ain't no more special than Parnell Whitaker. You ain't no more special. You got to prove that you're the greatest ever to call yourself that.
It's in your blood.
Brother, when you fought Corrales, you looked like magic. You was one of the greatest I couldn't believe how incredible you looked.
Don't poke and pick no wine in my dick and then tell me I'm garbage.
I'm poking your dick from 2000. That fight was 9 years ago, motherfucker. What have you done since?
What? Step back and collect it.
Who's the last pound for pound cat that you fought since Corrales? That was your own size.
I just beat the number 2.
That was funny though. You got to give Floyd credit for that one. Floyd said, "Like, don't be riding my dick and try to criticize it." That was hilarious. Yeah, go ahead.
Dad, I ain't gonna lie, that was a good comeback because he was, one hand it was like, Floyd, I love you, Floyd. You did this, and that, and in the second, why don't you do this?
Yeah, but he's making good points. He's telling him like, yo, you was a great fighter, and I think I saw it in him too in 2000. Like, yo, when you beat Corrales, man, the sky should have been a limit. But like, yo, you beat Corrales, and you started, you started taking a little easy, like maneuvering your way. And like I said, to Floyd's credit, I understand why he do it because you know what I'm saying. The whole undefeated record. That's why people came to see Floyd. They came to see him beat. I get it, but if that's what you do, that's fine. But don't complain about your legacy when you retire if you choose to maneuver that way.
So somebody in the chat said who's faced the amount of current and / former champions as Floyd Mayweather. I mean, shit, Manny Pacquiao, shit, I mean, it's former champions. Why would you even account that? Muhammad Ali was a former champion when Trevor Burby. I don't understand
why that is a record. Like, this guy's fought 15, 20 former champions. Why is that a record? They're a former champion.
Okay. How about this? All positive. Kevin McBride faced Mike Tyson, a former undisputed and unified champion. Yeah. Does that make Kevin McBride a great? Like, come on, man. Like, you got to understand the stat sheet.
I don't like that thing, man.
The stat sheet could be lied to.
All the guys that fought Wilfred Benitez and Donald Curry late in their career, these guys are former champions. You know what I'm saying? And by that time they were journeymen, but their name on somebody's record. And it was long past their best.
Yeah, that's crazy work.
At your own size?
I come from a small weight class too.
No. He had to gain 17 pounds to fight you. Don't even play like that meant something. Shade 45. That fight was a fucking propaganda stunt to make you look good.
All Out Show. Turn the music.
Oh, come on, man. And so I guess since I ain't taking no punishment, I ain't a great champion.
No, you don't have to take point. Willie Pep didn't take the punishment, but he fought everybody.
Yes, because I'm so icy because Cotto done beat his ass. I mean, because Pacquiao done beat his ass like me. I guess I ain't good, huh?
Yeah, 17 pounds heavier, the fat old man. Man, Marquez was a fat old man, 36 with 17 extra pounds. How the hell was his punches supposed to hurt you at 147?
Okay. He's 36, I'm 32. We both in our 30s. There's no difference from a fighter.
Well, he had to gain weight, and he was slow, sluggish, and his punches can't hurt you at 147.
So it's not by way. Skills plays the bills.
Okay. So why don't you? So okay. So
you're a good basketball player.
So you should go fight Chad Dawson. If weight don't mean something, go fight Chad Dawson.
What about Sugar Shane Mosley? It looked like.
Or Chad
What
Dawson.
about Sugar Shane Mosley?
I don't think get away from him.
Why won't you fight Sugar Shane? Why are you scared of him?
I'm not scared of nobody.
You scared of Sugar Shane, brother?
Okay. Yeah. No, keep going.
After you saw what he did to Margarito, you was like, I'm gonna chill on Shane. Let me fight a small guy.
What you do your homework?
I got my homework done. I know more about the history than you, Floyd. You know about fighting.
I tried to fight Shane in 1999. Did you check that out? From 99.
Oh, what? After he lost to Vernon Forrest twice and looked like shit? You was trying to fight him when he was on a losing streak.
Floyd is actually lying. Floyd is lying on that. Floyd is lying on that. And that's
Elaborate.
It's a rumor that's been spread throughout. That started in these YouTube streets and all that stuff that Floyd tried to fight Shane Mosley in 99. These are lies. Shane Mosley went to Floyd Mayweather, and this was public back then. Like I said, there was no YouTube back then. But he called Floyd out because he couldn't get fights at 135. Floyd was fighting at 130. Back then, Shane Mosley had beat in 97. What's the guy named Philip? Got his name Philip something. He beat him for the IBF title at 135 on HBO, and I think it was his first fight on HBO at 135. And Stevie Johnson was the champion. He was a WBC champion. He couldn't get a fight with Stevie Johnson either. They didn't. I don't know what happened between that, but we wanted to see Stevie Johnson, two undefeated champions, Stevie Johnson and Shane Mosley, because I think Stevie Johnson had beat him in the amateurs. So Shane Mosley couldn't get any fights with anybody. So Floyd was at 130. He was the 130 champ. He had beat Genaro Hernandez, and Shane Mosley called him out. He's like, "Yo, let's make the fight happen." Floyd didn't want to fight him. So years later, like I said, you can't find the actual thing on TV. I think I don't know if I still have that VHS, but I had it on VHS. But when he was calling Floyd out, but he couldn't get the fight, so he jumps up 2 weight classes to fight De La Hoya from 135 to 147. His first fight was Wilfredo Rivera at 147 before he fought De La Hoya. But I refuse to believe he jumped 2 weight classes to fight De La Hoya instead at 147, fought Vernon Forrest, but Doug Mayweather at 130 pounder. He was at 135. That don't make no sense. But I know the truth. Only few know the truth, but everybody likes to talk about when he stepped aside and let De La Hoya fight him first. This was like 2000, whenever he fought him. But De La Hoya fought him first, and he's like, "Well, I got a toothache," so he let De La Hoya fight him. There was a boss call, like, you know what? Let me get him first, and you get him after me. That was De La Hoya telling him to step aside and let me get him. But man, he really did try to get that fight with Floyd Mayweather back in 99 before he moved up. Floyd's a liar. Anybody, I don't know why people don't. Well, I understand why, because they weren't around during that time. But here's a guy that fought Vernon Forrest twice, nobody wanted to fight. Fought Winky Wright twice, nobody wanted to fight him. He fought Margarito, who Floyd nobody wanted to fight, but he ducked Mayweather back in 99. That don't make no sense. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, that's why we got you there, historian. Let's go a little further.
In his career, Shane rejuvenated his career since then.
Mayweather tried to fight Shane Mosley
when he was on a losing streak.
From 90, no, he did not lose in 99. From 99 all the way to when he was a lightweight, when I was a junior lightweight. From 99 all the way to 2006, and he turned me down. All of a sudden, his career is over.
His career ain't over. He just whooped Margarito's ass who you were afraid of. How's his career over? He whooped Margarito's ass, and you scared of Margarito. So how's his career over?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Was Shane Mosley on steroids or not? His whole career. Answer that question.
We're talking about right now. We're talking about right now. See, you gotta wait an excuse to get out of fighting the
match. Can you answer that question? Was Shane Mosley on steroids?
Is he now? Are you afraid of him? And is he now?
Listen. We're gonna make it do what it do. Whoever one they can get it. Pacquiao, Cotto, Hatton, it don't matter who the fuck.
Hatton, of course you'll fight Hatton. Yo, why don't you fight Hatton again? That seems like a Floyd move. We want Hatton again in UK. That's it. Let's do it.
What about this? Does that sound familiar?
Yeah. It definitely sounds familiar.
He learned from Tank. Or Tank learned from him, excuse me.
He learned from him.
Tank said anybody could get it after this next fight. I ain't ducking nobody. And then went to go fight Jake Paul.
I can't believe I've never heard this interview.
Man, yo,
It was on World Star a long time ago. That's how I remember it.
this league in the 90s, you was nasty. Early 2000s, you was nasty. You got to show and prove right now, brother. You're great skill, talent.
Hey, guess what? I'm already in Hall of Fame as one of the best, and I can retire today, buddy. And guess what? Guess what else you need to tell people? Pacquiao ain't only been outboxed by Morales. He's been knocked out twice. For the record.
Yeah, when he was a little kid. When he was 18-year-old little skinny kid. Yeah. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, ain't nobody.
Sugar Ray Robinson been stopped. What does that mean?
Nobody beat Floyd yet.
So what? That doesn't mean nothing. If you ain't fighting nobody, nobody's gonna beat you. Floyd, if you ain't fighting nobody, nobody's gonna beat you.
Guess what?
I can fight 15 girls and be undefeated.
Hey, guess what? Ain't nobody just handing me no world title. I'm winning them.
Floyd, let me tell you, your skills, Floyd, you're great. Your skills are great, Floyd. Your skills are great, Floyd.
You riding my dick?
Nobody's riding your dick, brother. I'm telling you that you whack. That you fucking.
Yo, them interviewers are messy, all positive. The sound effects they making is getting both of them going.
Man.
No, because you're not fighting the best. How am I riding your dick if I'm saying you scared?
They got me ready. No, they got me.
I say, what about Paul Williams? He's like, oh, he's too big. I say, what about Mosley? Oh, he was on steroids. What about this?
Hey, man, Paul Williams just got his ass beat. I'm not scared.
When did Paul Williams get his ass beat? You talking about Quintero a couple years ago?
There you go. All these boys be beating each other.
They beat each other because they fight each other. You don't fight them.
This dude beat this dude.
Yeah, because they fight each other. You don't fight them. If they fight each other, they're going to lose. If cats fight each other, they'll lose, Floyd. You have to fight. That's because you don't fight nobody. That's undefeated.
That's
2 years, 18 months. Look at how.
What'd you say?
That's what me and Shelton. You remember Shelton, right? Used to be on HBO and all those channels. Yeah, Shelton Moore. Yeah, me and Shelton was talking about that one time. We was because he was the oldest guys on the panel. He was talking because they was talking about somebody looked at a box rec, and because we was talking about how good Marlon Starling and Simon Brown these guys were. We talking about how this was before it's like how Errol Spence couldn't beat Simon Brown. Somebody put up a box rec like Simon Brown got like 8-9 losses. I like no, and me and Shelton explained to him like the reason why Simon Brown and Marlon Starling and all these guys, McCrory and Curry, all those guys got losses because they all fought and beat each other.
That's insane. Listen, if Marlon Starling and those guys had fought in today's time, they'll be 1,000-0.
Yeah, because they wouldn't fight the top guys. Like,
yes, you could easily guide somebody to an undefeated record, especially if they're not fighting the best.
Yeah, they're not fighting the best. Like, Marlon Starling lost twice to Donald Curry. Donald Curry lost to Lloyd Huntington. Simon Brown lost to Marlon Starling. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened when you fight each other. Like, you might beat this guy, but the guy you beat might lose to the guy that beat you and whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens when you got top guys. Just like Sugar Ray Leonard lost to Roberto Duran, but he beat Tommy Hearns. Tommy Hearns beat Roberto Duran. That's what happens when you fight each other. You intertwine each other, like losses get interchanged. Wins and losses.
Instead of saying, well, that guy beating him and he beating him, but ain't nobody beat me. No, that ain't how that works.
Yeah.
Styles make fights. You can't do that. Well, this guy already got a loss, so ain't no need to even fighting him. That's what Tank gonna try to do with Lamar Roach.
That's crazy. Yeah.
He gonna wait till Roach fight somebody and look vulnerable, and he say, "I lose," and say, "I told y'all he couldn't mess with me."
Exactly.
Damn, I done lost the damn interview. Hold on. There we go.
Hopkins is 40 fucking 4. The guy takes 18 months off all the time. Don't give me that. You're a young man. You can take 18 months off, Floyd.
Man, how do that be by so many motherfucking fights is a shame, man?
Who?
Come on, man, stop.
Say again?
Man, who else can get beat by? What's the motherfucker's name?
What you say? He said, yeah, you wish you'd fight somebody on a Calzaghe caliber. You won't.
You heard that? Hopkins got so many losses, it ain't even funny. Now he diminishing Bernard Hopkins. It's so crazy because, you know, with the whole Roy Jones versus Floyd situation, they said, y'all don't understand. He been hating on Floyd for years. What has Hopkins said to Floyd Mayweather?
What is it?
I'll answer it. Nothing. He ain't said nothing.
I don't remember.
He ain't said
what he say. I don't remember.
nothing derogatory, especially when this interview came out. Hopkins was still active.
Yeah.
He hadn't even fought what you call it yet, Smith.
Yep.
If you fought Margarito, you would have got your ass whooped. If you fought Paul Williams, you would have got your ass whooped. But you wouldn't have taken the fight. So if Hopkins fights the best, continuously, if Hopkins continuously fights, Hopkins had what?
That's only one problem. You paid to see me. I ain't never. You already know who you is.
I don't give a fuck. I also pay to see fucking every fight there is. I watch every fight there is. That don't matter. I pay to see everybody fight. I love the sport of boxing.
Keep going straight.
Brother, instead of being offended, why don't you take heed and fight the best?
Boxing, listen,
in 10 years, you're gonna look you're gonna look at your past.
Like that.
Yes,
boxing
it does.
Doesn't
Yes,
work
it
like
does.
you think it
Yes,
works.
it does. Yes,
listen,
it does.
everybody you talking about has a boss. Floyd Mayweather don't have.
Who gives a shit? But you're not fighting the best. Your legacy will be scarred for life. When you're fucking 50 years old, you're gonna look at your legacy. Cats are gonna say he ducked and ducked people, and that is what you're gonna have to. They're not saying it right now because there's a lot of hype and gloss around you.
That's crazy. Hey, pause it.
Don't pay bills, my man.
Yeah, pause it. Yo, it's crazy that he said that because now Floyd is 40. Floyd's my age. He's 48, and now we're saying that right now at 48. So yeah, he was right.
Hey, and Floyd about to say legacy don't pay bills in this same interview.
Yeah.
Word of mouth don't pay bills. So I don't give a fuck what you say. Word of mouth
Legacy, brother. Don't be offended. Fight the best.
Your bills are paid, though. You rich now.
Yeah, exactly. You're rich already. Now fight the best.
You're rich already.
You counted $1 million on YouTube.
How come you won't fight somebody in the top 2 in your own weight class?
Guess what, man?
How come everyone you fight is smaller or older than you?
I'll be the number 2 pound for pound. I'll be the number 2 dude.
17 pounds smaller than you.
Oh, Dad.
Here, answer this one question, Floyd. One question. How come you won't fight anybody smaller, your own weight?
You ain't saying about me coming up from a small weight class. Did Floyd Mayweather come up from a small weight class? Nigga left right here.
Yes, you came up from weight classes and you worked that weight, and you didn't come up in 3 months. You came on 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, 5 years like that.
No.
Pacquiao came up from 106.
No, let's get this correct. Most of my career was I fought at 130. That's most of my career.
And then you grew up a little bit. Your body got bigger. It happens to fighters.
No, I jumped up because I wanted to.
And your body got bigger with age.
But I make it look so easy.
Pacquiao started at 106, man. Yo, check Pacquiao's resume compared to yours, brother.
What, get knocked out twice?
Oh, no, look at his competition.
Like the Philippines, because we know the Philippines got the best enhancement drugs. Is that what you
now there you go. Floyd.
Please let me know. The
Floyd.
enhancement drugs, let me know. What are you talking
Listen,
about?
Floyd.
So you're saying Pacquiao's on taking enhancement
All
drugs?
you need to do is learn the sport of boxing.
Learn the sport of boxing. I know the history.
Do what I do.
Why?
Do what
I'm
I
not
do.
Brian Kenny. You can't talk to me like a little bitch, like I'm Brian Kenny. Like, Brian, you listen to me because I'm the fighter and you ain't shit. Because, motherfucker, I know the history. I know the history of the sport.
Guess what? If I say you a bitch, I'm going to talk to you like a bitch.
I don't give a fuck. See, the thing is, Floyd, I'm not going to talk to you back like that because we're not face to face. And me talking shit to Floyd Mayweather over a microphone is some pussy shit. So I'm going to go, yeah, Floyd, you're a bitch. I'm not going to say that shit. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of anybody. What you going to do, punch me in the fucking head? I'm not afraid of you, Floyd.
Man, listen, man, you know I'm only with ask for money. If it ain't for the money, I'm
Yeah, brother, there's no reason, there's no reason to be offended and say you're a bitch.
Listen, don't say already knock me my hustle.
Why does it have to be a hustle? Why don't you want to be?
Hey, that was beautiful. All positive. Don't knock me in my hustle. He said, why does it have to be a hustle?
Yeah.
Why's it got to be a hustle? Why can't it just be a sport?
considered the greatest that ever lived? Why don't you want to be?
I am.
That's bullshit. It's bullshit.
No.
How the fuck? How can you say that?
You got to be crazy, man.
How can you say that?
I like Sugar Ray Leonard better than
Sugar
you
Ray
up top.
You
Robinson.
talking about Sugar Ray Leonard, the one that got beat by Camacho, which was a lightweight, right?
Yeah, at 40, he was 41 years old. He lost to
fought
Camacho
everybody.
41 years old.
He fought everybody.
He shouldn't have got his ass in there. You know you ain't.
I can't believe he brought up Camacho beating the man. Like, he was done by then, man. Matter of fact, he was in the Hall of Fame already. He had just got inducted in the Hall of Fame and he fought Camacho. Remember, I asked you a question. I was like, what fighter was already in the Hall of Fame and had a professional fight? And you told me Roy Jones was one of them. I didn't know that. That had not an exhibition, but a professional fight. Yeah, Roy Jones was. And recently Pacquiao as well. But yeah, he had just got inducted in the Hall of Fame. And then he came back to fight. I think his last fight was against Terry Norris. He lost to Terry Norris. Then he got inducted in the Hall of Fame. And then he fought Camacho. Yeah,
that's crazy, man. But let's wrap this up. So I want to get back to Floyd, and then we're gonna go ahead and table it so we can get back to this. So we can do the later episode to talk about the wrestling and Raja and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's what you do. Don't take a hard fight. Don't get in there. Don't get in there. Quit.
Floyd, you right. That's what you're supposed to do. Go in there for 30 minutes to get 40 minutes. Hello, anybody on the phone?
Who gives a fuck about money? You're rich already. Legacy, brother. Floyd, I was a fan of yours.
Guess what? You remember this. Legacy don't pay bills.
But you're rich already. But you're rich already.
Paid though.
When you're rich already. Floyd, you're gonna be dead in the ground, and motherfuckers ain't gonna be talking about you no more.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so that's why you fight pussies.
And guess what? You don't beat six world champions fighting pussy, my man.
Six with four titles in each weight class.
I gotta ask you.
He just said what you said about the 4 titles in each weight class. But you notice that Floyd said something interesting when he said you're going to be dead in the ground, nobody going to talk about you. He said, I don't care. Now he won't shut up. That he's no longer able to fight the best.
Yeah, basically, he's telling people, I don't care about back then. I don't care about my legs. I don't care what you said about me. I'm rich. But now when everybody's telling him he's not as good as he thought it was, he's like, well, I did this, and then he's trying to prove his accomplishments. Back then, when he told us, I don't care about accomplishments. So that's not making sense.
He foreshadowed to him then, if you don't fight these guys, the Paul Williams, the Margaritos, that people are going to put an asterisk by your career, the people that really know boxing. We're not talking about the people that don't know. We're talking about the people that actually know the sport of boxing. And he said he didn't care. So now that people are doing it, he's showing up and arguing with them and saying, no, but you guys don't understand how great my legacy really was. And it's like, wait a minute, what? You said you didn't care about that, So I 100% agree with him. I agree with Roy Jones bringing it up. It's always the people who have a vast knowledge of the sport of boxing who have this opinion, and it's never the people who don't know the sport of boxing who has an opinion that Floyd is not only the greatest of all time, but the best defensive fighter of all time, highest IQ of all time. Those people that don't know much about what came before the 90s, the 70s, the 80s era of boxing, they don't know that group or even the trainers. Those are the people that say that Floyd Mayweather's the greatest, And I don't, and like Max Kellerman said, it's a lot of it has to do is because they've never seen him lose in the ring. But that stuff like that happens all the time. Prime example would be upsets in boxing. Before the fight is getting in the ring, nobody really believes that fighter has a chance to win, right? Or, even if they win, they don't expect them to knock them out or whatever the case may be. Buster Douglas is living off his one night of perfection against Mike Tyson, to this day. But nobody's seen that happening before. Even the people that put money on Douglas just played the odds. They didn't really think Buster Douglas had a chance,
I don't think nobody put money on Douglas, man. No one's ever came out and said, because he was a 40-1 underdog, man. So I don't think nobody ever put money on him. Not even, a dollar could have got you 40. So, I don't think nobody ever did it, because, like I said, you put $100 on him, that's $4,000. So yeah, it's
facts.
No one ever came out and said they betted on him. Like I said, it was one I remember a story because the night Tyson fought Douglas, it was the same night as the slam dunk contest in 1990. That was the one that Dominique beat Kenny Smith in the finals. And Craig Hodges won a 3-point shootout in that slam dunk contest. But they said it was a particular bar that didn't even show the fight because they said Tyson. They thought Tyson was gonna knock him out in the round, so they looked at the slam dunk contest instead, the All-Star Saturday night, and they missed the fight.
And that's what I'm saying. The point I was making with Tyson Douglas is nobody can see it until it happens.
Yeah.
But just because you don't see it, don't mean it can't happen. And because they've never seen Floyd lose, they don't think nobody could beat him, right? When we done seen him dazed by old Mosley. If an old Mosley was able to land the right hand and daze Floyd Mayweather, what would Thomas Hearns have did? If Floyd Mayweather had trouble getting away from people with reach that know how to effectively use their jab, what would Thomas Hearns have done with Floyd Mayweather? If there was ever a guy stylistically that was tailor-made for Thomas Hearns, to me, it would be Floyd Mayweather. And I think he would knock Floyd Mayweather out, same way he did Roberto Duran. With Emmanuel Stewart in this corner too, come on, man. Come on, man.
Can I ask you a question? Where you from?
Suffolk County.
What is that? What is that?
Suffolk County, Long Island, home of Rakim, Public Enemy.
You said New York?
Yeah.
I guess Zab Judah was the best that y'all had to offer, right? You see what I did to his ass.
Yeah, you fought him right after he lost to Baltimore. That was that. You put your balls on your table with that one. He lost to Baltimore. You're like, let me fight Zab next.
Big ass gloves too, y'all.
You said Baltimore wasn't shit. Oh, there we go again.
And it was embarrassing when Zab lost to him because Baltimore wasn't shit.
I'm about to go to my lawyers. I'll talk to you later.
All right, be good.
Keep riding my
Fight somebody good, brother. Fight somebody good.
Take care of that tax. Shane 45. Oh wow.
Floyd Mayweather versus Ari the Rugged Man.
Why every time you got me?
I can't believe he said it. He's like, I'll tell y'all later. Keep riding my dick.
Yeah, he was like this.
Oh man,
he was wild for that.
Yo, but why? But my thing is, this is what I don't understand. Like, why does he get so defensive when people say you should be fighting this guy, that guy?
You can pray. You can pray on my downfall all you want to. Like, bro, it's like, bro, what the hell?
Tank does the same thing. When you said Tank got all these guys in this weight class. He can be.
Oh my God! Hold on, pause. Let me pause you there. This is epic, and I just thought of it. Light bulb moment. Tank said that Floyd Mayweather was trying to set him up to get a loss with Lomachenko. It's literally the same thing in reverse that Floyd is saying right now with this guy saying, I want you to fight the best. Like, you can't make this up.
It's crazy, man. It's like, yo, it's not they're trying to set you up. It's like, yo, we want to. Like, I don't care who wins between Tank Davis and Shakur. I just want to see the fight. I don't have a dog in the race. I don't care. I just want to see it. It's
Good luck on getting it.
It's like Bivol and Better Beef. Like, I don't care who won the fight. I'm not a big fan of either guy, but you just want to see the fight.
Bivol and Better Beef, got to give them a ton of credit because they essentially did what hadn't been done in a long time, especially at the light heavyweight division. And Kovalev and Adonis Stevenson kind of messed that up because there's no reason we couldn't have got
Adonis Stevenson fought because much as
he was ducking. He was ducking.
Kovalev wanted that fight. Yeah, he held onto that belt for dear life.
Sad part about it is Adonis was starching people too. That would have been a great fight, them in their prime. But he held on to that belt for dear life and got it took for him anyway. And then eventually, would go and Arthur Betterby would go and take that belt from Volsnick.
Yeah.
What we got?
Paul Williams?
Did he fight Paul Williams?
Did he fight Paul Williams? Did he fight Paul Williams? It's people that can say, you didn't fight, I didn't fight. People can always say, you didn't fight.
Did he fight Paul Williams?
Nah, he didn't fight Paul Williams.
All right.
I wouldn't have fought Paul Williams.
Did he fight Brandon Forrest?
Why would he fight Paul Williams?
Did he fight Brandon Forrest?
Why would he fight him?
I'm saying, but did he fight Brandon Forrest?
Why would he fight Paul Williams?
Did he fight Brandon Forrest?
You would fight Paul Williams?
Hell yeah, I fight Paul Williams.
Andre Ward, hey, y'all must have forgot. Andre Ward, who you talking to? You know, I get it, Floyd is your favorite fighter of all time, but you talking to a dude in Roy Jones who fought James Toney in his prime, man. Like, come on now, we're not fit to do this. would you fight him? Absolutely. The man's still trying to fight to this day, and he's 145 years old. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that right there. And I don't know if you notice how positive you noticed the mindset of a fighter when they wouldn't answer each other questions. They just kept asking each other questions. Did he fight Paul Williams? But he fought like they were just going back and forth. That's that fighter stuff, not wanting to give, not wanting to break on your point. That's the fighter mindset.
Come on, anybody that came my weight class that was anybody, I was gonna fight.
Look,
if you had a name and you was coach my weight class, we fight.
Diego Corrales.
Andre Ward had to break out the box rec.
Man.
Which is so funny because that's what people run to. They run the box rec when they can't explain it away. But when you look at Floyd Mayweather when he was actually active and fighting in the sport, right? And he got into it with the Rugged Man. The Rugged Man called out his resume and talked about the weight class. And this is in real time. You know, he brought up the history, he brought up Baldomir, he brought up everything that he was supposed to bring up during the debate. You know, he didn't need box rec. Box rec and records are for fans that don't understand the sport of boxing.
Box rec is the greatest and the worst thing at the same time that happened to boxing. Because fans can pull up all these things like, well, this guy did this, and when he fought this guy, he was 25-0. And you know, it's just like I always said about Tariq Nasheed. Hidden Colors was a great documentary series. You ever heard about you seen the Hidden Colors? Right? Yeah. I said Hidden Colors was
I've never seen it, but I'm aware of it.
Yeah, it was like the black history summed up. Like it was like four parts. It was the greatest and the worst thing to happen because Hidden Colors was just basically cliff notes of what it started you on your way, and you go get more knowledge of what they give you. But a lot of people, when Hidden Colors came, a lot of people was walking around my city and they was acting like they were scholars now because they looked at a Hidden Colors documentary. I'm like, dude, those are just footnotes, man. You got to do more work. It's more work than an hour documentary giving you the footnotes of history. But yeah, that's what box rec is. Box rec is like the Hidden Colors documentaries. Like it can give you context of like when they fought, these guys they fought, but they can't give you context. All the context isn't there, like what was going on in the division during that time, like who were the top fighters or whatever. They do have rankings.
You have to know context in order to understand box rec. If you don't understand context, you'll read it wrong. You got to understand what you're looking for, and you got to have historical context. And a lot of that help is just being around at the time or listening to people who are in tune with the times and understand the business, like the Rugged Man. He understand the history. He was telling Floyd, like, Floyd, why would I say you're great when Archie Moore has more knockouts, 3 times as much knockouts as you have fights? You calling yourself see, he couldn't talk legacy stuff with him. He even referenced Brian Kenny and said, you can't do that Brian Kenny stuff with me. I know the sport of boxing. Brian Kenny don't.
Yeah,
you know, you can't little bro me, you know, because anytime he brought up Paul Williams twice in the interview, and both times Mayweather said this.
Y'all fight each other. I'm busy. Motherfucker, I'm busy. When he fight,
I'm busy. Y'all fight each other. I'm busy. So yeah, both times he brought up some bullshit. But Andre Ward whipped out the box record. Let's see what he said with box rec. It's so funny that Roy Jones ain't even got a read for box rec. Not only was he around at the time, but he know the game off the top of his head. He done took way more punches than Andre Ward. Heavier shots, been knocked out unconscious.
Jose Luis Castillo, talk to me.
3 times against Corrales. They had 3 great fights because they was kind of equally matched. Floyd beating both of them. That's quite honestly. I mean,
but
you
that's
got
a great champion. Though.
Yeah, he's a great champion. I never said he wasn't a great champion. I'm talking pound for pound to go.
Who else we got?
Yeah, because who stopped him in 2 rounds. Took you all night to beat him.
Oh, I see what this is. So it ain't nothing. Ain't no name I'm finna throw.
Now.
He already knows the history. You finna throw names based off box rec. Well, if what you say is the truth, you shouldn't even have to look at box rec. I'm just being honest. I wouldn't have to. If I'm debating Mike Tyson record, I ain't gotta look at box rec. Especially because he's one of my favorite fighters. James Toney, same thing. Roy Jones, same thing. I ain't gotta look at no box rec. I already know.
Like saying Bernard Hopkins, I ain't gonna look at no box rec, but I know Bernard Hopkins' history. I know his first fight. I've never seen that first fight, but I know about the first fight he lost. I've read about it and did my research on it. But he didn't lose another fight until he fought Roy Jones in '93. Up to that point, it was the only second loss, and he didn't lose another fight after that until he fought Jermaine Taylor in 2005. That was 12 years without a loss. You know what I'm saying? And so I definitely know the history, but no, I don't have to box rec him.
Raul Alvarez.
At 21 years old.
Dave was pushing for that fight.
I ain't say he wasn't. And he got what he asked for too early.
Hey, you a cold piece of work.
I'm just telling you what the truth is.
Is there any counterpart on his record that you say?
No. Not one. Not one. Not one. Show me one in their prime on his record that you saying that we thought, oh, this guy can go out there and beat the world. Show me one.
Who
Show
are you
me one.
talking about?
Man.
Show me one. Show me.
How you pull up and don't know context? Goddamn typical fucking YN.
I will give him one though. The Corrales was a great win. Because,
Yeah. Corrales. That's why he had to be forced to take the fight.
Yeah, I think he was a favorite. I think Corrales was a favorite in that.
He talking about Floyd? Floyd's resume?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bunch of great names on there.
Oh shit. You should have pulled up after the show.
Go straight to hell. How about that?
All right, get some context before you get your opinion. Whippersnapper. Let's hear some more.
One that we thought, no, show me one that we think we go there and beat the world. Show me one that we go there and we say this guy could beat the world, except Floyd, he'll beat the world. Which one of them?
But he can't help
I
his
ain't ask you
era.
that. I ain't want to ask you that.
Roy Jones, listen, he cannot help his era.
I ain't saying
because
that.
it ain't no counterpart like him.
I couldn't help my era, but I
That's
wouldn't
what I'm
find.
saying.
That's why I went to find. That's why I went up to him.
But whoever's out there though, I'm gonna handle him and do what I got to do.
I would have went and found him.
You did what?
I wouldn't have found him. I wouldn't already have where you found him. If you had a name, I come find you.
Man.
I had a dollar out for your head if you had a name in my week, in my time.
All right,
What you finna say?
Firstly, he was on drugs. Secondly, he fought Johnny Ruiz. Get the fuck out of here.
Man, John
He
Ruiz
went
beat
up there and fought
Holyfield.
Mike Tyson.
Hold
He didn't even
on.
fight a shell of a
John,
Mike Tyson.
hold up. John Ruiz beat Holyfield.
Man, Holyfield was a shell of himself.
That same Holyfield beat Mike Tyson.
I thought Holyfield won the third fight.
The same shell of a Holyfield that you talking about beat Mike Tyson.
Absolutely. No. Hold on. Holyfield fought John Ruiz after he fought Lennox Lewis. At that point, when he fought Lennox Lewis, he was done. He was a complete
See, hold on.
old
Let me ask you this. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, I'm gonna give you my opinion and I'm gonna ask you yours.
All right,
I think Holyfield won the second Lennox Lewis fight. I think they were trying to get the first decision right.
I said that. I did. I've been saying that for you. I said that back in when it occurred.
It would be crazy if Holyfield did win that fight, but no, I
No,
don't.
Bro, come on. We obviously know what the results was. I'm talking about the actual scoring.
Yeah,
no,
I
I
scored
didn't think
it
Holyfield
7-5.
won. I had an 8-4 for Lennox. I did think,
No, not
Holy
the
went
second
in there
fight.
and gave a benefit.
Not the second
Yeah,
fight.
I'm talking about the second.
8-4.
Oh, not the second fight.
Absolutely.
No. I thought Lennox Lewis won the first fight comfortably, and I think that no matter, even if Holyfield would have basically shut Lennox Lewis out in the second fight, they were not going to give him a decision because they had to right the wrong they did the first time. And I scored the second fight with Holyfield, but Lennox was definitely robbed in the first one. But they had to, right the wrong. That's why it happened. But that's just my opinion. I thought Holyfield won the second fight.
Even then, with all of that, that's not Evander Holyfield. That's not the Evander Holyfield that put Buster Douglas to bed. That's not even the Evander Holyfield that put hands on Lennox Lewis or Riddick Bowe in the second fight. Which a lot of people could argue that that's really peak Holyfield before he really started getting on the drugs.
He been on the drugs. He's on before.
Man, he ain't been on no goddamn. He didn't start getting on the drugs until the Mike Tyson fight.
Man, Holyfield was roiding from cruiserweight to heavyweight. Man, he had started that back
cap.
Man, no, man. He is starting in the 80s, man. Ain't no way. He
Man,
that
cap.
Ain't no
I
way
ain't gonna never accept that. My man had a 6-week scientific training camp where he gained 20 pounds. That's what happened.
But Holyfield had done lost all his hair by the time he fought Tyson. He started losing his hair in the early 90s. You know what I'm saying? Because you remember Holyfield had the hot top.
I mean, shit, so did Mike. That's how that worked when you're a GOAT.
No, Mike still had hair.
No, I'm talking about Michael Jordan, the real Mike.
Oh, well, Mike was probably on something too.
Shit, well, golly, we just accusing niggas now. God damn.
I don't know. I'm saying, but he probably was. Right, look, there there wasn't strict testing in the NBA back in the 90s, in the 80s and 90s. There wasn't.
What's good, Kazi?
All I know.
No,
all I
hold
know
on, Marky Dan. Before you say some bull crap, I just want you to think about something as a YN and a future great historian. You know, because you ain't there yet, brother. That's why you wanted that moderate intensity on your test. But I say this, you know, Gilbert Arenas, I like his takes because they're not traditional and they're outside the box, and it's from a person that actually played. You know what I mean? So, like, I like that. I like Gilbert Arenas' mind, but he basically said that if you look at all of those NBA players in the 80s, he said that all of them stronger and bigger than today's guys with better technology, and they all were bald. And he insinuated they were all on steroids. And I started thinking about him like, bro, Michael Jordan, Karl Malone, and Charles Barkley. Nobody had hair, bro.
That's facts.
I was like, damn, he's right, bro.
Yeah, man.
Shaq, just huge dudes, bro. And it's like you look at today's guys with the technology getting better, and they not near as muscular for as long, other than
And
LeBron James. And you know that hairline been gone for a long time.
Injuries was rare back in the day. Like you
got some freaking nature. You got a Giannis Antetokounmpo. You
Come,
got
man, that's a bad example, dog. Did you see Giannis when he came
He's
in the
an
league?
athlete, like he is.
Did you see how small Giannis was when he came in the league? That is a
That man's
terrible
not on
example.
no drugs.
Man, that is. Scholar, pull up a picture of Giannis as a rookie compared to now. It ain't that much weight left in the world. Ain't that much.
Okay, let me see if I can find one.
That's a
Man,
terrible.
Giannis ain't on no drugs.
Giannis is definitely on drugs, and I don't even watch basketball now.
Man, get out of here.
He look like
Giannis
Barry
is
Bonds.
just a freak of nature.
Yo, you know what's funny?
Is Roy not his mind?
That nigga is a modern day a Wilt Chamberlain.
Please
So
put
we
a
gonna
picture
say
of
Wilt.
Giannis
We gonna
when he
say
came
Wilt
to
was
the
on
league
drugs
versus
because Giannis could do all the same shit. Are we gonna say that?
No.
Pull a
What do you
picture of
mean
Giannis
no?
up
How
as
we
a
gonna
rookie.
say no?
Yo,
Just because this young man is gifted?
That is hilarious. You're a funny marketer. What's up, Marcus? You are hilarious, bro.
Yeah, whatever.
Let me show this picture on the screen. Oh my god, bro! I don't even watch basketball like that. And I knew that this guy was on something. Let me show y'all this. This is crazy, man.
You're not telling me that dude put on a weight training program. It ain't no way. Ain't none of that natural with Giannis.
Man, I watched Giannis come into the league as a
So you
7 foot.
biased. You compromise.
Put that picture up of Giannis as a rookie, please.
Yeah, Giannis.
I didn't find one as a. I don't think this is a rookie pick.
214 pounds as a
I
rookie.
hope this ain't no rookie pick.
It ain't hard to find.
He was
man.
214 pounds as a rookie. It is what it is. He was a youngin. He was 17 years old when he came into the league.
It ain't hard to find.
I don't know how y'all gonna do this to the young brother.
Bam, I'm about to screenshot it all positive. Hold on. And this ain't it. This is him in high school. Hold on, let me see. I look for some before and after pictures, so let me see.
And Giannis's muscle is lean muscle.
Okay, I think I found one. Hold on. Because they put it on Reddit. Hold on. Give me a sec. That's funny, all positive. So Reddit know more about basketball than the great historian over here, Marky Dan.
How so?
Because you talking about this man natural.
How you gonna say he's not natural?
No, he is natural. Naturally juiced.
Has he ever popped dirty for drugs?
Come on, has Shane Mosley?
And Lance Armstrong hasn't either.
Well, Shane Mosley was sticking needles in his behind full of EPO back in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? We in the 2025s. Technology is way more sophisticated.
Oh, God. All right, here we go.
It ain't that much weightlifting in the
That's
world.
literally an 18-year-old kid standing up next to a 30-year-old man. Are you kidding me, Boxing Scholar?
Nah, bro.
That is an 18-year-old child standing up next to a 30-year-old man.
I don't even know if
And not only that, he's flexing. He's literally holding two big-ass fucking weights in his hand.
So the thing is,
crazy.
you can't. So you don't think Giannis is? Yeah, hey. You know what year? What year did Giannis come in the league? I know, but do you know?
Like 2015, 2014.
No, I think it was like 2000. It's 2011. That's when he got it's 2013. My
It was
bad.
2013.
But that's when he 2013. Yeah. But the thing is, how old was he when he came in the league? Do you know? I know, but do you know?
18.
All right. Yeah.
Man, come on. Why is it so hard to just say the man juicing? Why is that so hard?
Because it's not true.
Why is I don't get it. I don't get it.
Because y'all old.
No, you comfortable with insinuating boxers.
You shit on my.
Don't say your generation, bro. Please don't say that, because then you compromise.
How old is Giannis right now?
Always talking shit about.
I got a question for you. How old is Giannis right now? How old is Giannis right now?
He's 30.
He's 30. That picture was not taken this year. The picture's old on the right.
I mean, that's probably between 25 to 30. That's still a grown man.
Okay, 25. So you think a man could put on that much muscle?
Yeah, that's insane, Marky Dan.
What?
Marky Dan, check this out, Marky Dan. Listen, I remember my uncle who was pretty good at football. He loved football every year, right? And I remember J.J. Watts. J.J. Watts was jumping 3 feet in the air, blocking 20 feet in the air, blocking passes. He was doing all kind of crazy acrobatic stuff, right? And I remember insinuating that he was on steroids, right? Because he was having like steroid problems, like internal stuff was going on, and side effects, steroid side effects, basically. And my uncle told me what you just said. Now that's natural talent. That's all natural, baby. That's all natural, and stuff like that. You just like, why is it so hard to believe? It reminds me of the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight. It's like, why is it so hard to believe that Mike Tyson is just closer to 60 than he is 40, and 60-year-old men don't have stamina, and it's hard to get a second win for them? And he did good in the first round, and he lost the fight against Jake Paul because he could not find a second win, and he damn near pissed on himself and had almost lost his life to stomach ulcers weeks before that. Why is that so hard to believe that people have to say it's scripted? It's the same thing with steroids. It's like when Jared Miller, right? Big Baby Miller, right? Whenever he was throwing a bunch of punches, I remember somebody doing a breakdown, and they were like, "Man, Jared Anderson's the best heavyweight we've seen in a long time. He's so good. You guys don't understand. He's a guy that's almost close to 300 pounds, and he's throwing over 100 punches per round." It's like, bro, think about what you're saying. We've had Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, some great heavyweights, and he's doing something that's never been done before. And he's heavier than the great guys that came before him. One would lead you to conclude that maybe he's having help doing stuff because he's not a great fighter himself. But people won't do that, right? They'll say, at the time when I was saying Jared Anderson was on steroids, not Jared Anderson, Jared Miller was on steroids, everybody said I was hating then. Same way you said that we hate now for saying Giannis is on steroids. No, bro, that dude is used to
you hating. Respectfully. That's not in that young man's character. And then you bringing up this picture, which once again, I call it just serious credibility, because the man is literally flexing and holding 2 big ass weights in his hand. I mean, come on. And then you try to compare the muscle density between him when he was an 18-year-old child versus him as a grown man. Like, come on, bro.
Dude, from your 18,
and not only that, he's only gained about 30 pounds since he came into the league.
Actually, he was 19 in the league, not actually 18, because the youngest player that ever played in the league was played for the Lakers. I forgot his name. The rookie, the center that played for the Lakers. He's the youngest player that ever played in the league.
You're talking about Kwame?
No, not Kwame. No, he played center, but Kobe won a title with him with Kobe and Gasol. I forgot his name, man. The guy that dunked on Shaq, and him and Shaq almost got in a fight. He was a rookie then, but he's the youngest player of the league. No one's gonna break that record because they stopped letting high schoolers come.
I'd say Giannis
technically 19
at the age of 18.
See over there reading stuff. He just like Andre Ward. Let's finish this before.
Reading? I'm a black man. I'm not.
No. You got to understand what you don't know the context, brother. That's what we're trying to tell you. Reading without context, brother, just leaves you more misinformed than when you started
Nah, but the
reading.
man said he started at 19. I'm just saying that
Well,
he
he
started at
wasn't 18, but he
18.
turned 19. But the youngest player that ever played in the league was I forgot the guy's name. If you could pull it up, but he was the youngest. Like you could be 18 in some days, but he's not the youngest. But the point I'm trying to make is he wasn't 30 in that picture. He was in his 20s, and I find it hard to believe a guy changed that much from his 18 years old to about 25, 26. That is a drastic change. No, man. But why is it so hard to believe that players are using illegal substances?
When most of them using it. It ain't basketball, they ain't testing like that.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Boxer Scholar. There's some girls that when they were 17, that we were seniors in high school, they were ugly as shit, and they had no body on them. They were skinny as a stick. Now that we 25 years old, because I'm 25 years old, Boxer Scholar.
What's that got to do with muscle mass? You talking about fat, bro. You talking about fat.
Is majority. At firstly, this is the NBA. This is not no fucking Shaq League out there, the fucking Burkina Faso or whatever the fuck. Goat herding league. Or the fuck you want to call it, a boxing scholar. This is the top tier in the world. They got the best science outside of drugs. They got the best nutrition outside
And they got the best drugs too.
They got the best drugs.
They also got the best drug tested.
Nah.
Get out of here, bro. If you don't stop,
Man,
you just
get
said
out of here.
Bro, you just said some of the silliest shit I've ever heard.
Israel. My brother Ben Israel. Come in here and
players.
defend Giannis Antetokounmpo from these haters.
But
my man Giannis is not on no drugs.
Okay, I got a question. Why would I hate on Giannis? Tell me why would I hate on Giannis? And my favorite player of all time, Giannis hasn't even accomplished half of what he's accomplished. What would I hate on Giannis?
Who your favorite player of all time?
Tim Duncan.
Okay, all right. Hey, respect. Me and Tim Duncan, we from the same. We from the same island. Respect.
Why would I need to hate on Giannis?
You see how he give Tim Duncan respect just because he's from the same. You compromise, young historian.
No, I'm not. Tim Duncan got 5 titles.
Now watch this. Now watch this. All positive. You want to see the young historian hate? Now watch when Roy Jones give him some more knowledge.
Let me ask you this, because y'all gonna be doing this when y'all.
Jones was on drugs.
No, we not. Is there a way for you? Because this hurt my feelings when y'all going through this. Like it's 2 things I'm feeling. Right. I understand it because I'm a fighter, so I get it. But the other part of me is like, man, come on, man, we can't figure this out. And like have a meeting of the mind, just have a conversation.
Figure out what?
Man, y'all 2 legends in the sport.
We are. And
like
he good for what he did. He great for what he did. He's great for what he did.
But I ain't talking about legacy no more. I'm talking about y'all talking.
I mean, we cool, man. I'm cool with Floyd. I ain't got nothing against Floyd. I'm cool with Floyd. I'm always gonna feel how I feel, but I'm cool with Floyd. I ain't got nothing against the dude.
But I said a conversation.
I don't want no conversation with him.
You don't want one?
For what we talking about?
Man.
You just try to have the same conversation we gonna have. You couldn't win it. How you think he gonna win it?
Man.
You just spoke for it. You just his spokesperson. So we're gonna do argue and fight about it.
I really tried.
But I ain't gonna argue and fight about it. The man great. I'm not saying he's not great. The man great.
Really tried.
The man great. All right. Florida is great. Florida is
Man, here Pastor Ward go again.
So he can't even give him credit now. So when he criticizes his record, you know he a hater. When he give him credit and say he great, it's Pastor Roy.
No,
You can't win with y'all.
No, I said Pastor Ward.
Oh, okay, I
I
got
said here Pastor Ward again, trying to foster peace and love around the world. Get the fuck out of here. If the man don't want to have a conversation with Floyd, he ain't got to have no conversation with Floyd.
But I'm gonna throw you a bone, though. I said Tim Duncan is my favorite player of all time. But the thing about me, I'm fair. Tim Duncan was on something. And I'm gonna tell you why. This is why I'm gonna tell you why. 2010.
Marky didn't know what they putting down there in the coconuts. Don't play Marky Dan.
Nah, get up out of here. That young boy came from being a swimmer.
No, hold up. Let all positive tell us the truth. Or you try to fill our head with lies.
Y'all about to make me drop up out of here.
Can I explain it to you?
Let that man tell his truth, man. Don't do that, Marky Dan. Don't be no communist, man. Let that man speak his piece.
All right, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm gonna combat it with my own facts. But go ahead.
Okay, but please do. I want you to tell me I'm lying on any of this. 2010, we get eliminated in the second round against Phoenix. Phoenix Suns, they sweep us. 2011, we got a first seed. We get eliminated in the first round by 8th seed, the Grizzlies. 2011. Everybody's like, Tim Duncan, well, maybe you should retire. You kind of Tim Duncan looked the worst he's ever looked. 2011. 2012, Tim Duncan comes back. Okay, he's playing a little bit better in 2012. 2010. I'm like, okay, we get to the conference finals, they cheat us, whatever. 2013. Now, no, my bad. It was 2011. We lost it. 2012. 2013. Tim Duncan turns back the clock in the finals. He's playing like he's 25 years old. Miami, dead in their prime, Bosh, Wade, and LeBron, they cannot stop this guy. Now, you're telling me this man who was dead in the water in 2010, washed up, and 3 years later, he turns back the clock. He's playing like he's 25, out of his mind. His weight is down. He's got muscle mass. He got a little definition in his arms, and he's playing out of his mind. I said to myself, I'm not going to say it publicly, but Tim Duncan is on something. There's no way this guy was washed. Then he's 48 years old now, and he's turning back the clock.
Let me tell you something. The only thing Tim Duncan is on is fucking green banana fig, plantain, fucking
and I'm
rosemary, thyme, ginger. Tim Duncan is a cruise man. You don't engage in none of that fucking funny dirty fucking drugs.
He was washed in 2010 and 2013.
Tim Duncan is a fucking rasta. He's a vegan. You don't deal in none of that stuff, respectfully.
How does that happen? Explain to me how a guy's washed and 3 years later.
You change your diet. You change your habits.
No. At 38 years old. He turns back the clock at 38 and he's playing like a 25-year-old.
I mean, they got Kawhi Leonard. I mean, shoot, Ginobili and Tony Parker. They were still playing at a high level.
Tim Duncan, he was washed in 2000. Charlie, you know what I'm saying? A man that was washed in 2000.
Not only that, they had new role players.
Later,
they had Boris Diaw. They had Danny Green. They had Patty. They had a lot of role players.
We're not talking about what they're doing. Okay, that's fine.
And Kawhi.
Okay, that's fine. We're not talking about what they were doing. We're talking about what Tim Duncan was doing.
But are you saying Tim Duncan was playing at okay, fine.
2010, Tim Duncan was washed up. 38 years old, 3 years later. He's the best player in the series, and he turned back the clock playing like he's 25 years old. How does that happen to a man that was washed up 3 years prior?
I mean, that's just GOAT shit. That's called will. Determination.
That's at HGH.
Perseverance.
that's what that was.
It's the same shit that happened when in his first final series against the Knicks. You remember when he took over in the fourth quarter? They just kept throwing that ball in there. He scored like 17 points straight in the fourth.
But in the Knicks, he was 22 years old. That was 1999. We're not talking about.
I'm just saying he got a better core around him now.
The human body ages. How does a man is washed in 2010, bad knees, he's washed up. 3 years later, he turns back the clock and can't nobody stop him.
It's called a system, the Popovich system.
That's not answering my question. How does a player that's washed up at 2010, 3 years later, he's playing like he's 25 years old?
I'm gonna tell you how. Fundamentals. I don't know if I remember when it was he had a matchup against Blake Griffin, and he was cooking Blake Griffin the whole fourth quarter. He would just do that little turnaround right hook.
Because the next year, because 2 years later, in 2015, Blake Griffin, they put us out in the first round. The game 7 was the day that Pacquiao fought Floyd Mayweather. We got
2015. Exactly. Tim Duncan was done. Timmy was done. He was done.
He was done in 2010.
Nah, he was done in 2015.
No, he was really done. He was done in 2010. They was calling for his retirement in 2010, 2011. Then 2013, miraculously, his weight is down and he turns back the clock.
It just sounds to me like you're throwing.
Even at the time, I knew. I'm like, this guy's on something. But there is no way. There ain't no way possible.
It sounds to me like you're just throwing cold water on one of the greatest stories.
I only watch 70 plus Spurs games. I only watch 70 plus Spurs games a year. What do I know? I don't know anything.
Hey,
that's it.
It's your opinion, brother.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Andrew Bynum. That's it. Looking good as his name. Andrew Bynum. Andrew Bynum was the youngest guy that played.
The Australian?
Nobody's gonna break that record. No, Andrew Bynum. He's American.
Andrew Bynum was an American?
Yeah, nobody's gonna break that record.
I'm thinking of Andrew
Bogut. Come in.
I'm thinking of Bogut.
No, yeah, man. It's not out of the ordinary for guys to be using in the NBA. Because you notice only a few guys been caught. Like the guys they catch using, the guys like I don't forgot his name. He works for us now. We just signed him, but he played in Orlando and he played with LeBron in Miami.
I will say
But
I
he got caught.
I know the NBA tests for THC, and I know for a fact at least a good handful of them niggas are high on an other nightly basis, and I know most of them don't ever get caught.
I heard they stopped testing with THC. I thought they stopped that. I heard it was
I mean that might be recently, but I'm talking about like
yeah.
I'm talking what's his name? Boxers guy. You remember the guy? He was having the one-on-one with Lance Stevenson. What's his name?
Oh, you're talking about Michael Beasley.
Michael Beasley. Yeah, Michael Beasley. I remember Michael Beasley was always high. They never caught him.
Always high. He couldn't even stay in the league. You know what I'm saying? Because he wanted to smoke. You know what I'm saying?
Always fucking high.
No, man, there's no way I'm giving up millions of dollars just so I can smoke marijuana. It ain't no way, man.
I mean, I don't know. This one-on-one league shit, I ain't gonna lie. That build up to it, that was pretty fire. And the matchup was fire too. I don't know how they can monetize that into like, or I mean, it'll take time to monetize that into a big business if he's serious about it.
Yeah, you know, I mean, the one-on-one league. I mean, people will pay to see it. I mean, look at the Unrivaled league. They did pretty successful last summer. I mean, early this year before the WNBA started. So yeah, you could make some money because I think the winner got 100,000 in it. Mike Beasley when he beat he got 100 grand.
Yeah, they both put up 50.
Money. Yeah, there's money there. They put it up, but you know what I'm saying?
Like, they both put up 100. Yeah.
Yeah, but if people pay to see it, you know what I'm saying? If people come there to pay to see it, you can make a little dough off of it.
No, absolutely. I wouldn't mind seeing like a little tournament set up if they could get Allen just the old guard. Just the old guard. I don't want not Michael Beasley. I wouldn't mind seeing AI put Steve Nash in there. I know Nash could still play. Let me see who else could be in it. Darren Williams. Just the old guards. I'm trying to think who else would be a cold four we could put in there. Just the point guards.
I mean, AI is kind of washed right now.
I mean, let him get back in shape. He'll be all right.
Man, AI, man, he ain't gonna do it, man. He ain't gonna get back in shape, man. So AI, he about, AI about to get that money soon. He about to get his money soon.
What the hell does that mean? What you mean he about to get his money soon?
Yeah, that trust fund they had set up for him. You think when he turns 50, 55 or something, 50, something like that.
Oh damn!
You ever heard about that?
Salute to him.
You heard about that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Reebok set up like a when he got his Reebok lifetime deal, whatever. They set up a trust fund for him, and like I say, it's like 30 million, but he only can get it when he turned like 55. I think it's I don't know exactly how old it is.
Saved his life, all positive.
He's saving, yeah. I think his wife set it up or something because he was spinning out of control. So when he signed that lifetime deal with Reebok, they put like half the money up in the trust fund for him, so he can get it when he turned like 55. It's like 32 million. It's waiting.
Without a trust fund.
Is this? I've got it's 50. It's either 52. You got to look it up. It's like 50, 55. How old it is? I know you got to be in his 50s when he get it. But yeah, and I always think I like, man, I hope he lived to see that.
I would throw that shit. I would throw that shit in the savings account, and then just have the savings account in the trust.
Yeah. Live off the interest, man. When you get it, you can live off the interest of 50 million, man. I mean, 32 million. You can live off the interest of that, man.
Yeah, but his wife probably didn't get great advice, but it's okay. Allen Iverson, historic deal, $32 million trust, and $800K for life. Let's look more.
Iverson on steroids too.
He does get like
everybody is on steroids. Nobody just be naturally gifted.
I just joke.
I know AI's not on it. You know what I'm saying? He's never been that type of guy. like that, like his play
Oh,
style.
so it say the truck. Okay, so it says the lifetime deal guarantees him $800,000 every year for life.
Yeah,
So no matter what, he's gonna be secure.
yeah, he should be. Keyword, he should be, but
No, like if
sometimes
you
people be
can't
spending.
survive off of $800,000, like
Look,
every
man,
single
you'd be
year you're
surprised,
going to
man.
have $800,000
You will be
in
surprised
your
at the
account.
money.
You cannot
Look,
fail.
I agree with you. Look, me, you, us three in this panel can survive off that. The average person can, but you got to think these celebrities got to keep up with a lifestyle. So 800,000, like I said, you got to have the latest Rolls Royce every year.
Just buy property.
Look, man, look, you're thinking like
every year you get $800,000.
Yeah, but you're thinking like a smart, like a rational person. Celebrities and people that blow through money don't think like that. That 800,000, like, yo, he probably spends $100K over the course of a month or two, like to keep up with the, he probably staying in the best hotels when he goes out. Probably travels a lot. 800K, man, it blows through fast.
Man, you get an accountant for that shit, and you get yourself a nice little budget.
Does Allen Iverson seem like the type of person to have an accountant?
I mean, you can't really. I mean, why? Just because he's a nigga? Just because he's a nigga? Wow.
No, not because he's black. But Allen Iverson, does he seem like the type of person to have an accountant?
I mean, that wouldn't be my first thought if I looked at him.
Exactly. Now, Kobe Bryant is black. Kobe seemed like the type of person to have an accountant. Michael Jordan seemed like the type of person to have an accountant.
Man, I'm just not trying to hear that. 800K, and this nigga boxing scholar talking about, oh, that shit saved his life, man. Nah, ain't no way he's supposed to be on life support with that type of money coming in.
800K is, that's like, what is like 75,000 a month, 80,000 a month, whatever. Yeah, you can definitely live off that, but you got to think, man, these guys, like, I think it was Matt Barnes said he's seen Allen Iverson go to this. He's like, when he was a rookie, he went to the strip club. Allen Iverson, he's throwing 20, 30,000 in the strip club. You know what I'm saying? How fast you think 800K a year goes when the guy's living like that?
I bet he do. I mean, shit, 800K a year, you just designate like 200,000 of that just to throw up bitches and to waste on alcohol.
I ain't giving them nothing. I ain't giving them chicks nothing in the strip club. But I agree with you. Look, 800K.
Yeah, shit. Buy yourself a strip club.
100K, you should be good. Not even 800, but you got to think these guys are spending a lot of money. Man. Look at Floyd Mayweather. Look how much money he spent.
Nah, Floyd is sick. There's something deeply, like, I saw the other day. He was posting on social media. He literally just has a room in one of his mansions where it's just a chest full of like, it literally like the pirate movies, they call it booty or tabloons, where it's just a chest full of gold earrings and bracelets and chains that he don't never wear. Like, it's something deeply wrong with him.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, yo, because they don't realize, man, that the value of jewelry drops. Like, the jewelry, not gold. The value of gold doesn't drop, but the value of jewelry.
It stays the same.
Because jewelry is not gold. That's not real gold. None of the jewelry we have is real gold. Even my way, like, none of it is real because they got to mix it with so much other metal just so it wouldn't bend easily. Because they want the formula for the the 10K, 14K, and all that stuff. But yeah, it's not real gold. We have like jewelry is not real gold, 100%.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Yo, Marky Dan, did you just give us some history about booty and its different uses and contexts?
I talked about that's what the pirates used to call it.
What kind of historian is you, brother?
That's what the pirates
you a
used to
Diddy
call it.
historian? Are you a Diddy historian, brother?
Whoa.
These are called treasure booty. Yeah, that's what it's called.
First off, your generation is what made Diddy popular and brought him to a new level of success. You niggas are the ones who love to talk about Biggie.
That ain't my generation.
That is your generation,
nigga. That ain't Scott. That's my generation. Now look, that ain't
Bro, Diddy been rich longer than I've been alive.
Yeah, that's my dream. And I hated that he was popular, but yeah, that's me, not Scott. You're right, though. That's me.
Hey, but how old are you, Scholar? Damn, that nigga Boxer Scholar got quiet.
Yo, hold on, Mikey, hold on. Let me do something real quick. All right, bro. Now, what you say,
I said, how old are you, Boxer Scholar?
brother? Uh, just know I'm old enough to be a historian, but I'm young enough to be un. And next time you, no, ask me again. I'll answer. Fuck it. Ask me again.
How old are you, Boxer Fascist?
Yeah. And when you are, for instance, when we were here before, you know what? I mean, all the things ever printed in the tabloid, the only thing's ever been true is when they said I couldn't dance. When we were here the last time shooting the commercial, you were like in between shots, running off, conceiving the dance, choreographing the dance. You were up all night dancing.
And she did.
Bro, I would smack the fuck out of Oprah if I was in that room. Is she out of her mind?
Oprah's she's just mad disrespectful to people.
What the fuck was that?
Always mad.
Oh shit, my bad. Pittsburgh T been backstage. Why you ain't text me, T?
Is that bitch out of her mind? Did she know who she was in front of?
Oprah been crazy, bro. Y'all just catching on, man. That show's been like that. She's been handcuffed for a minute.
Marky Dan want to eat Oprah booty. He was talking about he was giving us a booty. He was giving us a booty lesson a while ago. Well, booty back in the day mean treasure. So Diddy was really like, man, come on, man.
None of that came out of my mouth, man. That's crazy. I was talking about Floyd got a room in one of his mansions full of what the pirates used to call booty and doubloons.
See, he talking about Floyd having a room full of booty. There you go.
Golden bracelets and fucking
y'all young people always make these episodes different.
And chains.
Yeah, you by yourself on that one, Mark. I wouldn't do. I don't know nothing about that. I didn't do no investigation on that. I'll take your word on it, brother. If you say so.
It's chest full of.
I told him he a historian. What is he the historian of? He over there talking about the booty. He giving us the history of booty.
Man, you know what, boxing fashions? You can go straight to hell. How about that? I look at you the same way I look at Oprah.
That's funny, man.
Hey, man, you want to drop that knowledge? You care about yourself, Marky, man. We ain't on that, man.
Man, everybody know Floyd is a.
Nah, you can't say everybody.
Jewelry, whatever the term is for a jewelry addict, that's what Floyd is. He just can't help himself.
Yeah, but you can't say that for everybody because I don't care enough about Floyd. Yeah, he just pop up every now and then. He is who he is, man. He's known at this point more for stuff outside of the ring than in the ring at this point because he just won't go away. He didn't know how to retire gracefully, so he liked the headlines too much.
Those are the facts.
And unfortunately, a lot of these cats now that's copper form never even really saw him fight. So that's the other part of it. People like to romanticize about people they never saw. That's why Michael Jordan will be the greatest basketball player forever and ever in a million years. A lot of these cats never saw the guy play. It'll be the same thing with Floyd. And then baseball players, they'll do the same thing with Babe. They never saw him play, but they read the stats and the numbers look good. That's all they know. And some of that's partially true and some of it isn't.
They're never going to let.
It's also about them legendary moments. Pittsburgh.
They're never going to let anybody surpass Jordan. If someone comes in and wins 10 rings, wins 8 MVPs, scores 40,000, they never let them. They're going to be like, well, they did it in the weaker era. They're going to always come with an excuse. They're never going to let anybody surpass Jordan, no matter what. No matter what happens.
That's never going to happen. Because that was their childhood. That was their best childhood. It's like high school. Like people romanticize about high school, and they still talk about it like it's yesterday. And these Negroes, 40 and 50 years old, still talking about high school. Like ridiculousness. Same nonsense.
I think with the progression of time, a lot of these youngins that came up in the LeBron era, and I personally looking at it, I think Jordan is number one. I got LeBron number two. I just think when you look at Jordan, the 2 3-peats, and then the moments, like he was always Johnny on the spot. Like anytime you needed him to make a big shot or a big defensive play, he was there. Whereas with LeBron, while yes, that nigga has been one of the most, not one of, he has been the most dominant player in the past 2
Most
decades since
clutch player
Jordan left.
too.
Okay,
He's the most clutch too.
anytime we have the conversation about best player in the world, it's LeBron versus Kobe, or it's LeBron versus KD, or it's LeBron versus Curry, or something or the other. So I couldn't put LeBron over Kobe, but a lot of people in my generation, or excuse me, I couldn't put LeBron over MJ, but a lot of people in my generation are see it the other way. They see LeBron over MJ. I don't
But
agree
they
with that,
could.
but
But Marky
with the
Dan, the
progression of
problem with
time,
it,
Pittsburgh T,
they're
go
not
go
gonna
ahead.
do it, Marky Dan. Because look, this is the problem. But
But
like
wasn't
when you
Bill
start
Russell
going,
the GOAT at one time?
yeah, but that's what I was about to say. When you only do stats, like there's always a guy with more rings. There's a guy with more clutch plays. There's a guy with more playoffs. There's always a guy that's got the thing that you're talking about that's got more. So if you measure up LeBron and Michael, LeBron has more clutch plays in the playoffs, obviously, because he played more playoff games. And he's carrying the team. He's carrying the load for a lot of the times. So I mean that stuff is subjective. I just think people when they get into it, they're unwilling to like even try to entertain it. They just shut it all the way down. And like the guy's career is still going. And even in the last playoffs we seen the guy go, it's fucking Luka is what, 30 years old, he's better. He's carrying the team still at his age. At his age as LeBron is in, we've never seen a player carry a team like that. Never. Like if they don't win, they're not running up on Luka, they're running up on LeBron. That shouldn't happen. That guy should be like the second fiddle. So like with that guy, he is who he is. We probably never see a guy like that again.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back on later, guys. I gotta go get my wife something to eat, man. She can't come out the room, man. She got that monster.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna table it here. Because we still gotta do Raja Jackson.
Oh, yeah, gotta go get her something to eat, man. She's sick right
Yeah.
now.
Oh, okay.
I don't want it to bleed into this
Take care of that, lady.
episode.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Go ahead, take care of your wife, all positive. I think I'm gonna table it here. I'm gonna table it here just so we can come back and talk about Raja. Because we can still pick up the basketball talk too as well. You was cooking Marky Dan. I'm actually stopping the fight right now. Marky Dan over there getting cooked. He didn't look. You cooked him so bad, Pittsburgh T. Hill. He didn't change his photo to a picture of Giannis.
Yeah, a picture of Giannis not holding 2 weights. A picture of lean mass.
Hey, well, at least you got off of that booty.
Brother,
I give you that much. At least you got off of that booty, so we give you that much. You good with that?
Out of here.
He got straight you out, dog. You got you off that booty, so we in good shape. We can table it right here, man.
All right, we go ahead and end it right here. Appreciate everybody for pulling up. My homie Pittsburgh T, KP, all positive, Marky Dan, everybody. Shit, Ben even pulled up, but he ran off. You know, he felt that heat. You know, he ran off. He said, "Let's get out of here, abort." But we're gonna be back to talk about Raja and the whole wrestling situation later on tonight. Let me go ahead and put the little one to sleep, help with his homework, and then we'll be back. You got any final thoughts, Marky Dan?
Man, salute to the Boxing Scholar. Smash that like button. I got my own channel, Democracy 101. I'm planning on going live tomorrow, Thursday night, probably around 8:05 p.m. I'm gonna let y'all know. I'll post the link in the chat. What time are you coming back for this Raja Jackson stream?
Right now it's 10 o'clock. I'm on Central Time. But probably more than likely go. I got it scheduled for 2 a.m. Central Time. But I'll probably come on earlier because I'm pretty sure my kid will be asleep before then. So more than likely, maybe I'm gonna shoot for 1 a.m. But it's scheduled for 2.
Well, all I'll say.
I'll send you the link. I got your number. I'll text you the link.
After that, all I'll say is salute to my guy Pittsburgh T, man, pulling up late. It is what it is. All positive. We had great conversations. All I'll say is this, man. Boxing fascists, you got to stop beating up on your brothers. It's like what that African warlord who was eating people's hearts said. He got struck down by a light, and it was Jesus Christ. And you know what he said to him? He said, "My son, why are you slaving your people? Why are you slaving your people, Boxing Scholar? Stop treating
And I
your
would say
brothers
to Jesus Christ, if it wasn't for the white man, I would not have slaved thee."
What'd you say?
And I would say to Jesus Christ, if it wasn't for thy white man, I would not have slaved the black man.
and he would say, "Away from me, you evildoer." Away from me, evildoer. I have never known you. That's what he would reply to you. But hey, salute Boxing Scholar for you go ahead.
All right, man. Appreciate you pulling up, Marky Dan. As always, the young, misformed historian. You know, I'm definitely gonna be on Marky Dan's show if I'm free to go cook him on his own show because I'm Lil Wayne. I'm Lil Wayne and 02. You know, I jump on remixes and features and they'll never be the same. It's never the same song. It becomes a scholar song. So I definitely will be over there tuning into Marky Dan's show. We'll be back later on tonight. And final message of the day from me.
Y'all fight each other. I'm busy. Motherfucker, I'm busy. When he fight me, y'all fight each other. I'm busy. Motherfucker, I'm busy. When
I'm busy. I'm busy. And with that, I'll let Ray J take us home. Go ahead, Ray J. Serenade him.
Superstar, wish to have a fancy car, wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I don't be in love. So tell me, pretty baby, I make one wish and I wish it all on you. Make it love to the break of dawn, me and you to the baby's born, till my baby's born.